thing. Ain't into bling. Just use enough. You fill me up. I don't care for diamond rings. I just crave the simple things, 'cause that's what I want. That's what I want. I don't need no fancy car. I'll take you just the way you are, 'cause that's what I want. That's what I want. That's what I want. Don't need no thing. Ain't into bling. Just use enough. You fill me up. I don't care for diamond rings. I just crave the simple things, 'cause that's what I want. That's what I want. I don't need no fancy cars. I'll take you just the way you are, 'cause that's what I want. That's what I want. That's what I want. That's what I want. I don't care for diamond rings. I just crave the simple things, 'cause that's what I want. That's what I want. I don't need no fancy cars. I'll take you just the way you are, 'cause that's what I want. That's what I want. 'Cause that's what I want. That's what I want. 'Cause that's what I want. That's what I want. 'Cause that's what I want. That's what I want. You better leave your worries at the door. Release that energy on the floor. You don't need those bad vibes anymore. Trust me, I've been through it, and it ain't worth any of your time at all. Do you feel it now? Do you feel it now? Know that rush I'm talking about. Cause baby, you got nothing left to lose. Oh no. Tonight, no, we don't follow any rules. Oh no, no. You gotta let loose. Yeah, just let loose. I know you feel it now. You gotta let loose. Baby, get out of your head. Won't you come on out and dance with me instead? Focus on you, leave them all on red. Trust me, I've been through it, I've done it all. Some things are better left unsaid. Do you feel it now? Do you feel it now? Know that rush I'm talking about. Cause baby, you got nothing left to lose. Oh no. Tonight, no, we don't follow any rules. Oh no, no. Yeah, just let loose. I know you feel it now. You gotta let loose. Baby, you got nothing left to lose. Oh no. You gotta let loose. Tonight, no, we don't follow any rules. Oh no, no. You gotta let loose. I know you feel it now. You gotta let loose. Let's go. Y'all ain't ready for this. We got that energy. It's time to work, work, work. We are the winning team. We coming first, first, first. Yeah. We rising to the top. You know we won't slow down. We play our own drum. You gonna hear that sound. And nothing can break us apart. And no one can change who we are. We got the fire, let it burn, burn on and on. We're breaking the limits tonight. We're raising it up out of sight. We got the fire, let it burn, 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 burn. We came to rock, 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 rock. We never stop, 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 stop. We glowing hot, 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 hot to the touch, hot, hot to the touch. Woo! We came to rock, 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 rock. We never stop, 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 stop. We glowing hot, 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 hot to the touch, hot, hot to the touch. Yeah, moving it, moving it, move it, move it, don't quit. Feeling it, boom, boom, bass hits. Keep punching it, punching it, punch it, punch it, fist, fist. Keep winning it, winning it, winning, winning, big wins. We rising to the top. You know we won't slow down. We play our own drum. You gonna hear that sound. And nothing can break us apart. And no one can change who we are. We got the fire, let it burn, burn on and on. We're breaking the limits tonight. We're raising it up out of sight. We got the fire, let it burn, 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 burn. We came to rock, 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 rock. We never stop, 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 stop. We glowing hot, 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 hot to the touch, hot, hot to the touch. Woo! We came to rock, 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 rock. We never stop, 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 stop. We glowing hot, 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 hot to the touch, hot, hot to the touch. Yeah. I stay breaking my own limits, and I won't say I'm not gonna win it, 'cause this crown's made for me. You just wait and see. I'm bitter cause I'm working overtime. It's my moment, and I own it. Stay in focus, and I show it. You know I'm taking the night, feeling it right, stealing the light. And I stay loving myself, serving me well, as you can tell. Cause it's my moment, my moment, my moment, oh, my moment, oh. My energy's contagious, I'm the master of my fate. Conquering my fears, I'm in control and taking names. I just speak my truth, babe, you should follow suit. It's my moment, and I own it. Stay in focus, and I show it. You know I'm taking the night, feeling it right, stealing the light. And I stay loving myself, serving me well, as you can tell. Cause it's my moment, my moment, my moment, oh, my moment, oh. It's my moment. Since that one time I accidentally saw you in the nude. That's where I'm trying to be. Please believe me, I'm nothing so happening. Wish I could just get you off my mind, but you just pop back into my head every time. Say what you doing, what you doing, what you doing, what you doing to me. Everybody knows that I can hide it, can't deny it. It's so obvious that it's plain to see. But you seem like you don't know what's going on. Just in case, apologize if I'm coming on strong. Yeah, what you doing? what you doing to me? Say what you doing, what you doing, what you doing, what you doing to me. Everybody knows that I can hardly can't deny it. It's so obvious that it's plain to see. But you seem like you don't know what's going on. Just in case, apologize if I'm coming up strong. Yeah, what you doing to me? What you
Hello everyone, welcome to T-Fight and Tactics. I am, of course, Impetuous Panda, part of the Rising Legends broadcast team, and I'm joined by a very special, very OG player when it comes to TFT. That is, of course, Lalana representing, Burden representing EMEA, of course, as well on the global stage. But Lalana, how are you?
I'm good, thank you. Yeah, thanks.
So I wanted to talk a bit before we get into TFT about your general background. Anything you're happy to share with us in terms of, is TFT your full-time thing? Do you do something outside of the game? Just where you're from, all that kind of, personal details that you'd like to share.
So I'm from the UK. More specifically, I don't want to say too much, but like the south of the UK. And yeah, right now, TFT is the only thing I'm really doing. I'm quite lucky to be in a position where I can. Like I have kind of been searching on and off for a job, like when I've not been enjoying the game, but so yeah, and my background in games is not really too much. Played a bit of League, played it when I was younger, like Pokemon and Mario Kart, like kind of competitively, but not at the level.
Not like esports level stuff.
Yeah.
Is TFT the first game you've played to this level where you're almost seeing it as a career, where you're able to, maybe not directly win prize money guaranteed, but have the attempt to win, a decent amount of prize money? Is that the first time with TFT?
It's the first one I've actively tried. I played a bit of a card game called Gwent back in like 2018, 2019, and entered a few amateur tournaments, ended up doing quite well. So, but no, TFT is the first game I actively sought to compete. Yeah.
Coming into set 9, what are your general thoughts on the sets? Set 7 and 8 were a bit divisive with the set mechanics with dragons and with the hero augments. Set 9 seems to have gotten a fairly good reception overall in PvE from the player base in the first patch. What are your general thoughts on the set?
So I really enjoyed set 8. The mechanic like really clicked with me. That's why I was able to get rank 1. Like I think hero augments giving you like a prompt and giving you like like it gives you a lot of different prompts, and then you kind of have to like choose the best prompt, and like and it's not about just choosing the best prompt, it's about also recognizing when like a good prompt is not like there's like something better. But this set, I think it's fun. I think it's really weird to grind because there's even more variables than before. Like you can get a bad portal, you can't pick your starting item anymore, which is I think a big factor. So like some games you'll just have some weird starting items. You'll be playing a portal maybe that you didn't want to play, but 7 people vote for one vote for another, and you get that one. So I think I really like the champions. I really like the theme, but like I think to grind and competitively, I think I prefer the previous set now.
What is your kind of ecosystem of relationships in TFT? Kind of your support group? Are there players that you prep with and kind of really dive deep before a tournament, or are you more kind of a lone wolf and it's just more kind of banter-wise, those friendships kind of?
Yeah, it's mostly a lot of banter. Dasic always offers to help train with me. We did train a lot in earlier sets, but in the end, I'm kind of the one people go to with questions about. Like if like some other friends qualify, they kind of go to me with some queries. But I don't really do a lot of like group prep. I just go in with my own game plan and see how it goes. And normally, since I make it past day one, normally I think my game plan is normally like not completely wrong. So
thanks so much for the interview, and thanks so much for sharing all your thoughts on the game and your journey so far.
Yeah, thank you for having me, man. It was fun. Yeah.
I was disappointed by the newest Taylor Swift album, guys. I gotta be honest with you. We were talking about it in rehearsal yesterday, and you guys probably thought it was a bit that I was gonna open the show with. But I gotta say, you can't really. First off, pop country, definitely not my vibe. But you also can't release an unreleased song and be like, Taylor's version from the vault. It's a new song. Of course, it's Taylor's version. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying, guys. Anyways, there's like TFT or something going on. I'm Niberia, joined here by Makes and Weta Makes. Maybe you can catch me up on what's going on. The camera just turned on and they were like, we're live. I'm like, oh, all right.
See, the thing is, right before we went live, our producer said, here's a new trailer and it has some cool stuff or something. And that's just, I love that. I'm here for cool stuff or something. And I think you guys are too.
That's what we're about. cool stuff, memorable moments. You know, the Swifties are going to remember that one for a bit, although apparently most of them agree with me, judging by the online comments.
I mean, some could say we are getting close to a new era of TFT, right? So we got to go through.
Come on, man. No.
Sometimes, you just have to shake it off.
No, enough of this. Enough. TFT Rising Legends, we're here. EMEA TFT competition. We've got all your favorite players. Everyone's here having a good time. And of course, this is our first competition proper. We had the portal party, but that was for funsies. This time it's for the joy, the highs, the epic highs and lows of TFT.
You're terrible.
What, Riverdale references are a little old, but I think it's still funny. Like
I thought you were gonna do like a High School Musical thing there, and I was like going through, figuring out the songs in the back of my head, and it's like.
I'll save that for later. I need my Efron wig for that. I need to get like that real swoopy sort of like Bieber-esque.
Oh.
Everyone calls it the Bieber, but it's the Efron. You gotta feel like
should I get like a necklace?
I guess
T for TFT.
I guess you gotta feel like you're 17 again, right? Because you had hair then.
See, here's the thing, Rita. I didn't. I started falling when I was like 17 and a half. It was brutal.
You're like trying to like say, okay, Zac Efron, 17 again, movie references and stuff.
Oh yeah, no. But you just instead opened a dark chapter of my life where my self-image started, dying.
I guess we got some bad blood, so yeah.
No! Get out of here! Get out of here! No more! We're going to talk about the portal party. It was great. We had a bunch of players. Alan ZQ is back. I think that's the most exciting thing for me. Our boy coming back home from Legends of Runeterra. He left us for a while, guys.
Who likes that game anyway? I mean, I think they like named themselves after this current set or something.
I know, it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. He was like, Runeterra's back in TFT. It's time to connect.
And he won like this like minor thing over there. I think it was called a World Championship or something. Minor.
Just little tiny thing. So
auto party title up here, the World Championship title down here. I think that we know which one is the most important.
Yeah, it's a portal party by far, but like congratulations to him or whatever. Obviously, Alan, in case anyone can't tell we're memeing, fantastic player, fantastic guy. My favorite story that we found on the last interview, you can go watch Portal Party. It's on YouTube. He talked about the time where he qualified to both a Legends of Runeterra and TFT tournament simultaneously.
And he played them at the same time.
Yeah, no, it wasn't like the same day. It was literally at the same time. He had 2 windows open and won enough games to qualify to both. So pretty incredible stuff. And we've got more incredible stuff coming up over the next season of TFT. Of course, we are in Runeterra Reforged, which means a brand new competitive format and an explainer with our very own lovely makes. Let's check it out.
Welcome, tacticians from all of Runeterra. Rising Legends is back with another season, and I'm so glad to introduce the new updates and the competitive format to you. For this season, we will have 3 different ways to qualify for the Rising Legends finals. The best ladder players during the whole season will qualify to the finals through ladder snapshots. So no reason to stop grinding in solo queue, tacticians. The Golden Spatula Cups offer 2 more ways. The consistency reward are the Golden Spatula Cup points. The top 21 point earners will secure a spot, and every player who makes it to day 2 will acquire points. Players who perform the best can also qualify by winning one of the Golden Spatula Cups. To qualify to the Golden Spatula Cups, the TFT regional competitions again have an important role. Every TRC will send the best competitors of their league to each Golden Spatula Cup. But you can also qualify to the GSC by being at the top of the ladder at rank locks. Pay attention, folks! The last way to qualify to Golden Spatula Cups is by playing in the Open Qualifier, where 512 players will fight for 32 direct spots. As the last novelty, we have the biggest prize pool in EMEA history. Let me take a breath. 117,750 euros. Okay, this is huge! But what about our fan favorite, Super Brawl? Don't worry, Super Brawl is back with the same format. The top 4 players from their respective TRCs will team up and face the best competitors of the other TRCs to fight for the glory of being the best region in EMEA. But hold your horses, more details will come soon. Having all that in mind, the best 32 players from EMEA will qualify for the Rising Legends Finals, split between the 3 Golden Spatula Cup winners, the 21 point earners from the 3 Golden Spatula Cups, and the top 8 point earners from the Snapshots. And that's everything, guys. We will see you in Runeterra Reforged.
I think my favorite part of that video is that the prize pool is like one of the longest numbers to say in English because there's 2 sevens in there. Here you'd be like 117,750. We got through it. We're good. We're golden. It's a big number.
That's why they got the German to do the voiceover. Yeah. They're like, you're used to long words. So yeah.
100,017.
Yeah, something like that.
Actually, wasn't too far away. But yeah.
The cat is attacking my foot under the table. Mega, what are you doing?
Taking part in this pre-show, of course.
Of course, she's participating. I think my favorite thing. Stop it. My favorite thing about German was when I learned that 5 is fünf. It's so cute. Yeah. It's so cute. Everyone always like.
Cute?
I keep saying
it's a very aggressive sound. No.
No,
there's like eins, zwei, drei. I can see those sounding aggressive, and in America, German generally considered like aggressive sounding. But then you get to fünf, and you're like, oh, they're just little guys. They're just little guys.
You can really not be mean about a language where people go choose to say goodbye. It's not. No,
it's so cute.
It's a sweet language.
Cute. It's like when we learned that they say porfi in Spain sometimes instead of the full por favor. It's so cute. It's so sweet. It's so wonderful. We love that. You know what else is wonderful, cute, and sweet?
Porfi.
Our open qualifier players.
Yeah.
Also, everyone on the team, of course, but everyone already knows that. They've seen us. But of course, we have a couple of players we want to highlight here, and the first but not least is a really weird phrase, but that's what came to mind. Kerfuzzled, of course, UK champion. Guido, you were saying earlier, it's sad that Counterfeit's not here to talk about this guy.
I mean, this guy came through last. It was a breakout player coming through, qualifying for the Monsters Attack Championship, right? And he was, great at first set, really playing competitive CFT, and he had a very great showing. And now he's back. He's already taking his first title, if you want to say that, by taking home the win in the Open Qualifier 1, and in that tournament, a lot of good players that we know and recognize, they fell flat. So insane performance coming through from Kerfuzzled.
Absolutely right. But of course, I have to represent Germany a little bit. And don't get confused. We have a German and a Belgian flag on this graphic here. I know they're similar, but I think, Matt, even you can do this one. So King Dance here representing, traditional German lines of re-rolling and sticking with comms. He played vertical challengers, challengers Ionia, and then more challengers. And that was enough to get him through. Now the meta has shifted a little bit, but I'm confident the Germans will find a way through.
I'm confident that he can play more challengers. If he really puts his mind to it, I think he's got it. I think Yurka's a really interesting player as well. Of course, the fun fact, Counterfeit is just getting really, really double gassed up here. We have not only a UK player, but we have someone who put his previous competitive experience as those Counterfeit casual competitions. So, Yurka making it all the way through the OQ. So the real training grounds here. Clearly not just the TRCs, but another competition. It's the Counterfeit competition. So if you guys are really looking to test your mettle against the best players in TFT, clearly that's another avenue for you to go through.
Yeah, and actually, Matt, I figured out the way for King Dance to play more challenges.
Okay,
he just joins the lobbies today because the players he's playing against are actually very good. They are challengers on ladder.
Get out.
Soft crowd. Okay.
We're just gonna let that one. Let's give it a moment of silence. Let's give it 2 seconds. All right. We've given Weta some time to reflect on that one. Hopefully, you and the audience have really thought hard about the level of puns we're bringing here. We'll bring it up throughout the show. I promise. But of course, we will have an interview in a couple of minutes coming in with one of those OQ players. So keep your eyes peeled for that. But is there anything you guys, before we get into it, are interested in talking about?
No,
I guess we could
I'm
talk about
just
the plan.
really curious to start the interview. You know, I think we should be ready with that, and I think we have a very interesting guest on here that has been part of Rising Legends ever since Rising Legends started. So why don't we say hello to Ogiii?
I heard the Discord sound.
Can you hear me?
Hey, what's up, Ogiii? How's it going?
Hello, it's good. I'm good. How are you?
You know, it's so rare we get asked how we are. Thank you so much, Ogiii. I'm doing pretty good, Meg. Sweet.
Yeah, I've heard the Vita joke. I've heard the Vita
Oh yeah,
joke.
no, we're not feeling good
before,
after
so
that
I'm
one.
You thought you might just have to leave after that, I think.
Yeah. My glass of water here just in case.
Do it, Jose Mourinho. If I speak, I'm in big trouble. Yeah. Fine. If I speak, yeah.
So, Ogiii, obviously coming out of that first weekend, coming out of the Open qualifiers, you know, this is going to be the first official competition here on Runeterra Reforged that's leading into that Rising Legends finals. How have you been feeling, you know, during your prep? Do you feel like you're comfortable with the set so far?
Before the C patch, I felt pretty comfortable because like Open qualifiers felt really good for me. I think I had the grasp of the meta pretty good. But after the C patch, I just was limit testing on ladder. I lost like 400 LP in 2 days, but I think it's all good. I think I have the hang of it. So I'm positive.
You know, sometimes you have to lose to actually figure out what's going wrong and what is going to work. So I have high hopes for you. However, I do have a small gripe with you, Ogiii. Sorry to interrupt you, but you're one of the players, also looking at Brubba here with this one, that always changes names on ladder. Tell me what's up with that. You're making our life so hard. I'm like, who's this delusional guy? Oh, it's Ogiii.
Yeah, so I don't know, it's just fun. I have too much blue essence on my account, and like new set, new me. Nobody knows me. I'm just like a blank card. It's like feels good to refresh the name sometimes.
Flying incognito, I see.
Yeah.
Every single time it's like, mask. It's Ogiii. Oh my god.
But honestly, like that's a very good strategy, right? Because like think back to when Odessa was like changed to Dystopia in set 7, I think. It just like ran everyone over on ladder, and for a while, people were like, who is this Dystopia person? And it turned out it was just Odessa. But like it actually is a viable strategy, I suppose. It does make some sense. It's a little frustrating for us trying to keep up with who's who, you know?
Yeah, I think like there's more people that change names, so I'm not the only one there.
Yeah, no. Like I said, Brubba is definitely out there too.
Yeah. Brubba has some interesting names at times as well. Yeah. And I actually want to hear something because normally like ask people to tell them a fun fact about yourself and stuff, okay? But we've had a very serious discussion today.
Okay.
At the top of the show. So I want to hear your favorite Taylor Swift song.
Oh.
Yes, it's very serious.
Very serious.
Song? Yeah, I know. I don't know the title. I mean, it's Sweetest Dreams.
You can sing it.
Yeah.
It's Wildest
Sweetest
Dreams,
I think. Oh, Wildest Dreams. Yes, exactly.
There we go.
Matt, is that a good take or delusional take, Matt?
You know, I think he hasn't quite earned his name. I think that's a solid take. Thank you, Ogiii, for answering the burning questions. You know, at the back of our minds.
To hear that.
Yeah. So one of the other questions I have for you, obviously, is you have a ton of competitive experience, you know, dating back to the beginning of Rising Legends. How were you feeling about, you know, this set in general? Because you were saying you felt good on the last patch. Obviously, the C patch, you got to spend LP to make LP. We all know this. So the 400, it's whatever. Do you feel like the design of this set has been favoring your play style so far?
Yeah, I think like this might be the best set I played for me personally. I've heard people like a lot of people saying this is the best set, but what makes it for me is that you can reroll every augment and you can like keep your choice. And I think this is just the perfect result for augments to like make players make tough choices. And I really enjoy that. And also like the legends right now are like a little tough to balance, I feel like. But I think like when we fix these things, it might be a really good change. And like adding one more layer to the like players prep, so they can like think, okay, I will play Dragon King to go Fast Knight, or I will like just play Lee Sin to reroll. And I think it adds something to the competitive as well, if it will be balanced like it should be, right? So we don't have the Draven incident.
Yeah, we all remember that, but thankfully resolved before the Golden Spatula Cup. And, Ogiii, you're our favorite legend. We want you to know that here. But surely there are other people you want to give a shout out to. Thank you so much for the interview. Is there anyone you want to thank? Is there anyone you want to give shout outs to before you get ready for today's games?
Sure, like my family, of course, my brother, I love them. I would say hi to them. The Polish community, especially my crybaby Shirkane, which I play a lot with. We just exchange information. I hear him like crying in my ear all the time. But yeah, he helps me prep to really get to GSC. I thank him for that. And also shout out to Polish community and Polska Górą, right?
Polska
Górą. And then we put
spam it in chat. You all know what to do.
Yep. Can we get Purity style enabled? Is Polka doing Purity style?
Yeah, we'll figure it out. Thank you so much, Ogiii. Yeah. Good luck in your games
thank
today.
you. Been a pleasure. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Always love to hear from our players. Good old Polska Górą. Every single time we get a Polish player in there. I gotta say, all the other regions got to step up their game. We don't have that with other regions. We don't have a German version. We don't have a French version. Y'all slacking.
We do have the good reroll,
Good reroll.
Yeah, you know what? All right. I need my boy Fin Tao to come back into the competition.
Actually, one thing I will say, right, is that the German community, just speaking, has some insane bangers in Twitch chat. I think my favorite one is still the Vega one. I think it's great still, but yeah.
Yeah, they got their copy pasta game on lock at the very least, So there's some redeeming qualities, but I'm just saying, chat, y'all gotta figure your stuff out, and we got some stuff figured out for further down in the season. We've got something very exciting for TFT here. We've got an invitational. We've got a LAN in Malaga, Spain. And I'm sure I absolutely butchered that, as I will the name of the event. Gamepolis Invitational, is that right, Max?
Yeah, I think you're doing a great job.
Nice. Oh, thank you so much. That's so nice. Do you want to tell the people about it a little?
Absolutely. So I'll have to go into the lore just a little bit, because at the beginning of the year, 2 of our casters set out, namely Counterfeit and myself, and we prepared a pitch deck for the Wobble Uppies tournaments to go to Riot with. It was a giant presentation. It took like 10 minutes. We went through it. We showed it to Mordog. We showed it to the EMEA head of esports. And now there's a tournament where players not double up, but they play in teams, So I think we should take a little bit of credit for that. And I am very excited to see that team aspect not only come back in the Super Brawl format, but also in our Gamepolis Rising Legends Invitational.
Personally think you should publish at least one of the slides, because I've seen that deck, and there's a couple very memeable. There's one that's literally just like a mood board, and I think that one deserves to be seen, personally. But of course, that is going to be on the July 21st to 22nd. Qualifiers have already occurred. Wida, where's on Twitter can the people find us? Can they find more information on the Gamepolis Invitational?
Well, that'll be where they can find all the news about TFT Esports over at TFT Esports EMEA over on Twitter. Also, the lovely hashtag TFT Rising Legends. Also a great one. So, go over there, share your thoughts, look into it. Great news all around.
Yeah, you can also use the command in chat, ! Gamepolis. I forgot what an exclamation mark was for a second there.
I'll put one in chat for you, Matt. There you go.
Okay, let me take a look here in the Discord. Okay, that's what it is. All right, excellent. That's an exclamation mark. And I think we got to stick one of those on the meta, right? Because we were talking a little bit about, we've got challenges here, challenges there, challenges everywhere. And I got to say, I'm sick of Challenger Ionia. And that's all I gotta say. We've been seeing it since the set started. Oh, Max, you got words? You got words?
I got words, and I got something that's not gonna make myself, but also yourself happy, Matt. And everybody that is interested in re-rolling, here are some comps that can look good if you want to try them. First up, we have the Kale re-roll. Notably, it needs the Poppy 4 to really pop off. And you need Demacia in there to really make that Kale 3 shine, get those Rage Blades on there, and she is gonna bring you all the way level 9, baby, stomping lobbies, extremely fun comp.
And for me, I think since I started the set, Teemo, my beloved, hasn't himself really become a carry, but he's become the Andy Richter to Talia's Conan. American late night, but I think Conan's popular enough to cross international borders. And Talia has become just this incredible carry in this composition. 2-star reroll, so all of y'all who don't like figuring out, oh, should I level, should I roll? The answer is roll pretty early on in the game, and that doesn't change for a while. She gets lots of CC. The knockups then give her extra damage, so she can just pump out the damage with the dots of Teemo behind her. Just a really fun composition to play. And then, of course, Wheato, there is one note that you pointed out last time, that Double Trouble, very strong because her abilities proc the knockup for all of the Talias on your board. So sometimes you'll see a triple Talia composition. That's why.
Yeah, but speaking of Double Trouble, Matt, on your screen right now, you're going to see two of the more common reroll compositions, Akshan and Darius. They're kind of a double trouble because one of them is a trouble for your backline. The one has to get through your frontline as well, and Darius, right? So these two compositions are going to be some of the most played reroll comps this set. Probably this set as well, but this tournament, especially this Akshan reroll, is more of a newer development, but kind of revolves around the free Freljord combination that a lot of reroll compositions also kind of make use of, like the Rek'Sai reroll. But again, Noxus Darius, steamroll everything, kind of just run everything over, snowball, it's all good in the hood.
We love Darius. I missed our boy when he was coming back. You know, no longer a 2-cost, now a 3-cost. Gets a little bit more of a power budget. Get to see him just shooting hoops with the rest of the gang. So this is kind of the shape of the reroll meta at the very least. And of course, in the background, we've got other compositions. We've got like Azir, and we've got whatever. Who cares? They're boring. But rerolls, that's where the fun stuff is, makes. But of course, we have a socials competition. I understand. Is there something there?
Yeah, it's something like P. Sherman 42 Wallaby Way, Sydney, I think. Like finding Teemo is what it
That's
is.
right.
Yeah.
We've got it with the hot Willem Dafoe fish. Everyone knows what we're talking about there. But of course, we are going to have a socials contest later that is on that at TFT Esports EMEA account that Wheato mentioned. We're going to have a little, kind of like find. It's not Finding Waldo. It's Where's Waldo. But actually, in Europe, it's Where's Wally, and I've learned this.
Oh, look.
Oh, interesting. I don't think it's Finding Teemo, because I found him pretty quick.
I was going to say.
He's right there. I can't point to it,
Are there
apparently.
more? Oh, there's more. There's 3 Teemos. So look closely.
Okay. All right. Well, keep your eyes peeled. And then when you find them, point it out to at TFT Esports EMEA, and you will have won the contest if you are the first person to do so. So, keep your eyes out. I think it's very fun that our producer was like, there's 3 Teemos. You absolute idiot. You fool. You fool. Of course it's not just the one Teemo. That would be dumb.
Well,
that would be a great deception thing, right?
Yeah.
In the end, there's only 2, and he's like, hey, everybody will comment.
Nobody can possibly win the contest, but there is someone who can win our hearts, and we do have an interview with one of our co-streamers, and I am so sorry to our co-streamer because I'm pretty sure I'm going to butcher their name. Nemaides?
You did it right.
Ruin it?
Yeah, no, it was perfect. And
let's go.
It is very rare that people pronounce it perfectly the first time, so good job.
Thank you. There were so many little accents on it. I was like, I can't read any of those. I'm just gonna
ignore the dots.
Just gonna do my best. But of course, coming into this, what's your history with TFT? How are you feeling coming into this Golden Spatula Cup?
Yeah, so I started TFT on set 1, like a lot of people, and I've been a full-time streamer on the game since set 1. So. I love casting. It's like the best part of the game, according to me. It's like you have all the fun and the show without the frustration. So it's perfect. And I'm casting the GSCs since the first one, especially Ketzer, because I founded a little esports team, Utopia Esport, on the shorts. Nice. And Ketzer is my player, so he was. He finished 6th in the last EMEA finals, so now he has to do better this set.
Strong showing though from the org.
6th is not bad.
So
it's not enough.
Yeah, not enough to go to Worlds. So.
Just coming home and this is like, why did you not finish top 4? It's like I said, like some disappointed parent moment. But no, I think actually I want to talk to you a little bit because you're not only just like an org owner, but you're also a owner that kind of like you also do like a lot of tournaments, right? Like you have hosted a few tournaments over the past few years as well. If I recall correctly, right? Like you're kind of involved in the French scene.
Yeah, I organized a few tournaments in France with great players because we are lucky in France. We have like 100 of great players. It's very easy to organize a tournament. So yeah, I love doing this kind of things like for the community. Doing my tournaments were always open to everyone, no matter what ranks. So it's very cool to see people being wanting to play tournaments, even if they are gold or silver, and have fun.
I have a question for you that I think many people always ask me as if I knew. The French community in TFT is massive. It's incredibly strong. It's incredibly tight-knit. It's huge. There's so many people. There's so many tournaments like yourselves. What's the secret sauce? What do you think? Why is it that big there and not as big in other countries?
I think there are two major points to explain that. The first one is that France has always been huge on Twitch and in esports in general. Like I think that our community, even in League of Legends, with Carmine Corp and that kind of team, we have a very strong community. And we saw it even outside of esports with events like the Pixel War. And the second point is that we have huge streamers carrying the game, like Sean's or I'm So Fresh, streamers who invested themselves in the game with 5, 6, 7,000 viewers every day, organizing tournaments, casting the TRC. And of course, if you have a big streamer with a lot of viewers, so his viewers want to play to the game and maybe become better, and you have more players, so you have more good players.
Awesome. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
All right, Nemaides, thank you so much for the interview. And I have two final questions for you. They're going to be related. One, where can I get that jersey? Because it's very cool. And then... actually, answer that one first, because I got to know.
Yeah, so there is a shop on my website, Nemaides.fr, and yeah, very cool jersey. Like it's 100%, with the little flag and 100% recycled materials.
Oh, fantastic. That's a good plug. Now, of course, before we let you go, we've got a tradition here at Rising Legends. You get your shout out. You can shout out anyone you want. So is there anyone in the community, in your own broader community, that you want to thank? Just let it rip.
It's hard. So shout out to Kedza, of course, who will do great this weekend. I can't really pick one because I have a lot of very, very nice viewers. But okay, I choose one. Shout out to Sleepy, one of my moderators who gave me this recently, a little gift. With my logo.
Oh, that's so cute.
I didn't have time to hang it behind me, but I will try to do it for tomorrow.
Yeah, perfect. I'll check back in with you day 2. I'll toss you a DM and be like, is that flag up? Is that flag up? All right. Well, thank you so much, Nemaides. Good luck with your co-stream, and have a good one.
Have a good one, too.
Love to hear from all of our co-streamers, and of course you can look around for your very own language co-streamer. We'll make sure that list is available somewhere in Twitch chat as we get into game number 1, because we have a game on our hands. It happens to be that this pre-show was for a tournament or something. So we've got our casters on board joining us to take us away. The very first GSC game of Runeterra Reforged. We have Morgan and Impetuous Panda on the cast.
Thank you, Iberia. TFT is back in EMEA. Morgan, I can't wait to see what our players have in store for us today. All the different comps we'll be able to play on this new 13.13 D patch. But what you're most excited for, Morgan, out of everything?
I'm very excited, mostly out of everything, to be casting with you for the first time here, Panda. I think we did, but that was almost like
long ago.
A year ago.
Set 7 maybe, yeah.
Yeah, Set 7. Holy moly, you just brought back a lot of memories. So again, I'm Morgan. I'm very proud to be here with my lovely colleague Panda, and to answer your question again about what I'm excited with, of course, in addition to you, is this is the first pro play tournament that we get off Set 9. We already had a porta potty, but that was mainly just some fun. This one is where the real tryhard begins.
Well, we'll hopefully have some fun today as well as casters. Hopefully our players as well don't get too stressed on the roll downs. But I think the most important thing to talk about is the fact that we have a hotfix patched. It's gone through 3 iterations, A, B, and C. If we keep it up, we'll learn, I think, the rest of the alphabet together. But the most important thing, as I mentioned on top of the show, is that it's no longer just Azir and Lux and the Challenger comp. There is a lot more viable playstyles and comps as well, especially with the reroll comps.
Yeah, specifically now that portals have added a huge addition to the game, a lot of compositions might be really good, but if a specific portal is chosen, for example, it might not really work. For example, let's say we were playing into a reroll comp. Now, if you were someone who's win streaking and someone chose Targon Prime, that game, essentially everyone will snowball really hard and you might lose your consistency, you might start losing your win streak. So playing for the win on a Targon Prime might not be the best option, even if you don't have if you don't have another way to go through, but it might be really effective for reroll comps because they're not scared to lose HP. So portals really direct how the games will go.
Exactly. We had so much to think about with augments in terms of variability for games, but now portals are added to the mix and then legends on top of that. So the biggest brain players will be rewarded in this set for sure, with how many different options and decisions they have to make even before the game starts. And some of those big brain players are here on the screen right now. The lobby asset showing the first lobby we'll be broadcasting for this game 1. And some big names in the streamer space as well here with Solgasang from the German community and Snooty Boo from the Spanish. But some big competitive names as well with Noel, who did so well in that Set 7 we were talking about earlier, Morgan. And Audible, a classic of TFT and EMEA.
Yeah, and honestly, I would love to give a huge shout out to Arzu, who's currently one of our MENA representatives in this tournament, playing from Tunisia. Again, it is quite surprising to me that all the 3 people qualified from MENA region were from Tunisia. We've had Mujiwara, we had there was Haddaf, there were a lot of good names, Abkarino, and so many good people that tried to go in from Egypt and other countries from MENA. But baby, Tunisia is going strong in this tournament, and I love it because we got 3 representatives. I don't care where you're from MENA, I'm vouching for you.
And we have to give some credit to Brix for being one of those players that really opened up that space for Tunisian players to get motivated, to get inspired, and to really try and compete at this level in the GSCs as well. So very excited to see Arzu in this lobby, and just overall a really stacked lobby. We're gonna start things off with Yorick's Graveyard as the portal for this game 1. So Shadow Isles will be, of course, the region that will represent Ryze's ability later into the game with that revive mechanic, if someone's able to cap out their board with that Ryze at level 9.
Actually, it is sadly considered as one of the weakest Ryze abilities. A lot of people consider it not the best because, okay, the Noxus one, where you give a lot of items, is extremely broken. Now, the Zone Ryze, of course, is something that you would love to play if you're an ASOL player because you have a lot of that econ. It doubles the amount of portals you get, but we're kind of speaking about really late game stuff because the time where you start seeing Ryze is on a normal day, not before stage 4 at least, no?
Yeah, Ryze is level 9, but a champion that's level 1 or level 2 or level 3 is going to be Kayle. And we see the option here for solo, a player we highlighted in the top of the show as one of the players that likes forcing this comp on ladder and finding a lot of success with it. And right away has 2 kills to start, 2 Maokais, and has that Poppy as well. So going to be posturing. I think it's very important, Morgan, at the very start of the game in stage 1. You kind of posture to the rest of the players in the lobby, hey, I have these pairs, I'm going to be trying to play this comp, don't contest me.
Yeah, and this is something that in this meta is extremely important because if you're going to be playing any reroll comp, any reroll, you're still going to be putting Yordles in. So even if your main carry is Kayle, even if your main carry is Tristana, it doesn't really matter, but still these units are going to be contested and you might suffer. But we have augments ahead of us. What are we thinking about Panda?
Well, the big thing to talk about is the legend, the fact that it really allows you this fail-safe. In the case for Solgasang, it is the Ornn legend he's picking here. So Portable Forge, always going to be an option when there is a gold augment start at 2-1. And it's not that this means this augment is broken and Solo wants to play it because of that. It's more because he has this fail-safe. He's guaranteed he has a pickable augment at 2-1 every game that he picks with his legend. So that's going to be his option, but he has a cut above. If he wants to play Akshan, it's going to be a really great start. And Deadeye as well. He's really just forced fully into Akshan, it looks like, with this start.
Okay, it has to be a cut above. The reason this augment has become so dominant recently is because of the recent action buffs, where his ability gets to apply on-head effects on every attack. Specifically for the fact that he also had outside a Hurricane ready. So the thing with DB and Hurricane is that, again, Akshan's ability applies on hits on every basic, and that relies on a lot of AD applied. So the Hurricane scales way too well with the amount of AD you get from the Death Plate.
And talking about Arzu, you gave him some kind of caster blessing as we loaded in, because he started off with one of the strongest openers in the game right now. A Noxus start, a Darius off of the early orb. And that Darius has an IE and a Titan Resolve already slammed.
Yeah,
so
yes.
I think probably a player that will be win streaking all of stage 2, Morgan.
Yeah, you gotta keep your eye out on him. Him and Solo Gazang are gonna be extremely strong in this lobby. Again, Solo Gazang still has not had his little baby yet, Akshan. He has the Deathblade, he has the Hurricane. He actually got 3 augments that you can play with Akshan. Idealism is good, Deadeye Crest is meh, but it's good. Deathblade is obviously the best in early stages because it can farm you a lot of econ. But that Darius seems a little bit illegal for Arzu, but you know what? He's our better representative, so I don't care. Go Arzu! That's a 5-point streak right there. Darius, IE, Resolve.
And Burrito as well, a very interesting pickup for this game. 1, too healthy, going to be able to play the Forbidden Tech, which is, of course, the multicaster comp with Talia, with Set. You can only really play it to great success with Double Trouble or with Too Healthy. Especially at 2-1 is the biggest indicator to go into this comp. But it's so unique, it's so fun, it's kind of so anti what you normally know about TFT, about fundamentals, just playing 2 of the same champion on the board.
Yeah, and again, you have my bow. Might not seem like the best idea if you're going to be playing a Noxus board. You do think you want something like Cybernetic Leech, stuff that can maybe make your frontline carries survive, something like a Pandora, something like a Golden Ticket, because you need to get your main carries into a 3-star as fast as you can, aka the Darius, the Katarina. But essentially, whatever you can win streak with, whatever you can get the Noxus value in quickly, and he already had an armor, an IE, so that bow really helped him step up the tempo way too much. This is why it was a good augment.
Yep, you're completely correct, Morgan. The biggest thing with Noxus is not so much thinking about the late game and thinking, oh, is this going to give me the highest cap possible? The question is really more about trying to guarantee, like with Anima Squad in last set, that you win streak all of stage 2. If you do that, The game becomes so easy. Everything else is almost not really as relevant. So allowing him to slam Titan Resolve at this point in stage 2 and have 2 items on Darius already is going to be so important for him to win streak all this stage.
Yeah, again, we also get to see a fight between Burrito and Noel, 2 of which have been trying to get a 5-loss streak here, so this is gonna be kind of chaotic for both of them. You do not want to win if you were Burrito, because with 2 health, you're essentially playing on a reroll composition for all the 2-cost units, so you want to save as much econ as you can, but it was either him or Noel, and there goes Burrito's economy. This is gonna be a tough game.
And we saw briefly on the right there next to the HP standings, the legends that players have picked for this game. One, and what I assume is going to be the pick for most of the tournament, I think is the prep they've done and what they're most comfortable with their playstyle. A lot of Poro, which I think I expect at this point in the balance for legends, because now there isn't that Ezreal in the game that just everyone has to auto pick essentially. We also saw some Orns and a singular Aurelion Soul Morgan, which is a unique strategy. Ogiii talked about it top of show, the Dragon King strategy. Can you go a bit, what is the game plan for the Aurelion Soul player?
What is the game plan? You have no game plan. You pick anything that gets you to level 9 as soon as you wish, and you aim to get the Heimerdinger as fast as you can, get and pop in a double Goldinator with a Mechno Swarm, so you can generate as much gold as you can, and almost every Aurelion Soul-oriented augment allows you to reach level 10. So essentially, you're getting a free fawn, you're essentially getting a lot of gold, you're essentially getting free level 9 shops. So the board you're going to be looking for is to go late game as much as you can. That's the plan of any ASOL player, just fast 10, not even fast 9.
I think the augment might allow you, but this lobby might not. I think the tempo will be way too high for anyone to be reaching fast 10, at least not easily. You will have to roll at some point on level 7, level 8 to try and stabilize before you go 9. So that's really the hardest part about playing this Aurelion Soul, is knowing how to roll, how to stabilize, how to make sure you're not dying before you reach that incredibly high cap board with that RE2 and the Belveth 2.
I might be a bit worried about Burrito, because if he also loses this one, then this might be quite chaotic. Again, if you won a round, you would have been like, oh, okay, maybe I might force. I'd rather get a 3-win streak running at least, or maybe 2, so I can get my economy popping. But this spot that he's in right now is kind of chaotic. He lost 2, won 1, and then lost another one. So he's not making any money. And this is a reroll comp with the 2 healthy, so not the best spot to be in as Burrito. And by the way, Panda, look at Snooty's health, and stage 2 is not even done.
I'm assuming he's playing some sort of a reroll. He will come back, Caster Bless, and he will be able to maybe at some point when he rolls down in stage 3, have that comeback, have that stabilization point where he's able to, again, retain that same amount of HP and not go too much further down where it gets to the dangerous area. He is, of course, on Portable Forge, so we'll see what exactly his board looks like in a bit. But Arzu, as we both predicted, I think we didn't have to be geniuses to do so. He has win streaked all throughout the set. He is facing the other win streak player in NRV 9-5. And I think it's going to be too easy for this Darius to continue dunking on his competition all throughout this stage 2, 1, 2, and 3. You can see the power of this IE and the crit chance.
You know what's not just strong about this composition? It's the natural Darius 2 that he was able to get, and it's not just that. No, it is him getting a whooping amount of 4 Dariuses already. There were no duplicators, there was no rolling. He did get that BIS for Darius, and he also naturaled 4 Darius units so far. How is this legal?
That's a good question. We'll have to ask our admins what is going on, but definitely going to be a great start, not just to the game, but to the tournament for Arzu. The momentum of having a game like this and, you know, almost guaranteeing a top 4 from how good the start is going to be pivotal for the Tunisian player. Looking at the win streaks, we have Arzu on that 5 win streak and Snooty Boo on that 5 loss streak, both making a lot of econ, but one player with considerably less HP and with the pressure to try and stabilize somewhere in stage 3.
On a Snooty's board, we can get to see a Sniper Focus, which is one of the most recent items added at the Ornn crafting table, and it gives you increased amount of damage according to it increases between every hex between the attacker and the holder. So this is really good for Dead Eyes. This is really good for champions like Kale that just want to get put into the corner of your board and try to get as much distance between her and your front line, because this item, it works adaptively, it gives increased damage, so you can put it on any carry. AP, AD, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, Rage Blade already built, which is one of the key things to consider for this comp to find success. Has found that Sona instead of Galio is usually played for that 3 Demacia throughout all stage 3, but in this case it will be that Sona 2 instead. And we'll see how much the Sniper Focus can do. I think Ornn is surprisingly a very good pickup for kill reroll. I think that Defiance is also very good, essentially acting like an Edge of Night that is very good against Yasuo players when you get to level 8, level 9, and you're trying to actually win out the lobby. So we'll see how the Sniper's Focus works, as you mentioned. For now, I wouldn't be surprised to see a few more losses still until we have that Poppy 4 online.
It's kind of chaotic because Snooty Boo rolled a lot of gold right now and he's only been able to hit so far just 4 kills. That's a 1-star on his bench. It isn't a 2-star, is it?
It's a 1-star, yeah.
That's a 1-star. So if he doesn't get any augmentator helps, oh, it's a prismatic. We should be expecting a golden ticket right now. He's gonna be rolling everything. Transfusion might be really good because it works also well when you lose a lot of HP like this, but it will not help him get killed nonetheless.
I mean, there's no Maokai's whatsoever on this board right now.
None.
He's either playing a different version or he's really low-rolled this kill reroll. And this is a spot that is hard to come back from. This is one of the detriments of playing a reroll comp, especially a 1-cost reroll comp. If you don't hit, you are essentially kind of doomed. You have very little player agency to get yourself out of this spot once you get into it.
Okay, we have 2 augments that are kind of perfect here for Burrito to maybe bring him back. In the game, final reserves would have been nice if he wanted to keep lost streaking, but again, his streak got kind of destructed. One Distress is also really good, but he went up with Radiant Relics, and what he got is the Jewel Gauntlet Radiant Virgin. This makes it so they have a 100% crit chance, extremely strong, and we get to see a fight between 2 of our nemesis in this lobby, Arzu and Solo Gezang. But again, this Darius is just unstoppable. And wait, is that a Radiant Bloodthirster? This guy's not going to be losing a single round.
You say that jokingly, but with the way Noxus operates as a trait, I think that might actually be true for most of stage 3, possibly most of stage 4, until players end up rolling down and stabilizing level 7 boards. But even if Arzu's able to roll down and hit that Darius 3 somehow with how great of a start he had, could we be seeing the first ever broadcasted Mr. 100 game in a GSC, Morgan?
For Arzu? Yeah, I'ma say that it was a reverse curse. It is this time that he is a MENA representative, and he also got someone from MENA backing him up. Let's go, baby. That's how we high roll in our region. I mean, okay, no, we don't really. That's why I'm kind of stuck in D2 for a while. But yeah, this guy, he knows what he's doing. It's all skill. It's all skill.
And look at the augments that were picked up with the prismatics. 2 think fast players, Morgan. Both Solgasang and Noel stabilize or try to stabilize their board. We saw Solo's board briefly. He has a Sejuani already online, the Akshan, but it didn't seem like it's anywhere close on Akshan 3, so they didn't get the value he expected possibly from that think fast.
Yeah, he's getting very close to that Vel'Koz 3. They're just down 2 of these, and he's also down in the HPs right now, so he has a carousel advantage. He might be able to get 1 Vel'Koz maybe off the carousel. At stage 3, there should be a lot of tier 3 units. Also, 3 Swains away, and Swain kind of might be harder to hit than Vel'Koz because it's a very high contested unit. You play it in Azir Sharima boards, you play it in Noxus boards, you play it in Sorg boards.
Ooh.
Okay,
second pick on the carousel. There is a Vel'Koz with a rod as well, so really would be a great pick if no one gets it here for Noel. And multicasters, I'm not sure if you agree, but I think it's one of the strongest comps if you're playing from ahead. If you're able to almost guarantee the 3-star Vel'Koz and Sona kind of on tempo with a lobby, I think it's definitely a comp that can top 4 and even win out lobbies if you have a Lux 2 and a Jarvan 2 and just good items all around.
Yeah, and we also have Nevin who took Tactician tools. If we could get a good look on his board, we would be able to tell what direction he's going on to. But I think I really love Tactician tools. These 2 Spatulas that you get work perfectly for compositions like an Ionia board, for example. You can easily make an Ionia and a Challenger Spat and be able to hit 6 Ionia, 6 Challenger on level 8 maybe, which is a very strong point for Ionia. Ever since the nerf, this board has not been seeing the light that much, and yes, he does do exactly what we just anticipated. Slams an Ionia Spat on that Kalista, and he still has 1 more.
And there's the pivot from Snooty. No Maokai 3, no problem. Finds the Kled 3 instead, but has not found the Poppy yet, has not found the kill. It is very important if you're playing this comp or trying to play this comp on ladder yourself, you have to have a fail-safe plan. If you're very far away from one of the 1 costs to 3-star them, you can try and 3-star Tristana, or in this case, Kled instead, to guarantee you have 3 3-star units for that Poppy 4.
That was a 1.6k crit from Arzo's Darius. It is kind of overwhelming the amount of damage that he does. I mean, it literally is called overwhelming force, but this is kind of unfair. Snooty Boo is stuck with 9 HP, and if he doesn't hit that kill 3 at this point, and again, the thing is with Kale, she just doesn't have to hit 3-star. No, you need to get to the points where she gets stronger, aka at level 6 and at level 9. So he's not getting 6 anytime soon. So if that kill doesn't come now, we're in a little bit of a problem.
Couldn't even hold the Jarvan there because he needs this goal to hit that extra copy of kill, and especially 2 more copies of the Poppy still as well. Potentially, if he faces one of the stronger players in this lobby, this could be the end of the road for Snooty. 9 HP before Wolves. We haven't seen someone dying before Wolves in a long time on any of our broadcasted lobbies. It would be an absolute shame for this to be the start of the tournament for Snooty Boo.
Okay, at least he's now against Nervin's board, who still hasn't used his second spat. Again, maybe just right above him, above Breeder, so he's not going to be looking that bad. I mean, even if he loses this one, he's able to kill definitely more units than on Arzo's board. So I think we might not say bye to him yet. I do believe in Snooty Boo being able to hit the kill. Yes, it would have not made a great difference because kill at level 5 is essentially a scam. But at least after this Wolves round, he'll be able to get enough economy to get her to level 6. To get himself to level 6 and maybe the kill into a 3-star. And he does win. Whoa, no one is leaving before Wolves, baby.
Will be a win, but it is going to be very hard to come back from this spot because you want to hit all these 3-stars early. Once you do, the game's not over. It's not just, autoplay from there and just go fast 9 just for free. You have to have gold to level up. And from this spot, the econ recovery is going to be so hard that I don't think Snooty can even hope for a top 4 at all. It's all going to be maybe a 7th, maybe a 6th would be the best you can hope for from this position. It's just, to be honest, a very big low roll spot, but it's the risk you take playing a comp like this.
Yeah, and the best case scenario that I can imagine for Snooty Boo to recover from himself, oh, it's a duplicator. It's an eco, so it doesn't really matter if it's the blue one or the original one, because all he needs right now is that Poppy 3, and he might be able to use it on the Kale, go to level 6, and that is where you save your stuff from this spot. Now, think with me, Panda. Best case scenario in augments, what are we looking at? I would say final reserves, because that XP and gold that he gets might save him. But that's considering it's a prismatic augment, and that's considering he gets it.
And that's considering everyone else in this lobby is also getting a prismatic augment, and the power level of all the boards once people start rolling down is going to be just too big for that KO at level 6 with very little Slayer support and extra Omnivamp and damage to actually chew through.
Yeah, but now looking at Solo Gesang's board, I think we're living in Disneyland because that is a very early Akshan 3 right here at a stage 4. Not extremely early, but very good for someone who has a Deathblade who will be able to create a good amount of economy. That's why maybe he rolled a lot because he knows that this blade will be giving him a lot of that gold again. And augments Panda. If it's another prismatic, I might be a little bit worried about Snooty.
Burrito's also in trouble. 8 HP for the Turkish player. So 2 players just so far below the rest of the lobby. 44 HP in that 6th place position for NRV9. For Solo here, he's in a great spot. I think he really just wants anything that can kind of support and give him combat strength for this current position. And just slowly go level 8 and start thinking of how he can cap out this board.
Oh, it's going to be a set 3 for Burrito, who has managed to take an augment that will help his... what was this one called? I actually kind of forgot.
Too healthy.
No.
It's a wonderful...
The multicaster one.
The perfected repetition, I believe it is?
Yeah. Holy moly, that was a very good... The way you spelled it, Panda, damn. You gotta give me some classes sometimes. But yeah, that's a Talia 3. That's a set 3 with 2 healthy. So his board is extremely tanky right now.
And once you get to the spot, really the goal is to play as many 2 costs as possible, but then at some point you want to start getting some more power from traits, ideally 4 multicaster as you are able to level up to level 8. Once you hit the late 3 and set 3, your mission is done when it comes to rerolling, and now it's all about pumping levels and getting these multicasters in.
It is Burrito against Nuribu, and one of them we're gonna be saying goodbye to at stage 4-2. What are the odds that the lowest 2 health players with 6 and 9 HP are gonna be playing against each other now? He's got scoped weapons. That kill has a lot of range for a sniper focus. BIS for her with that range blade and that infinity edge. It doesn't even matter because all that matters is that she crits and Burrito gets the bonk. And he's gonna be the first player that we say goodbye to in very, very early stages of the game. 4-2.
It's surprising because 2 healthy is considered a very strong augment. It is considered a way to play into that Talia set comp that is very strong if you hit early. If you take a little bit too long to hit, you do take a lot of damage throughout stage 3, and that might have been the case there for Burrito. Snooty has survived, but really it's going to be a high pressure situation all throughout the rest of this game because he only has 1 life. Any loss in stage 4 at this point, unless it's maybe just a 1-unit loss, will be the end of the road in this game 1.
Yeah, I really like the scoped weapons, and I also love the infinity edge slam. Now, that one guy might be always like, oh wait, he has an infinity edge on Kale. Pro player, by the way. It doesn't matter. As long as it makes the spell crit, this is where the value from the item comes from. So that little EP that he gets, oh wait! The positioning has not been the best for him! That Darius knows exactly where he's going! And I think Snowdy has also an idea about where he might be going right now because Arzu is about to send him right next to Burrito in a very early stage of the game because that kill placement was not in the best slot, and Snooty loses this one because of a position diff.
Position diff, but really I think any positioning against the strongest player in the lobby, that might have been the end of the road, which is why it's so dangerous to be at just 1 life left when you're playing kill reroll in stage 4, because there is always going to be that Exodia player that somehow has hit a very high cap board, has a high roll into a position that is almost unbeatable at this point in stage 4, and then it's almost a guaranteed loss once matchmaking throws you their way. So unfortunate for Snooty. That's going to be 7th and 8th already locked in. 6 players now remain for this game 1.
You know what's kind of scary about this lobby? Actually, it's very exciting and very interesting, but here's the thing. It feels like, I swear it feels like it's a 3 prismatic lobby, even though it's 2 gold augments, but how do we say goodbye to 2 players at stage 4, one by another? This has been one of the most intense games that I've seen. And guess what? The lowest player at this point in the lobby already has 16 HP, which is NRVN. So we might also say goodbye to 3 players just before stage 5. I've seen games go with 8 players to stage 6 with everyone on a brink of HP. But this one is so intense, and Arzo still hasn't lost
the
a
slam. It will be JG in the end. I was thinking if it would be Hodge or JG onto this Katarina. It will be the crit chance off of the Jewel Gauntlet, and then maybe some healing, some Omnivamp will come in later on. Can Arzu still win this fight against who is a pretty strong player now in Potable, who has now that Kaisa 2 fully itemized with Rage Blade, unfortunately, though, and that will be yet another win. The Mr. 100 prophecy might actually come true, Morgan, especially if Arzu is able to hit this Darius 3 before the rest of the players get considerably stronger.
Yeah, 40% Omnivamp and a 40% health shield coming from that Blessed Bloodthirster is just way too broken. And he's also 1 Darius away right now from hitting this Exodia composition. No, he doesn't even need that Echo. He doesn't even need that Katarina. All he needs is 1 more Darius. And it might be the 100 HP win. And you know you want to see it.
And for our viewers at home, you might be thinking, why is he rolling so desperately if he's on a 14 win streak and he's sitting at 100 HP? Wouldn't he rather pump levels? Wouldn't he rather wait and get to 50 econ? The whole point is you get so much gold from this win streak that it's better to just try and guarantee you continue the win streak rather than trying to econ back up to 50 in this case. But unfortunately, has not been able to hit just yet.
Yeah, and VRN now does manage to hit the 6 Challenger, 6 Ionia that we have foretold quite in the early stages of the game, soon as we seen him choose the double tactician. But here it goes. Catalyst has a lot of damage coming in from his Callista. It's a Rage Blade, it's a Guard Breaker, so he's able to melt through his tanks and through his front line. And this Karma with the Juggernaut emblem is not doing him anything at this point. The Callista is still alive, able to execute his units one by one. And I don't think NRVN does live to see the light for another day, because Catalyst does make sure that he learns his lesson not to contest again and his 5 players to stage 5.
I think part of that loss might have been the Challenger Juggernaut Karma. I think not exactly the ideal thing you're trying to build around when you have those extra spats. The Ionia emblem was great on Callista, but not quite enough to get any more than a 6th place in this position. 5 players now left. 4 are going to end up positive in the points in the top 4. 1 player still will end up in the bottom, and it could be Potable here, who has a less than stellar build on this Kaisa. Rage Blade is not really recommended. The extra tactic doesn't do too much. You rather just want more damage. Things like JG, for example, things like Guard Breaker.
Man, I had no idea that Yorick's Graveyard could give you emblems from players. I thought it was just limited to normal items, but that is absurd. You just killed someone that had Ionia, Juggernaut, Challenger. This entire lobby right now just got a trade for free.
Same way with Tactician's Crown. Same thing, it can be offered as well. So it does definitely offer some very unique games when it comes to Yorick's Graveyard.
I mean, it is very unique indeed. And what's even more unique now is Pastable's board, having a Rek'Sai and a Kaisa. You carry with long distance spells, one of the strongest combos. One of the strongest combat augments, I meant to say. And with a Gargantuan Resolve that allows the Titan's Resolve to stack up to 35. With 2 of these, he's going to be dealing a lot of damage against Catalyst, but now Catalyst has been able to hit that Callista 3 since NRVN has went out, so these Callistas have gotten back to the pool. A lot of damage is being put from Hurricane, and special thanks to the Challenger emblem that he's been able to get. He now has a whooping amount of 6 Challengers. And level 7 with the Shadow Eyes front line that he still is given. So that Callista is not having any hard time to beat Pastable's board, who's also on 1 life now.
Also, close to perfect items on that Yasuo, so a big part of why he's able to stay so healthy, stay in that top 3 all throughout this stage 4, stage 5 as well. One thing to note, Morgan, so many 3-cost reroll players all essentially helping each other out by making so the pool is much, much smaller in terms of what units are offered in the shop. We have an Akshan reroll, we have a Callista reroll, we have a Rek'Sai reroll, and a Darius reroll. So all 4 of those players shaking hands and saying, well done. We'll try and finish in the top 4 altogether.
Yeah, and now we also get to see another round of Pasdable. Who is it going to be against them? It's going to be against Arzo, the ranked 1 player in the lobby. You know what? This is what they call a low roll combat. When you know that you are desperate for at least 1 more round so you can live, take 1 item from that carousel. But you know what? The game just says, no, we're giving you the rank 1 player in the lobby. That he maybe could have gotten a Rek'Sai 3-star. I don't think it would have made that much difference, to be honest. Or maybe it would have actually, because that Rek'Sai is doing a lot of damage. Wait, he might actually be winning.
Oh, I don't
if it wasn't for that Rek'Sai 3, but
these dunks are too strong.
Is he
learn
yet?
the alphabet with the different hotfixes. We're going to learn how to count with Darius's dunks all throughout this game. And I think there will be at some point in this stage a fight where Darius just dunks and does not stop dunking. I have to try and dodge those mega tanks, but that would be an absolute joy to see.
Now he has 1 more item that he might be getting. Titan's Resolve, BT.
All are great options on the Nasus. Really, all 4 are actually options that can be considered here. As a second item onto that Nasus, we'll see what the choice will be for Arzu. Will be BT in the end. And the Katarina in the shop. 3 off of that 3-star as well. That's really the highest cap you can go for, aside from going 8 and slotting in the Azir for Strategist and Shurima.
Yeah, and he does get the BT slammed on that Nasus. Again, with the amount of Juggernauts that he has, he's going to be tanking a lot of damage going against Noel's Sorg board with that 3-star Vel'Koz again. He might be able to one-shot the Darius before he heals enough, but these resets are way too strong. The multicasting is not enough to get him done. But again, still Arzu with 18 win streak has not lost a single round in his game.
I think after this fight, we should give Darius the multicaster trait, because that is all he's doing. He is casting much more often than the multicasters themselves with the reset mechanic on those dunks.
Yeah, it's just way too strong, and there's a Juggernaut emblem. If Arzu was able to get it, it might have been really strong, but for solo Gazong, he doesn't care. All he cares about is getting that Rek'Sai away. I think that Solo Gazang is also playing with a front line of Nasus, so he does need the Juggernaut to make this run a little bit tankier. Exactly, so it makes sense. It's a front line item that makes his Sejuani and his fully itemized Nasus receive way less damage.
And we're seeing on Solo Gazang's bench, it is another Azir 2. This is the way most players are trying to cap out their boards at this point in the set. Going 9 is an option, of course, for some players and in some comps like Kayle, obviously, and the ASO players. But in most cases, the attempt to win a lobby outright is done by trying to 3-star one of your 4 costs on your board because of the huge gap that was implemented in terms of trying to go 9.
Yeah, again, Gargoyles and double Warmogs on that 3-star Swain and a double Shroud is gonna be giving that Akshan a hard time when it comes to his first time casting. That Lux is gonna be able to delete the Nasus maybe, or maybe not. The Adir has an Archangel. He's gonna be scaling off a lot of damage. The Joven is trying to put in God's work here by stunning as much as he can, but that Vel'Koz is just way too strong, and the Akshan with the Hurricane is absolutely broken as Noel dies to the Hurricane. It will not be enough to delete the Akshan on time.
I think we need the Halo multi-kill voice pack added into the game for this Akshan and this Darius, because that's all they're doing, just absolutely farming most of these boards with how much power they have, especially such well-built itemization for this Akshan as well. It's just, I think, close to BIS, probably just another Deathblade instead of the IE, but just overall, the amount of damage and how it can just one-shot any single corner carry right now in the game.
These players, all of them having Shrouds at this point is kind of inevitable, all thanks to the one player who built it and then just passed it on through ages in the
Like a game of telephone, but with TFT items.
Yeah, these are, you know what? This border should be called buried treasures, because you just dig them out of people's graves, literally, and then you're able to put it in. But at this point, it doesn't matter. The entire board gets shrouded, and this Vel'Koz doesn't care. The Jewel Gauntlet again with the Rabadons makes it easy to delete and have an access to the backline because of the dual cast. The Kalista has been able to get him with the targeting, might not be able to execute him on time, or maybe not Noel. Goes out 4th place with that Vel'Koz board, which has been able to hit surprisingly early.
That's going to be the end of the line for the Hungarian player that actually made it to Worlds in set 7. So one of our big competitors in terms of his pedigree and his achievements in the past. Going to start off with the top 4 for this game 1. Catalyst, Solo Gazang, and Arzu now remain. Solo, a player that has been questioned a lot in terms of his tournament results, but starting off this game 1 in the tournament overall, very strong here with the top 3. But Arzu, I'm going to, take my new role as a caster bless, because we said he might actually win with 100 HP. And Morgan, we're getting closer and closer.
We're getting closer and closer to our first winner in this lobby, but of course, who is it gonna be?
Arzu has to hold the Azirs here just to make sure that Solo Gazang cannot just steal not just the 100 HP, but the win maybe from Arzu. That would be very sad to see him slowly losing HP down to 0.
And there goes the Cataphy to make sure that he also gets a lot of damage on this board added up. He's trying to hold all the Azirs that he could. This is why he's also rolling to 0, even despite the fact that he got his Katarina to 3.
This is definitely a graveyard, or a portal rather, Yorick's graveyard. You want to try and have comps that have multiple carries, because you're going to have so many items to spread around your board.
Yeah, a lot of damage is going to be put in from that Akshan and from that Azir that is very close to hitting 3-star. Just needs 3 more pairs out of 9. You're almost more than halfway there, but that Kalista 3 is still very dominant. The Gunblade that she has makes her able to execute people really quickly. The shielding that Z gets also triggers the Guard Breaker way too early, and as soon as they reach the Akshan, he's gonna be deleting them because that Infinity Edge DB Hurricane combo is just absolutely insane. Healing from the Shurima, but all thanks to that Azir. Solo Gazang's Akshan will end it.
Uh-oh, I didn't say anything. I take it back. I definitely did not mention anything about Arzu winning the game with 100 HP. Because he has now lost, unfortunately, 1 fight down to 87. I think in this case, a win is a win. Doesn't matter if you're 100 HP or not. So we'll see if he can close it out, or if Solo can find a way to actually get that Azir 3. Gen 2 is the only upgrade we see for now.
Yeah, the only thing that he might be able to put onto this board is maybe an item that he gets from Catalyst when he dies that is able to Zephyr the action. I don't think he has a Zephyr though, so maybe... No, he already has a Shroud. Actually, never mind. I don't think what he could use from Catalyst's board here, but he's playing against Solo Gazang. I'm not sure whether it was his clone or was it Catalyst's clone that he lost to in the last fight, but I think it was Catalyst, so this might be quite interesting to watch. He's able to hit the Cata 3 just before this round. I'm quite certain that he didn't have it before that round, so it should be more than enough for the Darius. Reset 1 after 1, execute his units, not give the Akshan time enough to cast, but Akshan does get it, maybe on the wrong target, not enough on time, and Solo Gazang gets to live on 1 life, same as Catalyst.
As you mentioned, both on 1 life now that we're in stage 6. Essentially, any loss when you're at around 15 HP tends to be the end of the road for these players. So Arzu's still trying to coast his way into that first place for this game 1. We'll see how he can position this Darius to make sure it gets some good, quick access into the backline to get stuck on a mega tank for too long. That's really the biggest detriment. If you think about Darius, his DPS becomes infinitely higher if he's able to continuously change resets at the start of a fight.
Yeah, the Darius now trying to position his best angle to go through on the Kalista. That Yasuo is still, sadly enough, level 1, despite not being contested at all. But it's just a classic TFT moment. Again, that Cassiopeia being able to put some of the anti-healing with the Sunfire that's currently equipped on Nasus might make that Visage finally fall, but the Eternal Wind is just way too good, and the Darius gets access to the backline on that Kalista. There will be no escape because she has to put in a lot of spears to get him executed. There is no escape. She's not a Kai'Sa. She cannot dash away. Even the Rise bringing her back to life is gonna be nothing of addition to Catalyst because this Darius is just way too broken in this lobby.
Especially if itemized with a Radiant BT and an IE and a Titan Resolve from very early on into the game. Solo Gasang versus Arzu now for the fight for that first place in this game. Solo trying to take whatever Arzu was looking for. In this case, I think he's still too far away from a 0-3 as a potential win condition. Still just on those 6-0s we saw earlier on. It looks like, yep, no more left yet. So it'll be very hard to try and come back considering he's still at 14 HP. Any fight RNG that does not go his way is the end of the road.
This is the highest amount of showers that I've seen on the board at a single time. He has like how many? 2, 3, 4, 5? Maybe the option to get 6 if he wanted. Because all of these players getting that one, just one player built a shroud. And this is where it got us. Again, it is down to these 2 players, but I don't think that Arzu really minds getting the win anymore. He lost the 100 HP win, so this is where the real glory was. But still, we want to know who's going to be our winner for the first game, and it's going to be between Solo Gazang and Arzu, who's been able to get 22 win streaks until it got ruined just once. So 1 loss. Is Solo Gazang is going to be able to give him another one and maybe a chance for redemption in this lobby or not? The Darius is on the other side of the Akshan, so that damage is going to be more than enough. He was able to focus on the Eternal Winder, so he's not dealing any damage, and Solo Gazang with perfect positioning is able to get 1 more win and maybe another chance.
We're talking about the big kind of roadblock for this Darius will be getting stuck on a mega tank for too long. We see the Samira and the Darius on the same side there for Arzu. Incredibly important. Samira has kind of built in Shred, essentially acting as the last whisper. So important to have her on the same side as Darius, attacking that same tank that Darius will be attacking. In this case, the Bramble was too much. It was not enough to actually get through that Sejuani.
Yeah, and one thing that people really miss out a lot, and I thank you for highlighting it again, Panda. Samira indefinitely keeps reducing your armor, so it is very, very important to give her the same side as Darius. This was a very good point that I hereby thank you for, and it makes sense now to anyone who's watching on why he doesn't really care about positioning the Darius on which side of the tanks. He's trying to get it near Akshan. It doesn't matter which side the strongest tank is on. It matters that he was the Samira, and this positioning has been way better apparently because the Kara deleting and not activating the maximum gargoyle value might be really crucial right now for Solo Gazang. The Darius does reach him, and the farthest target is gonna be Cassiopeia. So it's not even looking at him, and Solo Gazang loses. And ladies and gentlemen, Arzu will take that first game into his pocket with almost 100 HP, but it wasn't enough.
Yeah, the 50-50 there from Solo, switching sides, expecting Arzu to do the same. Arzu does not, and in the end that means that Darius is able to walk freely into that backline, start chaining that dunk effect, the guillotine all over the backline, and not having to really bypass the Sejuani, that roadblock early into the fight. So huge game 1. I think we saw most of the usual suspects in this current meta kind of rose up to the top. We saw Rek'Sai reroll, Akshan reroll, Darius reroll with Noxus in this case, and Kill reroll, who went 7th in this case, and we saw kind of the negative parts of this comp. We might see the positive later on today.
Yeah, I think our desk is gonna be extremely happy. We got Makes and Matt. Name a better combo, name a better duo when it comes to reroll compositions. They spoke about it for like an hour before the start of this game, and did it matter for them? No, they could keep on going and going on how beautiful and fun and ludicrous playing reroll compositions is. So in this lobby, just as he stated, we didn't just get 1, we got almost 4 of them. Of course, the Darius one extremely snowballed very well because of the unreal start that he had with the BIS Darius 2.
Oh, more than that, I think even the multi-cat or the 2 healthy is a reroll comp. We're trying to get Talia 3, set 3. So I think almost every single player in this lobby, except for NRV9, who was playing that Karma with Juggernaut Challenger and kind of got lost in the sauce a bit. Everyone else was playing some form of reroll and really banking on the power of hitting those 3 stars, especially early on in the game, level 7 roll down, like we saw with Solo with the Akshan so early on.
Oh wait, yeah, it's 5 people playing reroll. We forgot the Akshan.
Kalista as well.
Oh wait, 6 people playing.
I think it's 7, Morgan. We'll work on our math as we get into game 2, but I think we're ready to throw the break very soon, and then we'll hear the analysis from Makes, from Muida, and from Iberia.
In TFT, I go by Catalyst, and I'm from Bulgaria, and that's about it. I mean, this set, I like it pretty much. I think it has the potential to be the best set. The only set that comes close is set 6, where they introduced augments, and that was a pretty big spike for TFT. But I really like the set. The units are so much fun, and for me, fun is the most important thing in the game. I mean, I'm not very familiar with the other regions, but I think our region, basically the rest of EMEA, I think we're getting better and better with every set, not gonna lie. I've basically been participating in the Golden Spatula since set 6, set 7. I didn't finish that well. I mean, in set 6, I think I finished like top 30 or something. And after that, I kind of fell off because set 8 was pretty weak for me. I didn't like the set, so I didn't play that much. Whereas this set, it's another thing. Oh, I am trying harder. I mean, I like the set, so I'm playing a lot. I'm just getting better and better. Goals? Well, my goals were Worlds, of course. But actually, my goals are like, they perform good in tourneys, try to qualify for all the cups, try to do my best, have fun. Thanks for everyone who's supporting me, I guess. I'm really glad I get to have fun playing TFT, and yes, that's about it.
Really unfortunate timing. Just as our producer was counting down, I was like, I'm gonna sneeze. We're good now. We're good. I'm allergic to reroll, it turns out, which is really bad for me, but I've got allergy shots, so things are gonna be going well for me.
25 things, I feel like. We add a new one to the list every time.
Yeah. No, being allergic to the things I love seems to be a theme of my life. I
actually can't relate.
Mango recently.
I feel like such an idiot because like I'm on the desk with 2 people that really have some stuff that means
we're
and I'm just like I could just like whenever we go out for like with Atlanta events, I can just like I can get that, and you guys can't. It's yeah.
So if you're kind of confused what we're talking about, I have a fructose intolerance and Matt has a lactose intolerance, so we're kind of on the same side of not handling some types of sugar
consistently. I very much like consciously try to recommend food to Makes that does not have fructose, and I also consistently get it incredibly wrong. I'll be like, oh my god, Makes, I just had the greatest apple Oh, right.
And then there's like the whole like American thing with like corn syrup. Does that have fructose? I don't know. That's that's an American.
That's only in the U.S. So
Megs cannot survive in the U.S. She just needs to be in a bubble when she's in the States. But I think one of the things that also apparently can't survive the early game, that Kale reroll from Snooty was kind of heartbreaking to the whole casting team, because all of us love Snooty, great guy, love him to death, but that was not his early game, Megs.
no, it wasn't, and it was so interesting because he was able to like play to the full extent of his prismatic. He got all of the extra HP out of it because he was low constantly. But he didn't really hit that Kale, he didn't really hit that Maokai, he didn't hit the Poppy, it didn't come around. And there is a variant, and that's generally regarded as worse. So if you have the option, go for Poppy Maokai, you want that Poppy 4. But if you just cannot hit it, push levels, go into strongest board, get those Slayers online, get a Bastion front, like you'll be fine, I promise you. It's much better than trying to hold on to units that you're not gonna hit. Smart thinking. He looked for the Colette 2 instead of the Maokai because he was like, okay, no way I'm gonna hit that. But it was all too little too late to really make any difference. Then the Savior with the Nico coming through the duplicator, the golden one, to finally make that Kale 3, but just wasn't enough. It's so sad.
Look, he got a 7th. It's better than he probably could have expected with that start. So that's something at the very least. And, I kind of had a Matchbox 20 moment, I'll call it, during that game with Rek'Sai reroll, where I'm just like, man, I'm kind of over this. It's been a while since I played it. And then you just kind of remember that it slaps. You're just like, damn, this goes hard. And Wida, you were talking like, okay, we have some extra time to kill this desk. Just tell me I can talk about Rek'Sai, because I got some stuff. So lay it on us. Tell us all about our favorite purple dinosaur reroll outside of Shogun.
I mean, I swear to God, I'm going to start ranting here. I will just preface with saying I'm not crazy. I might be a little unwell, but right now it's kind of hard to tell. But no, I think that Rek'Sai reroll is a really interesting composition because there's a lot of different ways of approaching it. A lot of them revolves around having free Freljord in for extra shred, extra damage. That wasn't really the case for Padabol here. He was kind of stuck on Rek'Sai free. That kind of also didn't happen. We can kind of see that because actually that's a pretty interesting matchup into the Darius composition, because we saw one of the fights where Asu hit up against Padabol where Rek'Sai is actually midway through chomping Darius and killing him, and then it all of a sudden like just dies because the damage tick from Darius comes through before the damage tick from Rek'Sai, right? So it's a pretty interesting matchup. You kind of also saw that when Darius 3 was going up against his composition from Rek'Sai 2 almost beat it. It's a comp that's super explosive when it comes together, and it's a super, super good comp to look out for.
Yeah, really disappointing for me, of course, because I really enjoy Rek'Sai, and seeing that Potable picked up that Gargantuan Resolve, which allows the Titans to stack to 35 instead of 25. I assumed this would be a free game, but we're seeing that moment right there, Wida, of the Rek'Sai just not having enough health at that 2-star to resist even one of those Darius 3 dunks. But ultimately, 5th place, not too bad a finish there. I do want to talk a little bit about Arzu's game with that early Darius. I think Noxus is by far the strongest early game composition, and that is only made more stark by the fact that he got that Darius 2 first. Because once you start eliminating players, you get that stacking bonus on your Noxus units, and it's really hard to take down.
Yeah, I think our casters were alluding to that as well. With Noxus in particular, if you get early wins, you're going to get the most out of the trait, because every time you defeat an enemy, you get 10% bonus. So if you are able to get an early win streak, you're just going to sit on those 70 bonus, which is going to make your board eventually so much stronger and allow you to get those high highs even earlier. And then the very aggressive playstyle of Arzu to try and keep that win streak going on 14 wins, just roll down every single time and hit that Darius, hit that Katarina, was just aggressively looking for it. It was really, really cool to see. Of course, a little bit of extra utility coming in with a Shroud there towards the end. Also, never something to scoff at, but I thought the way this came together was just, that's exactly 10 out of 10 how you want to play that Noxus board.
Yeah.
Oh, go ahead, Wida.
Because another thing that's also worth noting was we're going to look at the board here, the key things that kind of went down here. The legend and Aurelion Sol here, not necessarily super relevant. We did not go level 9. It was kind of like actually the anti-season. Aurelion Sol is like kind of like there. Okay, buddy, I see what you're doing. Are you gonna need me at all? No. Okay, cool. I'll just fly around and do some stuff. Right. That was kind of the situation here for Aurelion Sol, I'd say. And on top of that as well, like this comp could even spike hard. Right. He was only on Swain too. I say only. Like there's even more frontline coming through. Right. And when we look into Yorick's Graveyard, it's actually super interesting because the amount of damage that Snooty and Burrito took all throughout this early game meant that there were so many items in flux. All throughout, like at the start of stage 4, something really interesting happened. You get you get the 4-1 power spike, a lot of 3-stars coming through all the items. Then you see Burrito die. That's another item. Then augments come in, then Snooty dies, that's another item again. Then you go to the carousel, another spike. Like the entire start of stage 4, there was no lulls at all. Like you had to match the tempo or you're just gonna go out in 6th and 5th.
And I think for me, this was kind of reflected in the compositions that we saw have success, right? This is that thing of playing around the portals that is, at least for me, probably the hardest part about this set. On Yorick's Graveyard, those compositions like the Akshan reroll that have multiple itemizable carries. You have the Nasus, you have the Azir, and of course you're putting your items on Akshan, as well as that Darius reroll, where it's about that dual carry of Darius and Katarina, but you can also stack items on Swain. You can pick up your own Nasus and stack items on him. So those are the compositions that are going to excel on Yorick's Graveyard. So really cool to see our players taking advantage of that.
Yeah, and I think with that, we also have to kind of shout out Catalyst, who was on that Challenger angle. Now Challengers has been bumped down a little bit, but he got a 3rd place with Kai'Sa 1 and Yasuo 1, which I think is incredibly good for that composition, all relying on the Kalista early on, identifying that she has to be the carry for now, because you're not going to be able to find the units that you need because you are pressured into a high tempo for Ryan. It was really, really cool to see that come out and get that 3rd place, which I thought was super deserved.
Yeah, and same thing there with the items as well. Of course, like you mentioned, you have the Yasuo, you have the Kai'Sa, and you have the Kalista. It was really funny. We were giggling backstage because Catalyst, during the last fight, he was looking at his board and he was like, what can you do? What can you do? Just stuck on 1-star carry. So 3rd place from there, that's a hell of a finish.
I mean, it's a good 3rd, right? I think, and again, when you look at the people that went out before him, right, you look at Butterball and NRN5, like they all had Kai'Sa 2s, so it was really hard for them to do that. And another thing that's worth noting here is that this build with Kalista 3 actually did take a 1st in another lobby that was going on, so it's a very powerful board. You can kind of see it with the way those fights went, that you have the Yasuo 2 that can annihilate the backline of Solo Gasang, for example. We saw Yasuo 1 being stuck forever on that Azir from Solo, right? Like that's the Yasuo 2 that dies, and then that fight is completely different. So small things here. Like, if he had hit those, he would probably be in for a first place.
Well, you know, of course, Makes, as our resident German, I'm sure you'll be happy to talk about this, but let's talk a little bit about Solo, because I think he had a really incredible game, you know, starting with cut above that Deathblade augment where you get 1 gold randomly on kill from that unit, really strong for an Akshan comp, but he opted for Think Fast, and it didn't go great for him during that reroll.
He didn't find the Action 3 out of the Think Fast. He found an Azir 1, a Sejuani 1, and I think Akshan, like 4 copies of Akshan in total. So it was kind of very mid, not exactly what you would want from a Think Fast. At the same time, we did have Noel, who was able to really capitalize, find those Vel'Koz during his Think Fast. And for Solo, that's not something he's incredibly unfamiliar with, right? He's a massive ladder warrior. He's been playing all day, every day, ever since this patch released. You know, I have a meeting scheduled with him that we scheduled back in set 8. 3 weeks after launch, I messaged him like, you know, I'm done with what's going on for me right now. Whenever you have a moment when your grind is like this, just let me know. And all I got back was, I'm still grinding.
he's super grinder.
Something special.
Yeah. So another thing, I do agree with you, Mason. Obviously, you would very much like to find that 3-star Akshan, but when you take Think Fast, normally, like that's kind of thing. When you pick Think Fast on 3-2, when you play these free cost compositions, you're main goal is to find as many copies as possible, but more importantly, find that 2-star. And Akshan 2 is so stable at 2-star right now that if you have a stronger board around, you can find individual pieces. When you pick up those 5 copies, you are much more likely to find that on 4-1 as he did, right? And you can match the general lobby spike and you're not down a prismatic, which again sometimes can happen if you just complete the whiff.
Yeah, those reroll compositions, the thing that I always struggle with is it's just like, especially with the 3-star, the casters mentioned this there, with everyone going 3-star reroll really thinned the pool, which helped out a lot of our players, because normally going for those 3-stars, sometimes you're just stuck like Potable was, and you're like, well, absolutely nothing I can do. And a quick update for everyone who's wondering, this desk seems longer than usual. Yeah, we had a lobby start a little bit late. They're at 6-6 now, so they're about to finish up their game, and then we'll get you guys to game number 2. But I want to talk a little bit about the state of the meta right now. Wida, you have a much better sense of it than I do. Are we going to see more of those 4-cost compositions come out throughout the day, or is this just going to be 3 costs all the way through?
There's a 2-cost we haven't talked about. His name starts with a Z. That's also kind of his name. It's just Z.
Well, yeah, that's the end of it as well.
Yeah,
that's just the whole thing.
Yeah, and that's something
about our boy.
Yeah, he's just like one of those super strong rerolls. And I think a lot of what's going on right now is a lot of these reroll lines tend to revolve around Titan's Resolve plus damage and healing. And it means it has a lot of overlap with the Darius lines, for example, as well, right? You want to pick some of the same units up. Juggernauts for the front line, Set, stuff like that. That can be a little bit of overlap there. Kled for the Slayer line as well. So the Set line is a little bit more focused around the Slayer aspects, whereas you have the Noxus lines a little bit more focused about like just the 2 vertical carries. So it's super interesting combo. We did see it win some other lobbies, but it's a hard line to play if you're contested on it, because you can just kind of fall flat. Like we saw with Burrito that played a 2-cost reroll here. If you don't hit, you could be in trouble.
Yeah, I think that's going to be a trend for all of the rerolls, but like Panda also said, with everybody kind of being on the 2-cost, 3-cost rerolls, that also makes it much more likely for you to hit your units unless you're contested, because they're being bought out of the pool. They're not going to show up in your shops. You're going to have an easier time actually finding what you're looking for, unless you want to share a Katarina with the Noxus player of your own Slayer or whatever. So that kind of thing is to be avoided. Other than that, I think we're in a good spot for re-rolling overall. The only thing that I can see that threatening, and I was so surprised to not see that happening in this lobby, is people who are really going for like high tempo level pressure with legends like Asol. So if that comes out, if we see people going for Asol, just putting players into a tempo pressure hold where they have much more units on their board before you can get those 3-stars online, then that could be shifted. And I'm curious whether or not that is going to be something that we'll see later down the line.
Well, I think the missing piece of the puzzle for reroll compositions, and makes, I know both of us have experienced this, the early game can kind of suck. And then you hit your 2-stars and you spike higher than the rest of the lobby. And then you just start falling off very, very slowly until you finally hit your 3-stars.
Yeah.
So it makes it very difficult for those players that are trying to push into the late game, because as soon as they hit the mid game where they're going to be hitting their weakness, all of the reroll players have just hit their massive power spike, so they might be knocked out of the entire game. So that's like the big danger that they have to balance, and I think maybe why we're not going to see as many 4-costs as we might be expecting.
Definitely a lot better when played from ahead, right? I think that you also have some issues with the fact that Seri is not necessarily the best unit on the patch. For example, Aphelios needs a lot of help getting going. I have had the joke at the start of the patch before Akshan reroll really became a thing was that Aphelios is just a support unit in Akshan reroll, and I honestly, like, I kind of support that sentiment to a certain extent, right? So I think that's something that we need to look out for here, that when they have very good spots to play from ahead, we might see some more of these like 4-cost centric lines coming through.
Yeah, I'm more curious if we're gonna see 5-cost centric lines. You know, that's the real question. Where we're where we're like Dragon King 5-cost. We know they're incredibly strong. I think I was watching watching the German Discord earlier. I'm just gonna roughly translate. Someone said could reroll to everybody. Someone else said, yeah, just remember, call your comp and then /deafen. And then the third person, who's not going to be named, said thanks, me Belveth rerolled. So who knows?
Belveth is such a good unit now. Again, it took a while for people to kind of really figure out which needs to go into for her to be a thing, right? But I play a lot against some of these people that end up going level 9 on like stage 4, and it's just like somehow they hit everything, and you're just sat there. It's like, this is really frustrating. My SCR 2 cannot kill this Belveth, and this is really annoying. So look out for Belveth with Ionia emblem, any sort of attack speeds, RFC, stuff like that. She becomes an absolute beast when she gets to scale into the fights, just an absolute menace.
And she's so
I saw
fun to
Shurima
watch.
as well during rehearsal. It was something that Morgan and Panda were talking about quite a bit, where it was just like, well, free attack speed, and she's got massive HP, so it's free healing. Kind of gross.
Yeah, I have a thing for you, Max, right? Because I know that this is not going to get Matt's favorite number in play, right?
Oh.
But we got the list of winners from other lobbies, and I count 1, 2, 3 Deutsche Winners, yeah? In those lobbies where we saw, so there's like a bit of a rundown here. Talel, not German, but he did win a lobby. King Dance, Darkhider, were jungler, all Germans won their lobby. Snuble, which I am super excited for, right? Because he's one of the newer players in the kind of Nordic scene, Danish scene more specifically as well, right? And as a player that's been taking a very serious approach to his content, his play, the set, and it's super exciting to follow. Havali, a bit of a favorite of the show as well. Yeah. One of the target representatives. Enzo, back, winning his first game. We know that's where he's at. And then you also have the winner in Chasu. Interesting name as well. This is just some of the winners. Obviously, we have a lot of lobbies. So in case there's any other name that stands out to you guys, I've got the full list. I mean, point one out.
Yeah, I mean, Ging, I think, has to be mentioned. One of the players that most consistently has made it to the championship. And also Lelouch, our former EMEA champion, seems to have won a lobby. So I'm glad to see some familiar faces back on it, trying to win and trying to get back to their former glory or just recent glory. But I do think we have the lobby asset ready to see where we're heading next. We are still waiting on that last lobby that was finishing up from game 1. So some points are still to be added. But why don't we have a small look to where we're going and what that lobby is going to look like?
Yeah. Well, you know, we're going to have to talk about it in our own green room because we've got the casters raring to go and they're scratching at the walls. I can hear it in my ear. It's really terrifying. So I'm just going to have them take it away. Horror movie that it will be. Morgan and Impetuous Panda coming in to bring us into a long-awaited game number 2.
We are scratching in D-Niberia. The set has made me not stop playing and not stop wanting to cast TFT as well, especially after that game 1 we saw so much diversity, Morgan, in terms of the comps that were played. But is there any comp that you were missing in that game 1 that you want to see in this game 2?
What did we not get? We got Kalista, we got Kalista 3, we got Akshan 3, we got Kale reroll, we got... The only comp that I wanted to see because we thought might happen, what did the Aurelion Soul play? We all expected him to go with the direction of reaching level 9 as fast as he could, but you, Panda, you, my sir, you're an oracle. You predicted that going 9 in this lobby is gonna be really hard, you predicted it was gonna be intense, and you were right.
I think it was more he had a Darius and a Katarina from his orbs at stage 1-1. That was the biggest indicator of him not playing for Fast 9. But we did miss a few comps. We'd mentioned Zed reroll, which has been a main part of the meta the last few days, not played in this first game 1. And we were also missing something like Jinx reroll, which can be very strong with robotic arm, for example. So a comp that I'm watching out for, especially if we have a certain Spanish player named Dalesom in our lobby. We do not. That would have been a fantastic setup, but the universe did not align for that to happen. We do have Travis, though, a player that's been tearing it up on the EU West ladder.
To me, this lobby seems quite exciting because it has a lot of names that I have not had the chance to commentate on before, so it's quite very exciting for me to see all of these players. Now, I'm not saying that they're new, I'm not saying that they're known, I'm making fun of myself, that has not been able to commentate on these players before. I am the one who is unfortunate here, not them, but you can already tell, look at all of these organizations that they're representing with their jerseys and everything. This is a high tier lobby. I'm excited for this one.
Travis, of course, representing Z10 alongside Lelouch, and those players are in top 10 in the US right now, so just absolutely tearing it up for their team and for Poland as a whole. We have, of course, 61. Absolutely no introductions needed, I hope, for any of our viewers, and especially not for you, Morgan. You have to be up to date with who is historically the best player in EMEA's history. And we have Lusher as well, who was in the top 8 last set in the finals of EMEA, representing Germany. And a player that I just remember the Anima Squad Riven game that he just really popped off with a Mecha Riven. So I'm hoping to see some very creative play from Lusher today in this game too.
Oh, apparently this might be a Jace workshop. Glass Industries used to be really good in the Ezreal meta because you would just slam whatever items you could get and that would generate a lot of gold for you. But Jace workshop makes it so that the first one is a prismatic. Wait, the universities were they all are prismatic, right? So the Jace workshop is just the first one. Or did I reverse?
If there's any ASO players, they definitely want to be voting for Jace's workshop. If there's anyone voting for that portal is not an ASO player, they might be inting a little bit because level up is going to be so strong for that fast 8, fast 9 strategy. But it will be Glass Industries in the end. As you mentioned with Ezreal, this was almost an auto pick by the whole lobby, or at least everyone that had Ezreal as a legend because it's so strong. It is still strong for players that want and enjoy playing a high tempo game plan early on. Leveling, slamming items is always going to be very good. And it will be bad for reroll players that need to have an exact BIS. Something like Kale, for example, will be at a disadvantage in this lobby.
Yeah, having a gold star in this lobby is a literal disadvantage because you get items when you get gold when you slam items anyway. So you're not just losing components, but you're essentially also losing gold. Now, this is a perfect Maokai 2 in stage 2 for Amateur. And he also manages to have a Kled and a Viego. So this might be another reroll composition for him. Specifically that he's playing with Poro. So he has a lot of flexibility going on.
Full flex gamers in this game number 2. 6 Poros, 2 Ornn players, no Aurelion Soul. And again, there are still possibilities of having augments like level up offered to you. So we might still see someone trying to go for that fast 8, fast 9 strategy, depending on what augments are offered at 2-1. But there isn't a player that is trying to just go for that right off of the get-go with a legend helping him out in terms of that playstyle.
Yeah, I don't think that anyone would really be slamming items right now unless they're trying to look for a 5-win streak early in the game. And you'd not be doing this if you don't have your strongest board and you don't have a good enough component to slam. Because what you're essentially searching for when slamming items, if you don't have a direction to go through during the game, for example, if you got unstable corruption, unstable evolution, you're 100% going for voids. So you know what to slam. But if it's something general like a normal combat augment or whatever, what do we expect?
Right away, Invoker Crest has been taken out of contention. A reroll combo brawl with Karma or Soraka that hasn't seen that much viability in the current meta. Gifts from the Fallen, Know Your Enemy, both good, generically good augment choices. And Pandora's item with the nerf, not so hot anymore at 2-1. It will be Know Your Enemy, part I think, similar to Contagion, for example. They're just kind of generically good combat strength augments. Is it time, Lusher? Hit us at 2 healthy. Show us how it's done. We saw. Oh no, it's going to be Strategist Soul instead. Just completely cut me off entirely.
Yeah, Strategist here is good for 2 particular reasons. 1, it gives him Noxus. 2, it gives him the Swain, which is a frontline unit that he kind of liked right now. And we can see that he already had a very early Katarina and a 2-star Samira. So this is a board that you can win streak with. This is a board that you can slam items with. Maybe we can see a Guardbreaker slammed on that Samira, which is very viable in so many...
Yep.
Yeah, exactly, in so many builds as well.
That will be the case. Could be the Cloak on Katarina if you really think you're playing Noxus and you think that might be an Ionic Spark in the future. And if you think that Cloak slamming it might be the difference maker. In this case, facing off against a level 3 player, no need to slam any extra components just yet. But you might have to in one of these fights in stage 2 because, as you mentioned, we saw it in the last game, you have to try and 5-win streak throughout stage 2 if you're playing Noxus.
Wait. This was a Samira 3 game. No, I'm just kidding. So he does have to get the clean shove again. Works pretty well with Noxus. In the early game, it is one of the tankiest units that you can put because of the him scaling because of HP is really good. One of the very, very limited units in the game that scale by HP, by the way. Being in the early stages of the game, maybe Shogath, Kled. So that dismounting and remounting technique buys a lot of time for Noxus boards in the early game.
And Lusher with 2 of the strongest pairs to have in stage 2. 2 Swains and 2 Sets. If he hits either of those, he will be so much stronger because they just have so much to offer in terms of tankiness, in terms of utility as well in the case of Set, with how much he's able to stun at 2-star with the extra HP.
Yeah, with the Strategist Heart, he's also getting a lot of AP on not just Katarina, but Kalista, which scales a lot by it and then translates it into true damage. Also the Samira, which allows herself to get even more... Okay, the damage does not increase that much by the AP, but the armor reduction does. She reduces a lot of armor, getting herself a lot of that damage, whooping amount because of the Guardbreaker, triggering all early, special thanks to the Shadow Isle shield, so that GB slam is doing him a lot of favor, Panda.
Looking at the augments that were selected by some of these players, some standouts are going to be Patient Study from your god. So not playing Aurelion in Soul, but trying to maybe go into that strategy a tiny bit. And Silver Ticket for IMOQ, who, as we see there, is close to the bottom of the standing when it comes to HP. Probably did not level, stayed at level 3, and is indeed playing Kale reroll. And a much better start than Snooty. Already has 2 Maokais instead of 0, and much earlier on as well in the game.
We can also see Burrito playing again on a lost streak, this time with Pandora's items. So I think that he might be in the same exact spot just as the last game. And it's a contest between 2 players for the K reroll. Okay, there are 29 1-star costs in the game, in the pool, 29 of each. But that doesn't mean that it's still easy to hit. If you're contested, you're contested.
It doesn't mean it's impossible either. I've seen games with 2 kill rerollers, definitely not me, one of the players playing it, and both players are able to hit very, very easily in some cases when they high roll those rolls at, right before level 5 after Krugs. In this case, one of the harder things to do is not being contested on the units, but trying to guarantee the 5 loss streak. There are going to be kind of this little mini game of trying to make yourself as weak as possible to make sure that you lose to the other kill reroll players if you have a chance to match up against each other. And this makes it so that both players actually lose a lot more HP in general because they're both trying to make their board weaker. They obviously won't face each other every single fight in stage 2, and they just lose more HP because of it.
And this is the thing about 2 players contesting the same exact lobby. You're not just contesting for the units, you're also contesting for the loss streak, for the economy, for the carousel advantage, for a lot of stuff. So essentially, what's more scary to me here, just as you explained right now, it is not just the vast amount of units are in the pool. No, you can find people hitting it easily, but one of them is gonna grieve the other twice. Not just by the units, but that econ is gonna be absolutely demolished if they match against each other.
We're seeing Double here feeling just very comfortable with the current portal, slams all his items, gets all that extra gold, and is able to get a 3-win streak going for now with a fairly strong board. The Jin 2 with the IE, the set with the Onyx Spark already built, so going to be a great lead, possibly into Ionia, maybe into Akshan. Has found that single Akshan for now. Depending on how those natural shops look like the rest of stage 2 and maybe stage 3, he might pivot between both of these comps.
Very healthy at this point, Double with 20 gold, and all thanks to Grand Classic Industries. He has been able to slam a lot of items in the early stages of the game. We see him playing against Lelouch. So we were speaking about people griefing each other's loss streaks. Now, TFT sat back and said, let's see who grieves others' win streak. That Deadeye damage is way too much, but the challenger has a lot of stamina. That dodge from the Samira was like, Faker! What was that? That dashing was so good.
Jin just completely missed his sniper shot. Swain just like walked 1 step forward, like, nope, not hitting me today. And ends up being maybe the reason why. I think the Double would have lost anyway, but still. Noxus seemingly so strong here for Lusher, that Guardbreaker doing so much on the Samira. And 1 step closer to that 5-win streak, which you want, I think, in any game of TFT, but especially in a game where you're trying to play Noxus reroll.
Yeah, quite unlucky for Double because he might have pushed 6, maybe to try and get that win streak going, stay above 10 gold. But you know what I think about Jin? He's one of the best units in the game, but also one of the most stupid units in the game. He reminds me of Lux in the last set. It was either she was just gonna put her E in the last target and absolutely just one-shot his backline, or she was just gonna fire it into absolutely nothing. And this is what Jin did. We all know he's a hidden legendary unit in this Goose. You cannot just one-shot one unit with a 1-star, okay? Specifically tanks. But him missing like this is just kind of depressing.
I love this positioning, the wraparound from the Rex side right into the Samira, and that could be the deciding factor on who wins this fight. It looks like it will be Urgod, and that means that Lusher is not able to get that 5-win streak, does not get that extra Conquer stack onto the Noxus trait. Unless this Swain is just an absolute Giga Chad, I don't think it'll be the case. He is surviving for much longer than I expected, actually, and Kallista's also doing work. Never mind, I take it back. Noxus, too strong. Swain, too strong, and Lusher gets that 5-win streak in the end.
I mean, look at the amount of traits that he has. He's level 5 with 5 traits active. It's almost that each and every unit on this board is contributing to something. He has an early Gwen. It's a level 5 Gwen. What are we even discussing? And it's a level 5 Lux. What is this? Are we in Disneyland? Am I dreaming?
So play Noxus and you'll high roll naturally, what I'm getting at.
What is this?
One game was just Darius with 4 copies at this stage. In this case, it's just a lot of extra 4 costs. Pivoting now into Demacia, it looks like, so Lusher showing how flexible he can be. He was doing very well on Noxus for now. Going to tech in the Lux and decide if that's going to be the better route.
I don't know what to say. You can keep on going for like maybe a few rounds until I get back my mindset here because Lux and Gwen is just illegal at this stage of the game, but
we can check out the kill players though. Roll down should be happening now for both of them, and this is one of the most important parts of the game for any one-cost reroll player.
Ooh.
This roll down to around 30 gold is incredibly important. You have the 55% odds for finding one cost, and usually this could be the make or break moment in terms of how much HP and gold you will save once you're able to pump levels. Kale 3 has been found by Burrito. He's 2 off of Poppy, 1 off of Poppy, and still a little bit away from Maokai, but overall a very good reroll to start things off.
yeah, specifically that he's playing with an augment that does not help his econ in any way. It doesn't help his rerolling in any way. It is not a Pandora's. It is not a silver ticket like we've seen MOQ do for his reroll composition as well. So him hitting Kale that early is extremely good when you're contested without an econ or reroll augment. It is perfect. He also does manage to have BIS for her, of course, all thanks to the Pandora's, giving him a double rage blade. So this is the point where he starts winning and maybe looking for a level 6 to give that Kale even more damage.
And knowing that he's contested, he decides to roll all the way down to 10, which is not in most cases the usual strategy players try and go for when they're playing for one-cost rerolls. It will be Prismatic once again, offered at 3-2. It can't be Golden Ticket. It's just too late. You've already hit 2 3-stars. You're 1 off of Poppy. Golden Ticket here. I understand why it's going to be so good for reroll, but in this case, just a little bit too late. Would have loved it before you roll down 40 gold.
Okay, so what is the difference between Tiniest Titan and the difference between Wellness Trust, someone asks. Tiniest Titan heals you 2 every round, regardless of whatever HP you have, and it gives you just 2 gold. But Wellness Trust is a little bit riskier. It gives you 3, and if you're beyond 50 gold, you get to heal 2. So essentially, it is 1 more gold being delivered to you every round, but just because he had rolled down right now, so this is why he went to Tiniest Titan, because Wellness Trust would have been kinda too late to keep up your 50 gold.
Burrito has to hope he hits this Poppy naturally in one of these shops, because recovering the econ, if not, will be very, very difficult unless he just win streaks all the way through. But it will be difficult, even though he has a lot of 3-stars on the board, even though he has good items for this Kale. Most of Kale's power comes from going level 6, which you can only do if you've hit Poppy 3 before that. So right now, despite this board being leveled up to some extent, it is still fairly weak.
Yeah, it is kinda unlucky that he's not been able to get to level 6. That Kale power unlocks again at pivots where we said there are 3 strength points for a Kale. Level 6, level 9, and her herself being a 3-star unit. He's only been able to unlock 1 of her 3 pivots, or 1 of her 3 points, 1 of her 3 spikes. That was the word for it. Spikes. So when he hits level 6, she's gonna be way stronger. But he's rolling down to 0 again, because he knows he's contested, so he's more concerned about the units more than level 6.
And now I understand why Burrito was able to hit so much. IMOQ started, maybe scouting Burrito's board, and he's like, nope, I'm out. He has kill 3 already. He has Maokai 3 already. I am not going to contest this comp at all. Instead, pivots into that Z comp that we talked about. We did not see in game 1. We might be seeing how it fares in this game, but it's starting from very, very behind when it comes to HP, Morgan.
Yeah, at this point, you can see the Harmacess putting in work because that Zed is able to stay alive for so long. And you asked about it, by the way, last game. You were like, we got so many rerolls, but wait, what? The Trinity Force Strix Eye is doing a lot of damage with the BT. Again, with the Titan's Resolve, the Katarina does get the cast, but the Claire is just a beast. He's able to put in that damage with the attack speed. And yeah, you asked for the Zed, the most famous one.
Is there a Poppy on the carousel? There is not, unfortunately, for Burrito. Does not have that salvation from the TFT gods themselves. Has to find it naturally and find a way to econ back up, or else you might be in big trouble despite the great start you have with that initial roll down in this stage.
There has not been a better outcome for this pivot from MOQ. It was extremely smart that he's been able to read the fact that Burrito did hit the kill too early, so it's kind of smart, and it kind of explains why Burrito was also able to find his units really early. Now, I really hope that he's able to find these units into a 3-star, because Zed, the issue with him, he's a very contested unit, just like Swain when we said he's played in Noxus, played in a lot of stuff. Same goes for Zed. Slayers, Noxus.
Poppy 3 has been found by Burrito. Going to be able to try and go 6. Maybe not this turn, this round, maybe the next, just because his econ is going to be in shambles, and he doesn't mind losing a bit more. He's still fairly healthy at 63 HP, and yeah, we're gonna see it here. I don't think he can even, gonna buy the Teemo regardless. Might have been a consideration to just not buying the Teemo and just playing a 1-star Teemo and instead trying to level up and save your econ a bit, but does end up, actually, yeah, just puts in the Teemo and does not play Demacia, so that makes sense here as well.
He's lacking frontline, so he needs that Poppy to be a 4-star so she can live, specifically for the fact that he has Protector's Vow on her. At this point, the Demacia might be giving him an item, but really, for who? For a Poppy? Their level 4 is probably gonna be better than the Demacian item. He might have checked it, we might have missed it, but I do agree with his opinion. Now, the only issue is that his positioning on that kill, again, was far away from the tanks, so the Akshan is able to get her out of the fight very quickly. And she's still level 5. He's still level 5. That kill is very weak at level 5.
He's thinking now, maybe I should have done this. Yes, I think he's reading your mind, Morgan. He's swapping them from one end to the next and trying to tinker with what could be a better positioning for the Akshan players with however many there might be in this lobby. Travis also going to be on Zed and with a much healthier start compared to IMOQ, or at least fairly healthier, and has already the IE and the Infinity Force built. Zed works really well with lots of Ornn items. Death's Defiance as well is incredibly good on Zed.
Yup, he has... Wait, there are 2 people playing Zed. So, apparently IMOQ does have a Harm Assist, so his entire board is healing, so that might be really good. But I think the groundbreaking point here is that he's able to put in work through the backline units, and this is the issue with Kayle, really. She has nothing to keep her alive. What are you gonna do, slam a GA on her? Miss a full damage item or healing item for her, and this is the thing. She was just absolutely dominated by a 2-star Zed, and this is the outcome of when you play a Kayle without going to level 6. She's not able to deal damage, she's not able to heal, trigger that Gunblade, and essentially, this is what made Zed become so strong, by the way, because he's able to destroy backline carry comps that rely on a single carry like Kayle.
And if Burrito scouts and also sees a few Yasuo players with Ionia, I would strongly consider trying to find a way to build Edge of Night on this kill, and that gives her so much extra survivability against Zeds, against the Yasuo, especially in the late game where you kind of lose or win a fight depending on that kill surviving to ramp up that Rage Blade and overall be the singular force of DPS in these longer fights in stage 4 and 5 and 6. One player to watch out for is Lusher. Was 100 win streak or 100 HP win streak all throughout stage 3. Finally lost it in those last few fights. Was playing a strategist board with Azir and Lux and has level up as a second augment choice. So we could be seeing some sort of an incredibly capped fast 9 board with Shurima later into the game.
Wait, this might be one of the fastest roll downs that I've seen here from Imo. Again, I'm never really a huge fan of rolling right before the augment because you just never know what will be coming here. Maybe it was hedge fund, maybe it was something that will bring you economy, but he's in a stage at the game where he has to keep his win streak going in order to be able to do a very good hit here by Travis. He'll be able to also make his board a little bit stronger in this game.
And Travis making full use of the rogue trait, trying to get these assassins as low HP as possible, as quickly as possible, so they can infiltrate that backline. We're seeing it there. Katarina is onto the kill, but not quite able to finish the job. Gets killed off in the end. Zed will follow closely after. So Burrito seems to have stabilized once he's hit this full combo and is able to go 6 to have both Demacia and Yordle in.
Yeah, level 6 was really one of the pivot points that we kept hyping a lot for Burrito's board to start putting in work. And we now get to see someone else win streaking in this lobby, and it's gonna be a little bit pro. It's gonna be a gold augment. Maybe Martyr works pretty perfectly right here with Amateur because it gives a lot of sustainability for his board. You can never really go wrong with Border Forge as well. What are we thinking, Panda?
All three are fairly good generic augments to pick. They're all I would consider pickable, but it's gonna depend more on what this board looks like and what he's really aiming for in this case. It will be just the extra bow, allows him to make Titans right away. So similar to last game with that Darius with the pickup in game 1 from Arzu, it's a good augment and also allows you to have this tempo decision of making an item right away.
I quite much don't understand why there is a Repair-O-Matic on a Heimerdinger just 1. This has been extremely nerfed to the ground. I remember when 3 Repair-O-Matics would make it get back in just 2 seconds. Now it takes 5, 6, if I'm not mistaken, 5 seconds on that Heimerdinger turret to fully come back up. So I think he might have thought that this one was a Mechno and a double shrink, which is perfect because it makes the entire board get shrinked. But 1 Repair-O-Matic with double Shrinko and being backlined is something that just went over the top of my head. I don't get this turret combination.
We'll see if we'll have any answers from Amateur as this fight goes on, as his comp gets settled, because he's now kind of in the mix between challengers and he has an Urgot online with Zon. So we're gonna see if that's just kind of a tempo roll down and he's just playing this now for strongest board, or if it might be him trying to transition to a different comp, but has Yasuo 2 already. I think it's very, very ill-advised to move off of this comp when you have kind of the hardest unit to hit already assembled. And IMOQ playing Zed reroll, but has just a Darius 3 naked, chilling in the corner there.
Yeah, and actually, I do know why that turret happened. Special thanks to Wita and our lovely chat. It is an anti-rogue tech where they put it on the back line so he's able to kind of dodge that. Extremely smart in a lobby where you have 2 people playing Zed. So thank you, chat. Thank you, Wita. We love you for all the headlines. You just cannot get everything correct. And this is why we got lovely people like you helping us. It's going to be a fight between Little Bit Bro and Travis right now. And he's one off Zed, by the way. Just before this combat, the Hodge with the Infinity Edge does an insanely good combo because that crit chance is just way too good. And he's able to reach the Akshan, but the targeting might not be doing him that much of a favor. He goes on the Akshan, however, his front line is completely slaughtered. So, Travis does need to reroll on that Zed ASAP. And he's also one off Kata.
We're seeing Double now, was 100 HP, 3 fights in, was one of the win streak players alongside Lusher in stage 2, is now sitting at 13 HP. He has fallen drastically in the standings, and something is going very, very wrong. As the chance to build a Zephyr, but obviously does not want that right now. Finds a Belveth with a belt. Could be a Warmog's Belveth, and I'll see what comp he's playing and if he can slot this Belveth in, or if he's just playing it for that belt.
It's a 5-cost unit with a belt, despite the fact that it might be really crucial for his board. Still, getting it on a 5-cost unit is not bad. Burrito also does manage to get that Senna, which I'm pretty sure that he's not going to be fielding on that Gale board. Might be doing it. Might, but only if he's able to reach level 7, and he doesn't have a Heimerdinger yet, which is obviously a way better option than the Teemo with the Repair-O-Matic and the Shrinks. I don't think you need the Shrink with the kill that much though, but here goes Travis. Finally is able to hit that Z3. Being contested is extremely nice to be able to hit him finally. This will transfer his board to another level.
Quick check, we're seeing Double is on final reserve, so we'll have a chance to bounce back once he does essentially get eliminated for the first time similar to the last stand.
Wait, it's a scoped weapons, so...
It's gonna be a fast 9 board. Yep, once he gets the influx of resources, this could be a very scary board, Double playing. Where he is most comfortable, Morgan. We've seen him many, many times, going up to 30 HP, rolling down, hitting this insane board and stabilizing off of it. It might be a similar case here with this Belveth.
Yeah, so far he's been able to hit a very good point with his HP. He wants to lose. You know, he wants to go level 9 to try to roll on that Belveth before anyone. And there goes the final reserves is now triggered. So keep a very strong eye out on Double because he already got level 9 with a hefty amount of 80 gold, Panda. What a sightseeing.
Meccano double shrink and just trying to roll down, click all the yellow colored champions in his shop and assemble the strongest board he can. That being said, he has to transition this turn. He has to make sure he's strong enough this turn. There are no third chances. This is all he has. It's only a singular final reserve that has already been procced. The Ari's online. The Naxxus is there as well. The Belveth 2 would be so big if he can find it, but he's just 1 copy away, and it's Ari 1 as well. Who does he face? He faces the Akshan 3 player who is currently win streaking, who is currently first in the standings, Morgan.
The small issue about this is that this is a Zon Rise. We know how important gold is for this unit. We know how important it is, specifically when you have the Invoker. The Shred is coming from the Freljord, but you don't need it because it essentially also shreds. Double has not been quick enough, and this is the issue with final reserves and such a risky playstyle. If you're not to play quickly, the same way you would play Think Fast, it would be a fast 8.
He took the risk and he was punished in the end. His bench alone was worth like 60 gold from all the different 5-cost pairs he had, but was not able to finish off those pairs to upgrade those key units like that Belveth to a 2-star before that fight started, and had the unfortunate matchmaking of facing what is currently the strongest player in this lobby.
We still need one more item for that is to see him reach his final strength point. But still, getting him into a 3-star, again, we've seen how effective it was for Arzu in the last game. Of course, he had his items way better and way earlier. But at this point, I mean, not better, but just a little bit earlier, because he still has the same Infinity Edge and Titan's Assault, which were very good on Arzu's board last turn. But again, we get to see Urgot suffering right now to try and hit that board to survive within the late stages.
Not quite going to have enough gold to level despite slamming these items on Glass Industries, getting that extra little influx of gold. As now 3 carries itemized will be enough. There are some Exodia players who, if you face right now, if you're not extremely strong, you might be eliminated because of how strong the spike has been for players like Little Bit Pro with the Akshan, for players like Travis, who has now the Zed and the Katarina 3-star.
Yeah, now we get to see 2 people that might be on the verge of getting out very low on HP right now. We get to see Travis playing versus Mach board, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, the kill reroll for Burrito is now being taken down. It looks like Kill on her last little bit of life. The Rage Blade is stacking, but it's not enough. Zed and Katarina have done the job. And on the left there, Lelouch seems to be just a little bit too strong.
Yeah, Darius is kind of way too strong again with one of the perfect items that you could put on him, which is the BT and the Darkness Resolve. Now, you would think that the last item could be an Infinity Edge for a little bit more damage, but he's going in with more sustain with that Hodge. And finally, Travis has been able to go to level 7. He's able to add one more Slayer onto his list. And what are we looking at? He's still way behind away from that Darius. Doesn't really matter. All he needs is Zed. All he needs is maybe an Aatrox for one more Slayer or a Gwen. I think Gwen is more realistic.
I love this kill being added to the board with a little sparkle that she's already reached level 6 as if he's the star of the show. A 1-star kill on a board that has a Z3 and a Katarina 3 and a Darius with 3 items as well. She's like, yeah, I'm here. I'll help as well. Don't worry, guys.
She is the star. She is the star. Do not underestimate the 5% or 10% damage she adds because it gets doubled.
Well, she's dead, Morgan, so I think she's no longer the star.
No, she is the star because look at that damage that this Zed has done, all thanks to that kill, baby. Also enabling him to get a lot of HP back into him with that Hodge that with the Omnivamp has been able to get him back to his full HP and the Infinity Edge. They both have a lot of crit. So that Zed, special thanks to this kill, was able to lead the backline. Do not underestimate that 10% damage bonus. I'm telling you.
Travis is going to be stuck here on level 7, trying to roll for Aatrox, trying to roll for that Darius 3-star as well. Is 2 copies off of now, 1 copy off now. Golden Ticket doing so much for Travis this game, hitting so many of these 3-star units and 2-star units in Kale for level 8. Hang on there in the bench for a few rounds.
Yeah, I think it might be over Shen right now because Shen essentially... No, wait, Shen is giving me Ionia for that Zed. He cannot get rid of it right now. Might have skipped me for a second, my bad. But that Darius is 1 step away. He needs to go level 8 to maybe be able to get his Zed into maximum power. But this time, we do have a Slayer emblem on an Ahri with Burrito's board. That kill is also extremely safe because Yasuo's never going to be able to reach her. The Kai'Sa's not dealing enough damage at all with the recent mana nerfs, but never mind. The Yasuo might have been able to reach her. I was wrong, also able to get her absolutely off from the face of this planet. And maybe give Burrito another loss in this round because that Kai'Sa is gliding so hard from this lobby that is miserably trying to just buy more and more time, but without backline carries, Burrito takes 1 more loss.
And that's what we were talking about. You have a board that can probably win against everyone as long as the kill is safe because of just the snowballing, stacking, nature of the comp. But she is in danger from units like Yasuo, and that was the case in that fight. If you don't have Edge of Night built, you kind of have to be very, very wary of how you position in these last fights because one bad positioning can lead to essentially you being eliminated despite having the chance to win the lobby outright or guarantee a top 4.
Quite unlucky to have to position against 2 Zed reroll players, against Yasuo, against the Gwen, and against... Wait, what was Little Bro's board? My point is... There are so many comps. Yeah, the action board. There are so many boards here that target backline. There are so many comps here that make it extremely hard to position that kill in a good spot where you know she's safe. So I don't blame him. Do you?
Burrito looking for that Heimer. Can't find it. Gonna have to stack. I think some of these items that he wanted to add to the Heimer are gonna be on the Teemo instead just for now holding these items potentially, I assume. We have the Slayer emblem especially.
Yeah, this is gonna be 5 Slayer. He needs to slam it on anyone at this point. And it goes on the Jov. And it might be the last round for Burrito right now. And might be also the last round for your god. At this point, at least the Katarina with the first hit has been able to get access to her. The Zed, however, is still alive. And the Rage Blade amping up is very good. The Puppy is staying alive, trying to buy in time for that Kale. And the damage being done is enough, but the rogue effect will get the Zed access straight into backline, able to one-shot her still, despite the fact that the Poppy tried to put him away with CC, but no, this Zed is a beast. A lot of good damage being up, but again, Poppy, way too tanky. The Aatrox comes alive with the overtime, he's able to win it! And Burrito will lose, but he's still in the game.
Aatrox for the first time this set, being a unit and winning that very shady 1v1 that he always loses every single time I've ever seen him.
Finally.
Everyone's getting their moments in the spotlight, even Aatrox. Kale, 1-star, level 7, Aatrox on this board.
Everyone gets to be a star.
Oh, look, he gets rewarded. Shojin, Aatrox. You see, you do well in the fights, you get an item. This is how it works. It's a meritocracy when it comes to building your TFT boards.
Yeah, might as well give him a small piece of pizza right here. Maybe a shroud because he was a good boy. But no, it goes on the Gwyn, despite the fact that his backline carry was on there, huh? You might be punished, Burrito. That Aatrox has done you better than to treat him like this. That Belveth has gotten to level 2, of course because of Lelouch being able to hit level 9, special thanks to his level up augment. And the Belvet is just lightning root, not enough damage, and soon as the Lux hits the kill, that attack speed might not be just enough away. She's actually a beast, healing a lot of damage. There comes the Aatrox, and this time it's not overtime with the Shojin. He deals a lot of damage, 5 Slayers, but he loses, and Burrito is not even top 5 because Amateur still lives with 3 HP.
Yeah, I was looking to see if Amateur took a big enough loss. Maybe it would be Burrito ending 4th, but not going to be the case. Amateur is still alive. Travis still alive after hitting all of his units, thanks to that golden ticket. Lusher, as you mentioned, able to play that fast 9 Acel strategy without playing Acel, just having that level up at 3-2 and just an incredibly stable board to get him there, not having to roll or use any gold at all, and just pump up very quickly into those levels. And now has board we talked about, the reroll Belvith board that Mix was talking about. Maybe that was Lusher that actually made that comment.
Yeah. Now we are down to our top 4 players, Panda. We have Amateur with 3 HP, right above him is Travis with 13. We got Lusher popping off here against Little Bit Pro, who's somehow also extremely spiked up because of that Akshan 3 board, able to live with 69 HP. He finally able to hit another Sejuani 2. I mean, another frontline with that Sejuani 2. It's not another Sejuani 2. Don't be scared. Don't be scared. There is not going to be a Sejuani 3 in this game. Maybe? Maybe.
I didn't find the Kaisa here. Gonna have to maybe itemize. Gonna keep his options open with both the Rageblade and, well, Zephyr especially. Gonna try and wait till the fight starts, trying to get just one more placement. He's able to outplace Travis. I doubt it though, because Travis is currently win streaking, and he does seem like one of the strongest players in this lobby.
Yeah, it seems kind of smart to put in the Shroud right now. I mean, the Zephyr on a frontline unit, if you were in his position, because he's not able to target that Akshan. It would do no harm to get away one frontline unit. If that Addy can get that 3rd cast, maybe she can eliminate a huge amount of that board. But that Akshan's still able to put in a lot of damage with the Hurricane. She has a blue buff, so she will be able to cast really quickly. I mean, an Archangel, and deal a lot of damage for him, and he's still in the game. Amateur is not yet out.
Aatrox almost able to do it again, but Belveth takes the win. Travis down, but not eliminated just yet. So not going to be a very close battle between Amateur and Travis for this 3rd place position. 3 HP for the Turkish player, 2 HP for the Polish player, and a Zephyr to play with. This could be the deciding factor. If he's able to I think it's going to be maybe too hard to beat Lusher though, considering his board.
Yeah, it's going to be Targon, so that's increased healing. Increased shielding, which is very crucial for his board right here. And it's not just that, it's also Soraka, one of the most broken 2-star legendary units in the game. You know that she does a lot of healing. If you get her on stage 2, you're basically a god. You can just absolutely heal your board back to full HP in a single second. So we get to see the Zephyr right now, this time hitting the Belveth, which is the most important point. A perfect hit here from Amateur, trying to buy as much time as he can to make sure that this Belveth doesn't amp up, but she does get her first healing. That rapid fire with the scoped weapons is gonna give her a lot of damage on the Ahri this time. Might have not been casted yet, but the targeting goes on and she deletes him, and Amateur will be taking an L in this fight between the Soraka and him, and I don't think he loses that much HP because it was just 1 unit. It doesn't matter. Travis is still alive, so Amateur is our 4th player.
Huge win by Travis. Zed immediately goes into that backline with the Akshan. Doesn't end up killing Akshan himself, but did enough damage and tanked enough of those damage from the Akshan that the rest of the team was able to clean up. The Katarina and the Darius were still alive. So in this case, 3rd place for Travis. Heimerdinger 2, Lux 2 hits by the 2nd and 1st place players in the standings. So I think it's going to be very hard for Travis to actually do any better than this. Positioning could maybe give him away, especially with these rogues. They're very good at backline access. And if he's able to get a lot of great fights in his favor, he might be able to do something here.
Yeah, it is down now to Travis trying to at least make it to a top 2, but again against 2 very highly capped boards. This guy's, I think, has not been able to dash the best position. I mean, this Darius still alive, and look at that Zed dealing enough damage. Z3, Darius 3, that is a very good combo between them both. And the Belveth will be healing, but against so many. Against so much damage coming up from that Zed and healing, she's not able to come on time.
A big positioning puzzle for both Little Bit Pro and Lusher in terms of where they can keep their carry safe against this double rogue attack from Travis. We have the Ahri, we have the Akshan. Both are pivotal pieces of these fights, you know, surviving and winning for Little Bit Pro and Lusher. Demacia could be an interesting pickup here for Lusher with how his board was set up.
Let's see what happens on this one. We do get another
One off
Belveth.
Sejuani
Very
3.
close to Sejuani. Yes, he took it out of my mouth. And here it goes. Maybe that Lux is going to be sold. And Nasus 2 might be getting sold here because that Sejuani 3 gets a lot of tankiness. One of the strongest 3-star units effectively. And here it goes. It's a Sejuani 3 for Little Bit Pro. And that front line is not dying today, Panda.
Now, I have seen players losing fights with Sejuani 3. She isn't as, you know, warping as some of the damage carries are, but she should be able to tank quite a few Noxian Guillotines from the Darius here. I think he's going to have a hard time breaking through that shell. We'll see if the Rose will also get stuck. Zed's already dead to the Akshan. Katarina is trying her best. One more ult, but she doesn't even get it off. The Ashe kills her instead, so will be a deciding win here for Little Bit Pro. Travis taken down in third. A valiant effort, though, from the Polish player.
Unlucky, Travis. But you know what's better here? That Lelouch just hit a Lux 3. And you know what happens when a Lux 3 goes? She melts through tanks, baby. She loves tanks. And a Lux 3 is far better on the Delta, if I'm not mistaken, with the win streaks over the Sejuani. Okay, we've seen Zed reroll. We've seen K reroll. But have you seen Lux and Sejuani reroll?
This is going to be the saddest 3-star forecast of Little Bit Pro's career. Unfortunately, you are not guaranteed to win a game. If someone else hits an even better forecast, in this case, Lux is definitely one of them. Just in the matchup, as you mentioned, as well, with Lux being able to kill tanks very quickly.
Oh my god, I was so good about her. It's not just he hit her a 3-star, but no, she has logged in and rerolled that Glamoura's Gauntlet, so she has a whooping amount of 120 crit chance. Oh my god, this Lux is such a giga chat. Have you seen the damage? Glamoura's Gauntlet was also perfect. Had she rolled a Morello or some trash item, she would have not been dealing that much damage, but it's a Glamoura's Gauntlet with a Jewel Lotus as an augment.
I think a Little Bit Pro is thinking, surely she'll roll a different item and I'll win this next fight. Copium. Definitely that will be the deciding factor. It's not just Lux 3 killing everything in 1 millisecond.
Well, let's see what happens on this one. I'm still placing all my bets on the Lux, which is able to win the round within just a few seconds. Now,
the Dragon's like, what's going on? How did I get killed in 1 second?
What do I do? What do I do? Am I being melted? Okay, is there considerably anything that can make him win here? Maybe a Zephyr? I'm trying to place this Sejuani in front of her so that Glacial Shield can damage her. What's his win condition here, Little Bit Pro?
A second forecast or 3-star forecast might have been the case, but it's too far from anything. 0 gold right now. No real project for. Another one as you sold that Nasus 2-star to find this 23 in the first place. So overall, I think Little Bit Pro is going to be content with a second place, unless Akshan somehow is able to melt the Lux, get the correct angle very early on to the fight, but I doubt it will be possible.
You know what's even more scary is that Lelouch still has 40 gold. It's not like he doesn't even care. And again, it's in front of the Sejuani, being able to get that shield, but it doesn't even matter. This Lux is so scary, man. Roll the Rabadons as well as Lelouch just blazes his way with the final spark and the final nail into Little Bro's coffin as he takes the throne for game 2 of the Golden Spatula Cup 1. Lelouch has been able to hit that better 3-star unit. You know what? Just hit.
Something we'll be used to a lot more this set compared to set 8, set 7, set 6. 3-star forecast. It is going to be a viable way to win lobby, as we mentioned in game 1. We saw it now in game 2. 2 players with all that extra economy trying to find a way to guarantee the win. In this case, even though you were able to hit Sejuani 3, Lux 3 will be stronger in the end. And Lusher had a dominant start to the game, similar to Arzu in game 1, and was able to follow that through into a win at the very end here in stage 6.
Yeah, there were so many chances we would have seen someone very, very close, maybe down 1 unit to Rek'Sai in the last game, a Darius maybe, but we've seen them hit it in the last few stages. But in a single game, with just 1 prismatic augment, you're able to see 2 players hit a 4-star 3 cost, a 4-cost 3-star. That's a lot of difference, a 4-cost 3-star. 2 of them hit it is kinda exciting. I mean, kinda, it's extremely exciting in this lobby.
And props to Travis, who allowed us to see Zed in this game as well. We were asking for it after that game 1 not having any Zed reroll. But that's going to be it for our analysis. We're going to be right for the main analysis from Makes, from Nigeria, and from Wida. In the analyst desk, we're going to go to a quick break, and then we'll have the breakdown for this game 2. We won't, Morgan. We can keep doing analysis. We're gonna be good. They want more of us doing analysis. Clearly, 3-star forecasts. Good, Morgan. Do you agree?
3-star forecast. I bet that Nigeria and Makes are extremely happy. Okay, they love watching reroll composition. Yes, I know it's not your favorite KL reroll, but this meta, I can tell the happiness on their face. I wish you guys could see them right now.
We'll see. We're going to a quick break, and we'll see if there's smiles or not when we come back from this quick break.
If it's a bait this time.
Hey guys, I'm Zaza. I go in-game by 5454, which stands for Zaza. I'm 24 years old and I come from Germany. What are my thoughts on the set? I think it's really fun. Like, we have the best release patch we ever had, and I'm really looking forward to competing in the set. I think implementing TFCs has a lot of positive things with it, but yeah, I think it still needs some refinement. But like for me, I like always qualify for GC through TFC, so I can't complain too much. Oh, my best tournament was GC2 last set, and I finished first. And I think like GCs are also the most fun for me. I think the best performing player last set was for sure Canvas. I think he made like every day 3 and went to Worlds. So yeah, it has to be Canvas. Yeah, I think the most creative player I know is probably Skip Pierce. Like, he's always cooking some fun stuff. My goal as a player is for sure making Worlds one time. I've been doing well domestically. I won a GC, and I think now my next step is going to Worlds one time. Big thanks to the German community for cheering for me. Like, whenever I do well, they are always cheering in chat, and like, it really hypes me up. So thank you for that.
Slayer isn't just a thrash metal band founded in 1981 in, it looks like Huntington Park, California. It's also the most popular synergy that we saw in today's game just now. 4 different players going for it simultaneously.
Yeah, we called it out at the beginning of the show, and I think we maybe have overdone it. One of the key aspects to rerolling is that you don't want others to compete you on your units, because that's going to cause a bad time. And honestly, we did see that play out during the game. We had 2 players on the Noxus variant with Travis and Immo. Then we had the full Slayer line with the Kale. And then we even had a little bit of a Slayer splash into what normally is a very stable Ionia Challenger board. And it just all didn't really work out.
Yeah, there was a little bit of cannibalization, and I think we should really start with that Kale board, because now it's been 2 games in a row. We've talked about how strong this composition is, how prevalent it is in the meta, but 2 games in a row now, it's looked kind of disappointing.
I mean, but also like some of the pre-requirements for the composition have just not been met, right? I think that's another big thing to kind of talk about here, is that these requirements have not been met. Like, you're double contested on it. You didn't hit early on. Snooty, just a bad game overall. That can happen, low roll game. But now you're contested on it, and it does a lot of backline access as well. As we're talking about, the Kale will struggle at times. So this is just kind of an issue.
It absolutely is. But something that isn't an issue is if you hit very early on just everything. You find Demacia, you find a Lux, you find an Azir, and you're gonna have a good time. If you are a Lusher, you can even re-roll a forecast, as did both players that went first and second in this lobby here. We had that Sejuani 3 come around, and we did have a Lux 3 come around, and there is only one thing I can say when I see that, and that's Demacia, because she was all about that laser beam.
Yeah, it was really cool to see that combination coming out there from Lusher, and I think, his pivots throughout this game were absolutely immaculate, starting off with that Noxus, finding the Strategist Heart and saying, okay, this looks like an Azir game, going 2-7, finding the Lux, which, that's just perfect right there. But then pivoting into the later stages and realizing that Azir is kind of not what is needed for this build to come online, focusing more on that Lux angle and just delivering an incredible game off the back of it. And I think part of that was the prismatic augments as well that were coming in that mid stage, going for level up there for Lusher allowed him to push into those later stages a lot earlier. And then, of course, we saw LBP going for the golden ticket that allowed him to get his forecast reroll.
I just laughed for a second because that picture always throws me off. I'm like, wait, what's going on here? But yeah, Lusher turning not only himself upside down, but also the meta. It seems like with a more Sorg-oriented board here, was able to turn it around. And I think it's time that we get full prismatic lobbies, because while Panda was on the cast, it's the middle one just to throw him off because he doesn't like prismatics. Now that we're going to be casting the next game, Matt, I want full prismatics. I want us to go YOLO.
Let's go university. Let's see that as our portal, full university. And there was a kind of a discussion, and I don't know if you guys have seen it, but I think
sorry, Matt. I just got done with university. I did not want to go back. I'm sorry. Literally 3 weeks ago. Me neither. Not even 3 weeks ago, Matt. Okay, don't do this to me.
I think we've seen our players kind of change their tune a little bit on the triple prismatic when they can predict it coming. I've seen that the sentiment has been lessening.
The university is only prismatic first.
That's Jace.
Yeah. Jace? Yeah, I don't know, are you a workshop man, Matt? Do you have a workshop somewhere? I know you have huge houses and stuff in the Americas, so...
I have a little electronics workshop with a soldering kit and a couple other materials because I build mechanical keywords. I designed one. This is the most recent build I made. It's got little wand keycaps. Yeah, nice and pretty. Got a little grape up there. Love that. So I've got
not even a mango? Come on.
No, they don't. I haven't seen one offered. If anyone in chat knows, just hit me up on Twitter. Boy,
that's Cat Niberia, by the way. Look at the lower foot.
You can buy custom key anyway. We do, I think, have a break lined up and then some familiar faces back on the cast. So why don't we do that and then we go into game 3?
All right. I'm down, Max. I'm down.
Hi, I'm Snubble, or Snubble, depending on who pronounces it. I'm 25 years old and I'm a TFT player from Denmark. Who's going to perform the best in the new set? I hope Kevin Parker makes it for once. He's been pushing for a while, been consistently a very good player. I'd like to see him make it. The same goes for Solo, because Solo hasn't made it to Worlds, right? It'd be cool to see Leilana put up a strong tourney performance this set, because he's been insane ladder warrior for so long, right? I played in the one tourney I played in GSC 3 in 8.5. I'm still very new to the set, right? So it was my first open qualifier and it was my first GSC, but I made it to day 3 in my first GSC. I didn't place very well in the last day. I think I placed 28 out of 32 or something like that, 22, 28, something like that. Wasn't pretty, but we made it to day 3 pretty comfortably, even though I think I low rolled the 2 days. But I've gotten a lot better at the game since then, so hopefully we'll see that this set. But yeah, there's still a lot to learn. I really started playing at the end of set 7.5, so I'm still very new, right? And I only really grinded set 8, so I'm gonna shout out probably Bedur, Tafossil, Frobber and Witch, and then like my stream community is like probably the places I'll send a shout out.
We're back, baby. The Gremlin Gamers, the Cat Crew, the Singing Sisters, we're coming in it, makes. We're ready for Game 3. It's been 3 sets since we've had a duo cast. Let me fix my microphone.
We got to do one together, and they were so knocked over by the sheer chaotic energy.
They were like,
it took them like 1.5 years to bring it back.
The technology, though, is finally here. We can be as chaotic as we want without breaking the systems this time. So I think they're ready for us. I think we're ready to roll.
I would hope so.
What a patch for it, right? Like, we've got so many rerolls, we've got so many ridiculous strategies coming in. We got to see 3-star 4 costs, only 2 of them, so it's not like, oh man, it's just the standard of the meta. It was exciting, it was fun, it was new.
Yeah, I mean, Lux 3 is not something you see every day, right? So
That
definitely
gross.
fun, but in our next lobby, there is something that's threatening every other player that we have in this tournament thus far, and it is Gunmay with back-to-back first places in this lobby, currently dominating the leaderboard, towering over everybody else, and we're going to see what that looks like and what he's been up to in those first 2 games, because I kind of want to figure it out.
Yeah, I want to see what's going on. I want to see how Gunmay's really mastered the set so far, and he's been having some really good performances in the last couple of sets. Very early on was one of the best players in EMEA, and then kind of had a falling off, and then started his come up last set, and now looks like he is all the way in his final form. So I'm excited to see what he's going to be able to bring this game. But I know you've got some national pride on the line given the state of this lobby. We've got a couple of lovely players from good old Germany.
Yeah, I'm always a fan of Germany, but unlike other casters on this broadcast team, I don't tend to jinx people. So I'm not going to play favorites in this lobby here. I'm just really, really excited to see it play out.
Yeah, well, you know what? I'm happy to talk about the German players. We've got Solo Gasang, of course, who is, considered the solo queue king more than anything, but I think recent sets have shown that he has a lot more competitive skill than people give him credit for, alongside Wet Jungler, who was one of our most consistent players in the GSC's last set. So really 2 of the best representatives coming out of DACH.
And we are into the game voting stage. We can see some of the players just waddling around. I'm always a little bit scared when a player is not moving. Kardex there for a second, baiting me, thinking he might have not connected. But everybody's here. We have a good chance to get everything with Kardex on the Lavender Sea. Let's see where we're headed. And whoa, the 1 in 8 chance comes true. Every other player in this lobby right now saying, "Come on, really."
Where's the question mark pings? Bring them out. Oh, you'd love to see it. was thinking in the back of my head makes that entire time. I was like, oh, it's going to be Cardex. It's going to be Cardex.
I like to speak things into existence, so I'll take this one. But in case you're not as familiar with the portals just yet, the Lavender Sea is going to give us a little hexagon, a void hexagon, that will move around randomly after PvE stages and carousels. And the hex gives you 20% damage reduction and 20% damage increase, whether or not you're in the first or the back rows. There it is. There's the text.
This is going to be one of those portals kind of like Nox Crya, where you have a specific position, you know someone is going to put a unit in. So a lot of times you'll see players, if you can get that early Zephyr, that can give you a lot of win streaks. But then later stages of the game, you'll start seeing some creative positioning coming out from the players to try and prevent strats like that. But I'm expecting to see at least one Zephyr this game.
Yeah, that's my favorite thing to do, right? You know somebody is going to use it. If it's a frontline portal, you build that Zephyr, you just yeet it in, and you're like, yeah, I got you.
I built a Zephyr on, I want to say it was like 2-3 when I was playing a Nox Crya game. This was like 2 patches ago, so it was before the bug, and I won a round with it. And the player I beat got so mad. He was so angry.
All right. But I'm not angry because I spoke about this going into this game. We are getting prismatics here, starting us off right on the side of Lakoko. And I'm so curious what everybody is picking up, because that is going to be massive tempo spikes throughout the entire lobby. And this can make or break your game. We're hopping over. Seoul and Ash has the chance of Golden Ticket or Ancient Archives, which could also be very interesting.
Yeah, a lot of really cool options here for Zolanash. Golden Ticket is really strong on this current patch because of how many rerolls there are that are viable. So we'll see. Looks like he does end up going for the Void Crown, which is going to be incredibly strong in the later stages of the game. That 8 Void only possible with an emblem or some sort of augment to augment your board.
Oh no. Cardex.
Oh boy. Pact. It's time.
Okay, so this is really cool tech that we saw just now. So he went up to level 6, then saw the enemy board that he's going up against, was like, okay, yeah, for sure, I beat this, I'm gonna be fine, and then went even further. Is now gonna hit level 7 on 2-2, which is incredibly early, and should allow him to streak. He will heal back, but it's gonna take some time, so he cannot lose any games and needs to get something online fast.
Yeah, and the danger here, of course, is you need to have the strongest board, and it's not always enough to just have more units. Finding that 2-star Cho'Gath is a great start. Putting in Noxus is exactly what you want to see with this composition. The strongest early game synergy in the game, starting off with one of the strongest early game augments. It's looking good for Cardax.
It absolutely is. I really like putting in Noxus, putting in Shurima, has a good variety here. That Cho'Gath is going to get buffed up by the Void, and I don't think he should be threatened here by anybody else. I'm just looking across the board. We are seeing the Living Forge, and that seems to be something that players are very open to, as we're getting told that 3 players have picked it up.
This is really interesting to me, because I was looking at Solo Gasang's resources. He puts out this massive tier list, and it's what I use to learn metas. And consistently, he would be saying that Living Forge is the only Ornn augment not worth taking. So I'm fascinated seeing all of these players say, no, I actually think this is really good.
Yeah, we are seeing it here. So Solo Gasang himself, Gunmei, and Wet Jungler just betraying his own spreadsheet here with the Living Forge. But it is going to give you extra items. Notably, Sinar is on Tiniest Titan, which is one of my favorites. And that is going to allow him to have a lot of fun this game. He's going to be cruising around. You can see him here heal a lot. And it's just like Metabolic Accelerator, just better.
Yeah, Metabolic Accelerator with a little bit of econ behind it. So it's going to be really good for him, allow him to loss streak for a lot longer than other players will be able to. And if he wants to convert that into some win streaking, that works too. Later in the game, he'll still get the augment. He's going to have some trouble against this Darius board from Solo, who did, like you say, pick up that Living Forge.
Absolutely. So we are going to see what that looks like as we are entering the carousel. We're not supposed to get baited by Cardex down there, but Talel actually bleeding quite a lot. 75 HP and 2-4 is a lot of damage coming through here. And he's not on Tiniest Titan. That's another player. So definitely need to check out what's going on there as just wiggling through the sound barrier that's holding him back there.
It's rolling at the speed of sound. It's a sonic panda. Oh, but yeah, Cardex, one of the things that we did mention about Cruel Pact that I want to tag really quick is that because you sacrifice all of your HP early, you will always get first prio on the carousels. So it is ridiculously strong, not only having more units than everyone else, but getting an easier time at that best in slot as we head over to Gunmay's board.
Yeah, we are getting word that Talel was one of the unfortunate souls that went up against Cardex, which of course is going to mean that you are going to take a lot of extra damage from just all the extra units that are there. But what does that mean? Why is someone saying there's a Senna? There's a Senna. He has a Senna. Okay, 2-5, level 7. That's a 1% chance. He's got it.
Okay, gonna write in my notes. Senna 2-5 WTF. All right. So this is going to be really strong for Cardex, I guess. But this Void composition holding on incredibly well in the early stages of this fight will eventually get knocked down here. So poor Zolanash going to take a second loss here.
I mean, you'll have to take some losses, especially if you are going up against a Cruel Pact player, and Cardex is just saying, yeah, why not, you know? However, Cruel Pact, there is a danger later down the line. Yeah, okay, come on.
Nasus 2 at 2-6. All right.
Yeah.
All right, Cardex, calm down.
There's a Kaisa too. It's just gonna hit. You can see him. He's so excited. Oh my goodness! That rubbing his hands, being like, "Oh yes, we're winning this one." There is a danger later down the line with Cruel Pact, where if you're not able to get to level 8, then you can actually face trouble. And it's not necessarily an augment that's great for re-rolling because your boards will be too weak. So you're trying to go for like the later strong boards. And he really needs to make sure that he keeps his win streak going, heals back up, heals enough to actually reach level 8 later down the line. And this is just a perfect start for that. Has the Zena, has the Nasus too. So really, really stable here. And even though other players are slowly but surely catching up, like they're level 5 now, gonna hit level 6 soon, he'll still be strong enough just by the power of his board to not be in trouble here.
And he'll be the only one who can win streak throughout the game. He's putting so much downward pressure on the lobby. You can see nobody else at 100 health, neither is he, but he's got the full streak. So the people who are going to come out of this ahead, not just Cardex, but the people who have gone for that 100% loss streak. Talel, we talked about how low his HP is going to be, but his economy is going to be in a much better shape than most of the people in this lobby.
And that is really important too. So we'll see what the board looks like that Talel has put together in just a second, I assume. But we might be in a position where we're close to the 40s, similar for Sinar. Sinar, of course, got a lot of that from the Tiniest Titan. So really cool to see Lekoko and Talel up there in the same range of gold, just really hard to reach during those early stages. And you can see just a full loss streak. Only has Ionia online, will be enough to beat Crux, which is always a good sign. And we'll see what happens next.
Talel also has absolutely magnificent hair. Look at those locks.
Yeah.
If nothing else, he's winning the hair game. Going for a really odd build on Zed there, the Spyglass is going to be able to give him a second copy of the Zed, but not seen a jeweled gauntlet on him before, so suspecting there's going to be a pivot in the later stages?
There should be. I'm not exactly sure. I think we might be going for like Ionia Kaisa later down the line with that JG. That should probably what we're looking for, but could also be a Callista with the challengers that are here.
Yeah, and we're seeing Lelouch here, this board we mentioned earlier. Void is going to be able to get him that 6th Void very early, and this Rift Herald just does so much work ripping through Talel's board, who's going to continue his loss streak, but way into dangerous territory. 61 HP coming into this round, 49 coming out.
So something that's interesting, if we are looking at the Callista Trickster class as augments are coming through, just a quick tidbit, which I thought was really interesting. If you Trickster class Callista, the spears stack up. So it actually works together and makes her much stronger, and you're able to get like all of those spears into your target much faster than you usually would. But of course, it's only a Callista carry, and you're using one of the augment items. So no, I'm getting distracted. There's 2 Heimerdingers.
What? 2 Heimerdingers, 4 Scions, a Senna. How does he already have Exodia level 7?
He has Recombobulator. That's why. So he got another Senna from the Recombobulator, or he took her off before. And this is just a massive hit. Cruel Pact, and this should be illegal. Unethical, even. He's cooking.
It's the most ridiculous game I have ever seen in competitive. Kardax, this is beyond high rolling. He has plugged into the Matrix. Mortdog himself could not stop this man. This is absolutely incredible. And poor Talel, coming out of that last round, now taking down to 35 HP.
I can't believe that Kardax is not smiling like from left ear to right ear. It's just, if I had this board, I'd just be like, yeah, that's what's happening. Guess what?
He's just been pushed into a stunned silence, I think. With this board, he's like, well, what do I do now?
More talk is in chat saying, is that a challenge? No.
You know
Please.
what? Yeah, Mort, see what you can do to stop him. I think this board's good enough.
Oh, Lord. We're in for a treat. So 1 Heimerdinger off to Heimerdinger 2 in stage 3. Let that sink in. It's just, that's so crazy. Everybody else is, if I was in this lobby, I'd just hop on this board and like question mark ping everything. Like not one unit, just the entire board.
I am shocked we are not hearing a symphony of ding, 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 ding. Gunmay here on the other end. I think Gunmay might lose his streak of 2 first place lobbies in a row. Just a thought. There's a potential there.
There is a potential there. However, currently in the overall, not looking too bad. I'm starting to get worried about Talel. He's starting to really fall off in the HP totals. 35 HP. I need to know what's going on there. If there was anything that we did that made us lose all of that HP. Curious. The curiosity is getting the best of me.
Yeah, I'm interested in seeing what's going on there. We saw him down to incredibly low HP the previous round, but I believe he just took a win. I can't quite tell. So he may be turning his fortunes around this most recent round.
All right. Hopping over. This is the board that we're working with, and we are looking for the Talia. Now, she's really strong. She's just going to throw a stone every time something's going to get knocked up. So that'll work with multiple Talias. Ideally, you would have wanted double trouble here, but the Trickster class fills a similar effect. Did pick up the army building to get extra duplicators here, but without finding another Talia, you're kind of in trouble. Not even finding Talia 2 and 3, 5. Ooh, it's looking bad.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, it might have been the right play there to just burn the duplicator. Yeah, it's depressing, but you really need to turn this board around sooner rather than later, and a Talia 2 would have gone a long ways towards that. Now, the rogues
he needs another one to actually be able to have it, right? The other Talia that's on the board is just a Trickster class. Yeah. So he needs one from the shop to actually pull it. It's not going to work.
Right.
No, I was
like, he's got it. He might have to blow it. No, he is in a really rough spot, Makes.
Yeah, absolutely. We are 1 loss down, so there is a Talia. He can pull it right now. What are you holding on for, Talel? Please use the duplicator. I swear to God, thank you. And that is much stronger because you get 2 Talia 2s because of the Trickster class, so that it will help you. However, we are on level 6, 3/6, 3 gold, which just we're not over the hill yet, Matt.
No, not at all. This should be able to help him out a little bit, but usually this is the point where you want to have like 6 Talias. You want to start hitting around that early stage 4 to match the tempo of the rest of the lobby. It's just not going to be happening here for Talel, but hopefully having 2 Talia 2s is going to make up for that lack of tempo. Looks like so far, yeah, it's doing pretty all right as we run into Solo's board. Updating still has that Darius. It looks like the Talias have saved Talel's life for now.
And it might just be the alliteration that's going on there. Talia, Talel, it's so close. It's got to work somehow, right? Hopping over, though, to Gunmate. We talked about him before. He has 2 wins so far out of 2 games. So very strong performance. Living Forge comes through. Pops the Anvil. Does find not ideal items, but is going to go with the Hull Crush here. And we are on Jinx. We have Zon active. Could this be, Matt, a Jinx reroll?
I'm really hoping so. We've seen it in a previous game. We know someone's already taken a first with it in this tournament. So I would love to see it. At the beginning of the set, I was really bummed because I was like, there's no way you can turn Jinx into a carry. But with the Runon's changes, she's now become a pretty viable option for that 2-cost reroll. So I'm hoping Gunmate gives me exactly what I've always dreamed of.
It is incredibly fun to watch, and she stacks up really, really well with a lot of these on mods. Notably, the robotic arm is the one that people usually want, but I've heard some rumors that other options are also good, and you might even be looking for the Zigzon here if that's an option that you get further down the line.
Yeah, we'll see how it goes. Solo Gasang's board once more. We've seen how strong this tempo Darius is with the Infinity Force. And Jinx, I like these items on her, but she just isn't strong enough. Going to take another loss, but he's got the HP to live with it.
Yeah, I was kind of hoping that the Jinx would do more here, but we do have augments coming through in just a couple of seconds, and that could tossle and topple the lobby over. Talel finding another win. It's good to see that happen before they come through, and it is going to be golden augments as third augment choices. Now, healing orbs, generally pretty decent. Players tend to pick it up if they don't have any more appealing options. It's kind of the celestial blessing of this set, I feel like.
Pretty much exactly, yeah, I agree with you there. What I'm interested in here is there's potential for medium end shopping as well, because in order to get that 8 Void, you are going to be looking for the Belveth early, and she has become such a strong carry in this meta on her own right, even without the Void vertical. So I can see an argument for it, but Healing Orbs is going to give you so much combat power. Rerolls
Healing
over.
Orbs?
Interesting.
Not going to be picked up and goes for Martyr instead. Did I say that right? I don't know how to say the word in English. Okay.
Martyr, you got it.
In German, it's Märtyrer. So.
Oh yeah, that's very different.
All right. Looking at all of the augment choices, we do have another Orin one coming through for Cardax, as if his board wasn't strong enough. Gunmate notably picking up a Gunner crest, so that is going to help in making that dream of Jinx carry come together a little bit more. Really like to see that. And we are gonna wash over Soul and Ash here with the 6th Void. Is losing though right now.
Yeah, I feel like we're being hunted by Solo Gasang's board. Everyone we swap to ends up playing against Solo Gasang and losing.
Fair.
The Spectre of Solo heavy over the lobby at this point with that Darius board. Surprisingly effective, given how he doesn't have any 3-stars at this point, but that's the power of Noxus, right? We talked about it last game, how Noxus is just one of, if not the strongest early game synergies, able to stack up. He should probably, at this point, have all 7 stacks, so it's going to be ridiculous power for him.
I'm not sure if he has 7. I think he might have 6 with Cardax still
Cardax, you're right.
But we just saw a lot of upgrades come through. We saw a Seri 2, we saw a Azir 2, we saw a Klett 3 pop up on the right side of the screen. So a lot of players right now are upgrading and hitting their peaks or at least
20
your
to
peaks
7.
for now, which is going to be something to look out for. And Talel, unfortunately, got the worst of that, has lost, has hopped over, and Kardax also losing the round here.
Now Solo's got 7, Mix. He's got there.
Yeah.
I was just
Yeah.
accidentally prescient. It happens. Option of a Belveth. That's really good for him.
And really bad for Sulanash, who was on the Voids and wanted that Belveth more than anything in this carousel, right? When you are on the Voids and you're going vertical, you're like, oh, I bet there's a Belveth. Oh, I bet I can get her. Maybe. And then first person that gets free picks her up and you're like, come on.
Yeah, not going to happen. I'm wondering if Kardax swaps out the Heimerdinger for the Belveth. He's invested a lot of money into that turret, but RFC plus Rageblade on the Belveth would give him a lot of power. Instead, just going to be all of the attack speed items on the Azir.
Okay, we are going to pick up 2 Jarvans. Now, if you can get Jarvan 3, that's like having Jarvan 12, is a quote that I heard. So it's very strong, lots and lots of CC. Basically, your whole team reports you for AFK as soon as that guy hits an ult. So if that's something we can make happen, I'd be here for it. Kardax decides against it, which I'm not sure is the right decision because we know one other player is on Azir 2. So the dream of getting that Azir 3 is just ever so unlikely.
Yeah, going to be a very risky strategy, maybe betting that the other player is going to go out before him, but frankly, given the way the last round went, I'm not sure Kardax's board is strong enough anymore, and we're seeing it happen in this fight as well. Zolanash's Void board putting up quite the fight.
Thankfully, it is enough for Kardax to hold on, but like we said earlier, he's not going to be close to level 8 anytime soon, and other players are going to get there. Talel finds a Taliyah 2, and I was so hoping that this was going to be the Taliyah 3, but it's not going to come around, and this is the board that we're working with. 2 losses down. Maybe this is enough, because you get a lot of extra throws. You are relying on the set to knock everybody up with his ult, so that's why we're full leveling into him, itemizing him, making him as tanky as possible. But is that enough, especially with the position of that Void Hex, to actually carry the game? Or are the Taliyahs going to fall before Rogue's coming through? That could be a problem. However, I don't think...
Oh, here comes Darius.
No. Oh, this is bad.
Yeah, absolutely brutal. The Darius just walking around the entire front line, getting onto those 3 Taliyahs, dunking them in short order, and now it's just down to set. Not going to be enough, as Talel will take the L.
Ah, that was painful. I was really hoping for the Taliyah board to go further.
Yeah.
However, Ganmei and Sulanash are now also in the danger zone. 10 and 14 HP is not a whole lot to work with. Ganmei, we looked at this board earlier, has found the Zeri 2, is kind of looking for the Urgot 2. That would be a big upgrade to make this front line a little bit more massive. Piltover, not really anywhere close to being online, so that's really bad. But could still turn it around if maybe the Jinx 3 stops by. 50 gold, can roll, will probably do so after this.
Yeah, he 100% has to turn around this loss streak, right? Because if he keeps going, he's in like 1 life territory, and then late game is completely gone. Actually, I'm pretty sure he dies no matter what if he takes an L at this point. So needs to turn it around, needs to hit that Jinx 3, or he is out of this game.
All right, one more. Finds Vi 3, that's good. And here's the Jinx. Board has gotten a lot stronger just now. Would have really liked that Urgot 2 as well. But now we need to slam some items, make sure that we have everything going that we can. We're gonna buff up the Jace so that he can buff up the Jinx in return. But the dinosaur is just not going to give us much to work with. Goes up against a very scary board. Will it be enough is going to be the question for both of these players. So Sulanash on the left side, Ganmei on the right. Both of them could be on their last life if they have a really bad loss here. Ganmei's Jinx, still alive, is going to be taken down. He takes a loss, gets knocked out, and Sulanash is trying to avoid the same fate. But his Void board is also under attack from the Azir, and I don't think it's looking good for him either.
Yeah, down he goes, and now 2 players eliminated in short order, neither of them quite able to hit in time. Gunmei didn't have the power on that T-Hex, as you were pointing out, and that meant his board just didn't really have what it needed to come online. So we see Kardax finally fully pivot into this Azir Shurima composition. So he's going to be getting the board strength of a traditional comp, but it may be too little too late. Still not level 8, down to 10 gold, and has taken another loss.
Ooh, I'm still not over that. I really wanted that Jinx to persevere and show off, but wasn't in the cards for this round. Sologazang, currently leading the lobby, goes up against Kardax, and this could be devastation for the Cruel Pact fans in the audience. The Darius goes dunking around, and that is bad news for this backline. He gets stuck on the tank, thankfully so if you're in Team Kardax, but will turn that one down, and now it's backline against backline. I think the Lux can take this one down.
Oh, it's here.
Not gonna be in the cards. Kardax takes a loss 4 HP.
There's no way he's going to be able to hit level 8 this game, so he's just hoping that he can survive a couple more rounds. It is looking mighty unlikely with Wet Jungler and Lakoko both stable at their positions.
Ay. Sologazang finds Darius 2. Is that Darius 3? No, okay. We're still a little bit safe. Sonara finds Gwen 2, another upgrade for another board. And for Kardax, it's kind of like the end of the line. He's hoping to get into those top 4, but if you're looking at the HP totals, that's going to be very, very hard. He just hopes to have weaker opponents this time around. It is going to be Lakoko on the other side.
Now that Azir immediately targeted by the Yasuo. Perfect positioning from Lakoko. Azir finds a little bit of pressure off of him. Now going to be targeting the Yasuo, takes him down, but himself falls. And Kardax, from the most promising early game we've seen all set, takes a 5th place with Cruel Pact.
I mean, we said it, but I'm so sad that it happened, you know? That's always the danger with Cruel Pact. It looked extremely promising with those early finds, but then wasn't able to keep that win streak going, bled too much, wasn't able to go 8, and everybody else just zooms past you.
Well, my big sadness there was he had such a cool start and he had all of these legendaries picked up, but by the later stages of the game, he had sold all of them and swapped them all out because he just didn't have the gold or the levels to get to that big Exodia legendaries comp. Just tragic,
Absolutely right.
Really.
We see Mort and Chad going challenge complete, so I think you have yourself to blame for this one, Matt.
I'm sorry, Kardax. I didn't mean to.
Hopping over to Wet Jungler, one of the players that was denying the Azir from Kardax, though. He is on a very familiar line, something that's been strong for now days upon days. It feels like forever. I know it isn't, but it feels like that. Azir with a strategist, with Demacia, with a Lux support, nice items, with maybe like a Rage Blade here, but didn't come around. It is going to be the Infinity Force, and ooh, the tank falls right at the start. No CC coming out of this one, but the Lux will help, and that will be enough against Sologazang, who has been leading the lobby, now finally taking a loss.
Yeah, and I think that loss was inevitable for Solo, not specifically against Wet Jungler, but you're playing this Noxus reroll composition. You have neither Katarina nor Darius 3. There is no way you keep streaking at the end of stage 5.
I'd agree. It's so hard out here. Everybody's trying to make their boards better and better, and you can see players like Lakoko and Wet Jungler, they're on their last leg. They need to invest everything. You cannot save your gold for the next game. That's not happening here. So you need to invest it now or waste it forever if you get knocked out. Players are looking to get to the Dragon stage, but will it be in the cards for them? We have Wet Jungler on the left side and Lakoko on the right. Both could be knocked out here. They're trying to turn it around. The other two players still quite safe, but the Azir on the left side of Wet Jungler is under attack and will be taken out, and I think that it is for Wet Jungler getting knocked out here. Lakoko doing better? No.
Still survives though. So a little bit of silver lining for Lakoko, that Kaisa doing her best to keep him alive, but there just really isn't enough damage on her. It's the Infinity Force plus Guard Breaker. There's no raw AP, there's no spell crit, so she's not been finding the damage that she needs to break through these units and soften them up for the Yasuo.
And this part is something that we've been talking about on the analyst desk in between. It's the Slayer variant of the Zed does have a Slayer emblem in play as well to get to the high highs that the Slayer comp can go to. Really, really fun, really, really nice to see. And we are getting some more units here. Could pick up the Gwen, is going to do it. Maybe this is a run for Gwen 3, but I think we're too far off to make that happen for now.
Yeah, just a little far at this point. Sinar and Sologasang contesting each other on those Katarinas and Dariuses. So it's going to be a rough time for Solo, who is 1 off the Cat and 2 off the Darius.
For a second, I was like, Yumi's not in this game. No, the Katarina.
Wrong cat.
Here it is, Lekoko going up against, I think, the ghost copy of Sonar on the other side, and that should be doable. Hopefully, Kaisa hops off away from the Zed, trying to protect herself, but will she do it? She's under attack, not going to be able to, and Lekoko will get knocked out in a good 3rd place here. It is between Sonar and Sologasang to fight this one out.
We saw Solo in this exact position last game as well. He's going to be coming in 2nd place with this really strong board. Or actually, I believe it was game 1. Yeah, game 1. But I don't think it's going to be enough, given that it is contested on the same exact units. All Sinar has to do is hold those 3 costs.
I think Sinar just hit the Noxus, so getting all of the bonus wins there with that knockout that just happened. So both of these boards are now equal in strength of the Noxus trait. However, Sologasang is running 6th, whereas on the other side we only have 3. Nothing is going to get decided here yet, but it will give us a taste for what we're in for. Both of these players have invested basically all of their gold, so they'll now try to have a new game plan, and for Sologasang, the new game plan needs to entail what to do next, and that is hopefully to find the missing Katarina and the missing Darius.
I don't know if he's going to be able to do it, Makes. It is looking absolutely dire here. No gold to roll with, and these fights are not looking close.
I mean, you're right, but on the other hand, we're off 1 copy. So really all it needs is a little bit of luck in there, a little bit of just hit. Maybe Sologasang forgot to say good reroll at the beginning of the game, and that's why this is happening. But surely that's not a mistake. That will return once again in the battle of Darius's Slayer against Noxus. That will see once more 21 HP for Sologasang, and you can see the sheer power that the board from Sonar is putting out with the Slayer comp here. There is somebody still standing trying to make this a smooth win. Carousel is going to come by, and maybe this is the turning point, but I'm not sure this board can even turn it around at this point.
Siner's variant just has a higher cap, just like strictly. Because he's going to be able to have those Slayers, he's got more verticals, he's got more units on the board at this point. Solo just doesn't have anything he can do unless he magically hits a 3-star on these next couple of rolls.
All right. Let's see. One more roll, come on. Selling off board, yes. This is what we love to see. It's not going to happen, though. There's 1 Darius. We need 1 more. What else can we sell? Samira, too. She's going to come by. We don't need her. We don't want her. She's not our friend anymore. No Katarina, no Darius for Sologasang to work with. There's the Katarina after he sold everything off, and that is it. He tried everything in his power. He did what he could, and that is going to be the end of it. There's no units left that could throw anything in. He's not going to slam those items, because what to? Everything is already done and over, and Sonar takes a 1st place in game number 3.
Yeah, really strong showing from Sonar as well as Sologasang, who we've seen earlier pull off this exact same performance. Loves to play this high HP preservation style and is very successful at it, coming in that game with the Noxus into the early game, transitioning it well into the late. I didn't even realize he was contested on the composition. Prior to seeing the final 1v1s, I was like, oh, that's why Solo hasn't hit. I see. Okay, well, doing really well regardless. So 2nd place for him, he's going to be thrilled with that. And very likely, if he keeps this trajectory up, making it through to day 2.
I'm not sure if he's very, eager and ambitious, so I think he might not be happy with it, but I think he takes it.
You're never, unless you're on checkmate, you're never going to be like, oh man, a 2nd place, that's bad. It's still good.
All right, we do have a break lined up, and to leak a little bit from our internal comms, the word we're getting is it is the sweetest interview, by the way, with Gobosteur. So stay tuned, and our analyst desk is going to be back to break down the game.
Hello, my name is Gabriel. I'm 20 years old. I live in Brittany. My in-game name is Gobosteur, and I started playing since set 1. I actually love the set so far. I played a lot of games. I just personally dislike the legend system for competitive, but I really love spamming games. I think I have more than 400 games right now. Personally, I will really... My main goal for this set is to qualify to Rising Legend final, because I'm actually really working hard, and I do think I have the potential to do it. Really like to at least do a final, because I have a very supportive family that are giving a lot of love in the game, even though they don't understand it at all. For example, my mom did this sweatshirt just for me. She don't even know how the game works, but it's really sweet from her. And I will also say thanks to my sparring partners from the Discord. We are training together, and they give me a lot of good advice, so I'm getting better with them.
Another round of TFT, another round of people high rolling, people missing, people whiffing, people going fast 8th, and a lot of familiar faces being able to secure top 3 spots again. Speaking about controversy, Panda, you and Rita had a small argument of this camera. What was going on? Who high rolled? Who missed it by a very close shot?
Well, we're just talking about Cardax's game mostly because it was a very unique game of TFT. I don't think it's very common to be able to pull. The game he had with very early 5 calls into Recombobulator, which can maybe guarantee a crazy board, but wasn't quite the case. Rita was trying to say he low rolled a little bit, and I agree to some extent, because once that Recombob hit, you were able to hit essentially 2-star 5 cost that could be very impactful. In this case, it was Scion instead, which is great. The CC is great, but it doesn't just carry a fight like a Belveth 2 would with the items that Cardax had especially. So it was an interesting game of TFT for Cardax. I think a very hard one to navigate if you haven't been in that position before.
Another thing that's also worth noting, right, is that we kind of saw the disparity in the leg of augments here when he goes up against Solo against Sprite, because Solo has like a 2-star Darius, but Solo has that jeweled Lotus, which just means that he has that much more combat power to really tear apart Cardax's board, even though he had like a CO2 and everything. You look at that's a pretty good board. And another thing, just to kind of close out this Quill Pact thing, this show popped on one of Frodo's co-streams the other day, And he said that, like, if I wanted to go 6th in a tournament and I needed to go 6th, and that was it, I'd pick Cruel Pact. I don't think it's an augment that goes much higher, and it's a bit of a controversial statement, but looking at this game, maybe not.
I think it's quite unlucky to go from a prismatic to a silver augment, because the downgrade that happens between these two augments and the diversity, there are so many good combos that can happen from going to gold and prismatic, and from going to silver to gold, and from going from gold to gold or prismatic to prismatic, because you can just keep the tempo up. But something like Cruel Impact relies heavily on early game impact as much as you can. You level to level 7, you try to win, you try to play your strongest board every round. So I think him taking the Recon Babylator could have either gone extremely well or extremely bad. In this case, it was kinda on the lower spectrum of him being lucky. But Panda, what else do we keep an eye out for what happened in this game?
I think Ornn is one of the big ones to talk about, because there were Ornn items abound on almost every single board, and they were very, important to the strategy the players were developing. We saw Lekoko with the Infinity Force on 2 carry units that are able to use a lot of different stats very effectively with the Freaky Friday. It is Friday, so it does make sense to pick that up on this day 1. And overall, he had a very good game with the Yasuo, with the Kai'Sa able to secure his top 3, playing a very standard game of TFT, but a very, I think, well-executed game of TFT, which is not surprising coming from Lekoko. On the opposite side of that spectrum, Trickster's Glass on Talia, it can work, but I think everything was just a little bit too behind for Talel. We'd have mentioned it, he was hit by a big tax in stage 2, facing against Kardax in the first 3 fights, and it was just very low HP all throughout. He finally hit that board, he was not able to stabilize.
And also, like, just kind of stay on Talel for a second here, he also tacked Kardax stage 3 again. Like, he was never given a break from Kardax at all here, but someone that kind of didn't get a break for the entire lobby was Sinar, right, coming through with the tiniest Titan first augment. None of that item nonsense coming through from the Ornn, Pandora's items, best in spot on this set, David. And we were talking about this composition. We saw it last game as well, but here it really took a shine.
Just Darius overall. I think you've seen it as well, Morgan. In the games we've casted, he's been an absolute menace.
Yes.
And if someone 3-stars that early, you're guaranteed to be top 4, maybe in the first.
It isn't really just about 3-starring him, it's about getting some good items that you can put on him in order to try and win and get as many wins wrapped up for the Nox as much as you can, because Darius scales with Noxus really good in the early game. And the pivot from 1-star into 2-star just makes him unkillable, specifically if you can get the Titans resolved early on him. The Infinity Edge is not that much of a priority in the early game. BT keeps him alive for way longer when jammed up with the Titans resolve. Of course, whatever items you can get your hands on are very perfect. Now, we've seen Zed rerolls, we've seen Care rerolls, we've seen a Lux 3-star, a Sejuani 3-star, and people being able to hit almost everything in this lobby so far. Panda, what are we expecting, or what have we not seen yet?
I wanted to mention one more point. We saw Void Crown picked up. I think overall, Void Crown is in a difficult spot. It has been the whole set, really, because going 8, that's a strategy to find a Belveth, and kind of depending a lot on luck to try and find some stability in stage 4 is dangerous. But in this case, with it nerfs to Kai'Sa especially, I think it makes it that much of a riskier strategy. With players rolling at 7 and making incredibly strong boards, it's very hard to go fast 8. And I think Void Crown and going for that Void 8 with the nerfs that have happened in the set is a risky move, and did not pan out for the remaining player for Zulanash, who went 7th in the end.
I would say for a Void Crown, you would kind of expect to go with Unstable Evolution, maybe in order to try to get your units have that tempo game up so you can actually survive and hit until level 8. And the Kai'Sa nerfs did not just hurt the Ionia Challengers composition, because in the Void you either have one of two carries. It's either you rely on Rek'Sai, and that is probably you rely on the Rek'Sai for going on maybe 4 or 6 bruisers, and that doesn't really involve stacking Void units. But what I'm saying is, if you're gonna be playing vertical Void, going 6, 8, you need to keep up one of your carries itemized. And mostly it was either Rek'Sai or Kai'Sa. So the Kai'Sa nerf, it did affect it a lot, Wida.
Yeah, but the thing about the Kai'Sa thing here as well is, remembering it is only a mana nerf, right? It was not a damage nerf, if I recall correctly. There was nothing. The unit still does as much damage as it normally does. That's why we've seen more people try to start prioritizing Spear of Shojin instead, for example, on her,
Exactly.
just to keep that damage come rolling through. But the real issue is that even like when it gets to 8 Void, the Baron payoff sometimes is just not enough, especially not with the general tempo of this lobby. That also someone like Gunmei, for example, was also someone that really like, he paid the price because he tried to play Jinx reroll from what I would argue is in suboptimal position. There was no robotic arm, most importantly, and I think that was also kind of just like symptomatic of this lobby.
Yeah, I think with Gunmei, it's been a lot of Spanish players like Dalisom, who is currently like top 5, top 6 on ladder, playing a lot of Jinx, and did not pan out for Gunmei without robotic arm. But looking at the standings, we see the top 32 right now. We're seeing Ging right at that kind of cutoff stage after these first 3 games. Any players that stand out to you, Morgan?
Yeah, we got Arat as well, currently popping off with 18 points. We got a lot of players almost with the same exact amount of points. And if it's only been 3 out of 6 games, now someone that you would have thought would obviously be in the top 3 is 100% Solo Gazunk. We've seen this player in so many of our lobbies. I think we've been lucky enough to see 2 out of the 3 games, and in both games he came up second. So actually in all 3 games he came up second. So he's being extremely consistent, and someone that I want to highlight is Sainar. 2 wins in a row, Ida.
Yeah, but I actually want to talk about, because I know someone we know very well is one of the strongest Turkish players. I want to quickly talk about Stylet, right? Because think back to the first Super Bowl in set 6. Stylet was on the team that ended up winning together with Faeli. And I remember I interviewed Faeli at that point. It was like, I know nothing about my teammate. I just know that he's like rank 1 Nordic East. Stylet is such a good player, but we haven't really seen him perform well in Golden Spatula Cups, and I'm super excited to see if there's going to be a consistent form for him throughout this tournament, because if he can keep this up, it's another strong EU Nordic and East representative in this tournament scene.
Yeah, story for Solo as well. Someone that dominates ladder, has always had some trouble in GSC. I'm not saying he doesn't do well, it makes it day 3, he does, but doesn't perform to the same level you expect he would from his ladder performances. In this case, 3 games in, 3rd place, so pretty comfortable for Solo right now.
Speak about all the placements that we've seen, because there were so many names that I'm gonna say right now that you guys definitely know are gonna be giving us a very exciting game. For this lobby, we're gonna be having Enzo, Savo20, Zaru, Skipeas, Noge, Opale, Hypno, and Simply Vostik. So, any of these names ring a bell, Wira?
I mean, Sharu, right? It's Golden Spatula Cup 1. Charu is back. It's a reroll meta around free costs. This sounds like the Charu special for success.
No Draven though, Wida. This might be a key factor that might influence his results.
But honestly, it kind of is. I kind of want to put back to your point about Solo for just a second, right? Because we're kind of like talking about him as like a bad tournament player, which is not true. I think he might be the person out to that double 61 that has the most final lobby appearances in any regional finals. Like he's at 3 or 4 or something like that. Like him, Double, Volta, like they're always in that mix. But Solo's big issue is that when it comes to those like killer moments, he is just not pushing that next level. He doesn't have that championship appearance like that some of the others have, which is something that's kind of holding him back a little bit, I would say, in terms of like regarding him as a fantastic tournament player. Just a little bit short right now.
Speak about holding back, the only thing that we're short of is about seeing a decent game that is going to be going right now for Game 4. We're barely done with half of the games for our day, but we still got a whooping amount of 3 more games, and we're not going to be delaying you anymore because we got our lovely duo between Niberia, Makes, which are going to be taking us to another lovely game, all with you guys.
You know, as the cool kids of the show, as the Gremlin gang, I feel like we need to sit like it as well. You know, I am ruining the green screen for production right now, but you know what? It's chill. We're having... Your tattoos are gone! What happened to your arm, Makes? It's gone! Oh, your poor arm's disappearing, as has your mic, unfortunately. So, hit that button. It finally happened to you. It's been 3 seasons of Rising Legends, and never once.
It had to happen at some point.
Yeah,
I was so distracted by trying to look cool, you know. Now I know how you guys feel.
You always look cool, so you don't have to think about it. Don't worry about it. Don't fret it. But we got a cool game on the horizon. We've got some fun games coming up, and I honestly, you know, our casters were kind of talking down that last game. We've got some bangers coming in.
Yeah.
We've got Skipeas, my favorite. If we ever go back to our cameras before the game, we're not gonna, but my favorite thing is how Skipeas is literally like half an inch from the webcam at all times.
I like how you're doing it despite us not being on camera. So if anybody was wondering what was happening right now, Matt got real close to the camera, like Skipeas style. And we are seeing the control room saw the portal picked right now with the Yordle portals.
Yeah, really excited to see a little bit of variety coming out from our portals today. I much prefer Yordle portals to our last game. I really don't like the lavender one or Nox Crya. I'm not a Hex enjoyer. I wasn't a Socialite fan either, so getting to see a little bit of variety here.
Sorry, I'm laughing, but I just remembered, you know, out of all the things you can disagree and discuss with Skipeas about, I did have an argument with him once about sweet potatoes.
What? Yeah? You're going to have to expand on that one, mate.
He was saying that they're definitely S tier, and I don't agree. So he was really angry about that.
Man, where would you put them?
I would have never taken him for like a sweet potato person. So
no, me neither. I didn't expect him to be that based. Where would you put sweet potatoes?
Well, I don't like them. I don't like them.
Not at all.
No. The only thing is sweet potato mash, but.
Do you like sweet potato fries?
No, I think they're horrible.
Oh my god! All right, mate.
I'm sorry, Chad.
I respect you. I respect your opinion. You have the right to your opinion, no matter how wrong it is. And you know what? That's called teamwork.
Yeah. Exactly.
Starting off this game, Nogi, not quite having the shape of a composition yet. That Maokai, very popular with the Tristana reroll, holding those Tristanas, so perhaps if he gets the items for it. But really a rough start in terms of items for him, all defensive plus a tier.
All right, we are now aware that Nogi at least is playing Portable Forge, rolls it away, says, nah, I only picked that for the memes and dreams, and is going to go with Gunners. So early direction right from the start. It does have the Tristana, does have the Maokai, does have a Poppy. We have a Jinx. We're in a very good position for this. Well, we're going to sell some of it, but, you know. Oh.
For a second, I thought it had bugged, and I was like, whoa, what happened? We skipped ahead in time? No, it's just another exactly identical board. So Opale also going for the same board as Nogi, who has now come over to investigate.
Yeah.
Quite angrily.
Walked right into him saying like, yeah, that's my comp.
Bro?
Wait,
Sup, bro?
No. We're over on Simply Wojtek's board. This is the same thing.
What?
Everybody's
What is going on?
Oh, we're in the wrong patch. Wrong patch, you guys. We're in 13C. We're not playing this.
Guys, come on.
It's not terrible, you know? So after some nerfs on the Tristana reroll, hyper roll in the Yordles, it has been pushed down rather a little bit, but it's still playable. It's still a solid comp to get through if you get a good start for it with something like Dueling Gunners. And I think Wojtek and Opal should just see that Nogi has found the Dueling Gunners and is going to not let this one go. They need to go into a different direction right now.
We've never seen the three-way holding hands before, so it's a rare one. I like that Wojtek is pivoting into the Kale variation, because there is a Kale variant of this exact same comp. You mentioned it earlier. It is considered the weaker of the two variants, but if you're going to be contested on the other one, it's time to pivot. And I think this is fascinating on Yordle Portals, Makes. I don't know if you've played these lower cost reroll comps much, but Yordle Portals, the point is to get you higher cost units, and a lot of these comps intentionally don't utilize them.
Okay, I just realized, sorry, yes, you're absolutely right, but I just realized something. Both
I'm ready.
Wojtek and Opal are not on Dueling Gunners, but they are on Unstable Yordle Delivery. So...
This is bad for everyone.
Yeah, we're in a bad situation right now. Let's just not look at them, and we'll see who comes out of the brawling pit at the end of this. We'll look at other players.
This is going to be brutal. And this is going to be actually kind of fun, Makes, because if they do all go holding hands into the bottom echelon of the leaderboards, we're going to have a really fast lobby. So the player damage is going to start stacking up really quick. Oh, Saru, our former GSC winner, man after my own heart, going for the Shimmer scale.
All right, we do have the Piltover online. That's really good. We have 3 stacks on it. So we had it online quite at the start, which is perfect. So this is a great line if we're wanting to play Zeri Piltover, which is not the strongest right now, but you could go there. We've seen it before. However,
if you get Piltover from 2-1,
you're being competed on the Gunners by at least one person, rather 2. I'm not sure this is where we should go.
Yeah, it's unclear at this point. I think Piltover, you have a couple of other options. I've seen Piltover Sorks once, which was confusing, but it did okay. But I think what's interesting here for Saru, of course, is that Diamond Hands is really good in this composition specifically, who you're trying to lost streak on, which Saru isn't doing a great job at, but you know that Vi is going to be your solo tank in the front line. You know you're going to get those stacks really early, and then have a nigh unkillable front line in the later stages. So at the very least, as a transitionary composition, I really like this, and you can always sell the T-Hex later for the gold.
That's absolutely right, and I think it's a good comp, but like you're saying, we have like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 players that are trying to have a loot streak, and that can't work.
Yeah.
So maybe let's check out. We saw Saru's board. Yeah, you know, I'm known for the math, but Hypno is up there with 100 HP, streaking, just saying like, I'm not gonna participate in whatever you guys have going on down there. I'm just going straight for the challengers. Smart play in this lobby specifically, and has picked up an Infinity Force on the Kalista here with all 1 stars, but a Yasuo already.
Yeah, this is a really, really strong start here for Hypno. When you have the 4 challengers this early, you're really banking on the raw power of that synergy and the raw power of your units. And Yasuo going to be providing a ton of CC and damage as that Kalista stacks up. So this is looking really good.
It absolutely is. Let's see, the Kalista is stacking up, will eventually take down the Cho'Gath, and she will make her way through the backline. This is printing money for Hypno, and it's printing money for Enzo, who's also in this lobby, and we kind of skipped over him. I think our co-casters mentioned him when we went into the lobby, but Enzo, the one player that made it all the way at the last championship, not to first place, but he made it somewhere into that last day and made us all very, very proud, is in this lobby here with 80 HP.
Yeah, deepest run in EMEA history outside of double 61, I believe, in terms of final placement. So really our strongest representative, not just at the last championship, but in terms of historically at the championships. Doing proud for EMEA. So Enzo, I'm excited to see where he is with this set. If he could potentially repeat that performance and join the likes of Ging and Double 61 as repetitive representatives, as those players we know, hey, if these guys make it, that is super expected. We expect them to do well. We expect them to take those wins.
Okay, I just glanced over chat for a second. I have a question for you, Matt. There are 2 statements here, and as usual, chat is always right, but chat is disagreeing with themselves. So one person is saying, Kalista is a joke, and another person is saying, Kalista is one of the best 3-cost units. Which one is it going to be?
I disagree with best 3 costs, but I also disagree with joke. Because I suck at playing Kalista. I know this about myself. I don't have the ego to say that it's the comp problem, because we've seen it be successful. But there is this really weird trough in like the mid game where if you don't have Kalista 3, you are just absolutely like, I can't say the actual phrase, but pooping the bed for a long time, because Kalista has to stack up so many of those spears just to be minimally effective. So I think they're both right for different stages of the game. That's where I fall eventually. I talked my way through it, Megs.
Yeah, I'm really proud of you. I think you did a good job, and hopefully that problem has been resolved with chat. You know, as a German, I don't really take any kind of authority on jokes, so I wasn't really comfortable to comment on that.
Oh, thank you, Mix. I think you can claim authority on jokes with that one. It's doing yourself proud. Wojciech here, as we have seen, going for the Kale. Full roll down here. I suspect he's just going to roll all the way down to 20 at the very least, because this is looking really good.
Yeah, we need 3 more Kales. That's definitely what we're looking for, but keep in mind, we are competed on these units, so this is bad news. Picking up some Kleds. We could go for the Kled 3 if that's something we need. Does find another, and we need to sell something off. Sell the Tristana. Yeah, we don't need her. Maokai, Kale 3 is active. We have her. We need 1 more Poppy. We need a couple more Maokais, but I think Wojtek deciding to stop the rolling here, trying to capitalize on that Kale 3 and hoping that the poppies will come around eventually. I'm really glad he sorted that poppy over there. It just makes my brain much happier.
Right. I hate when they're just randomly out. I'm like, don't make me count.
Yeah.
Just put them all in the row. And this is going to be really good for Wojtek. I like the way he's positioning this as well, not in terms of like on the board, but in terms of his options, leaving it open for a potential Galio reroll, for a potential Kled reroll, figuring out what that final 3-star is going to be for him if, God forbid, he can't hit the ones he was planning on.
All right, so late game specialist with Kale is very intriguing because ideally you want to go there. But right now, he's so far off that Maokai to really make this comp go online. I think it's smart to not pick it up and just try and maybe even only go to level 8. You could be fine. Poppy 3 is going to come online. And now it's about the last unit that you need to 3-star. And you can see him already pick up some Kleds, trying to see if maybe the Maokai doesn't come around. I'll just 3-star this Kled.
Yeah, Kled, Galio, both of them you can roll on 6 for, and that level 6 is such a huge power spike for all of these Kale boards because she finally gets that AoE wave on every couple of attacks. So interesting to see what his leveling strategy will be from here.
Let's see if he can win this round, actually. And Nogi is not too strong either. Was on that Gunner comp, is of course still running it. Has found the Shen, which is a very good frontline unit, especially this early on. But you can see the Kale stacking up, and that Rage Blade is just perfect for her. She loves having it with the extra damage she's getting there from that Radiant Rabadons will be enough for Wojtek to actually turn this one around, find a win. And I think this is where you want to level up. Maybe, but then your econ is gonna be down. So, might just go and stay here. It's actually rolling. Okay.
Yeah, that was the last thing I thought he was gonna do. But I'm interested. I want to see where he's going with this. I guess just rolling for as much board strength as possible to guarantee a win streak later on because his econ is so weak.
Yeah, I think so too. Obviously, like the normal choice here would be to not level until you hit that 3-star. But I don't like it. I think you should just go level 6 and then 3-star to Kled. We don't need Maokai. We can put another unit later on in. We're so far off, and the level 6 spike on Kale 3 is just so strong. I much prefer that, but of course, I understand that we might be staying here for a little bit.
Yeah. And there's a lot better bastions than Maokai is the thing as well. If you're not going to get the 3-star, don't be sad. You've got a Shen, you've got a Cassante if you want, you've got a Taric if you want as well. So there's a lot of options in the later stages where you can replace that Maokai if you don't get a 3-star. But you do need to get that final 3-star from somewhere.
All right, is able to win, which is very good. So one after another, first found Nogi, now Opal, both of the players who are also on some variant of the Urinals. So the opponents he would have liked to actually get some wins in.
Yeah, can we take note of where those 3 players are that are holding hands are relative to the rest of the leaderboard makes? The bottom, it turns out.
However, that's a very normal spot, right? If you're re-rolling, you are going to be at the bottom eventually, unless you have like the perfect lineup. You are going to be falling while you're looking for your units, and then you come back up, which is the thrill that makes me love re-roll, because it's like, will I be able to execute this, or is this another 8th?
Also the hardest part for these players in particular. Saru, almost at that diamond hands as well, going to be trying to upgrade his board, which is kind of a hodgepodge right now. I assume this is going in an Azirli direction. Potentially just trying to put all those items on a Kaisa later if he sticks with Void.
I think that Kaisa makes a lot of sense here. You have the Statics, the Archangel, and the JG. That's really good items for her. Could have even gone for a Guard Breaker if that was an option. And with the Voids already active, that could definitely be what we're looking for. I think in a parallel universe, this could even be like a Rek'Sai reroll, but with these items, it's not going to happen. Not going to come together.
What are the diamond hands on the Rek'Sai is interesting, though. Ton of payoff from that Shimmer Scale item. Saru should be able to push 7 from here.
I agree. Will take a loss, but has 86 gold, so lots and lots of money. Should just be able to push over and then find something on level 7, which would be much more fun anyhow.
He's actually holding. which is smart because he wants to take another loss so that he gets at least some economy going into the next round. 4-1's going to be really important for him.
Nah, we're pushing. We don't need to sit on 90 gold. That's unnecessary. Good listening, skilled Saru. Proud of you. As we are going to be pushing into level 7 here. On the other side is Enzo. And Enzo, whenever... Okay, there is a bet. If you want to bet with your friends in the TFT competitive environment, not that I like gambling, but like betting for fun.
Okay, yeah, I'm with you.
Bet on Enzo building a Zephyr. This guy... Every single game, there is a Zephyr, there is a Shroud, there's some type of heavy CC. That's exactly how he plays this game. He has some boards that don't even come together, but because of the smart way in terms of positioning and using the utility that he has just popped off. And that was one of the reasons why he made it all the way in set 8, because of how he always utilized Morgana as an extra CC in the backline. This is so cool together with the Zephyrs.
And now we're on Nogi's board, which I'm taking a second to take in, Makes, and I suggest you do the same because some nonsense has occurred here.
I don't wanna take it in.
Has become an Azir composition, who is notably not a gunner. Really tough spot for Nogi. I mean, if you're given these units, obviously you have to do something with them. You're not going to be able to contest on that gunner's composition. And now it's far too late to pivot out.
Nasus 2, Azir 2 Cassantes. Nogi is just saying,
working.
Like, this game. Yeah,
and
it is
Opal
working.
Also. Oh, I love this. It's Kled 4 makes.
It is. Let's see how this one does. My understanding is that it's very much like Rek'Sai 3. Yeah. So we are seeing similar items on this one, and I just want to see it in a fight, because we don't get to see this one often.
What's really cool about Kled is that he gets infinite attack speed scaling when he pops on and off of Skarl. So when he takes damage in the front line, he's actually getting a lot of damage in return to build up, which is why that Titans is so good on him. But we're going to see how well it does. Doesn't look like the Kled is strictly necessary in this comp, as Opal really just dismantled Scapeus' board.
Yeah, I didn't really feel like the Kled even came into play there. He was just kind of vibing with the rest of the board. But, of course, it is a very strong board as well, with the other 3 stars also online. And that will be the 90% gold augments coming through here as a last choice. Let's see what players go with. You could pick up the Noxus crest to make the angle into Noxus easier, but is not going to be the case.
I can see the tons of stats angle. You have a lot of units that are 3-star at this point. You have a lot of units that you can continue to 3-star. We're seeing the double Swain. So all of them getting additional stats means that all of them can contribute equally to the board. It means you're not as reliant on your Kled. I like it.
All right, I think we need to hop on over to Simply Wojtek, because he's on 28 HP. And something very, very interesting is happening here. We have found the Maokai, we have found the Poppy, and this board has been very hit or miss today, so I just need to see it play out. There is a Cassante board on the other side, right? That is Nogi with the Gunners. Did he sell one of his Cassantes, or does he actually have both on the board? I think he sold one, no?
Not sure, honestly. He did have full items on it, so I would assume so. Is that Kale in the back line doing okay? Honestly, I was expecting her to be dead by this point, but makes it all the way to the end of the fight.
I'm so... He had 2 Cassantes, and I think I'm going to watch the feedback replay to see if it actually happened what I think, because he might have sold it to make bank.
Or maybe sold it to put... he sold it to put the items on Nasus. Okay. Which makes sense. Nasus is generally where you want your items in this comp. Especially a 2-star.
Right. So 1 Cassante back in the pool, but we'll see. Maybe it'll come back to Nogi, who's been blessed with a lot of Shurima units for reasons that I don't think he understands.
This is a really successful pivot somehow. Like, yes, dead first augment, but this is just a strong meta comp that he's fallen into.
All right, what did I say? Here's Enzo. Here's 2 Zephyrs now. Last time he had 1. He's just going to capitalize on them, but I think it's not going to be enough. The Azir is just so strong. You can see him shredding through, and Nogi will be safe for yet another day as we are heading towards that carousel.
Yeah, lower casing on his Zephyrs that round because Nogi's board is just absolutely disgusting at this point, turning around his fortunes with a win streak, I think, on the cards. But he still gets first pick, and look, Casante's come crawling back.
He is just being served this game. Mortdog, if you're still watching, I don't know what's going on, but we all understand that this is your new favorite player now.
Mortdog giveth, Mortdog taketh. What can I say?
Yeah. He is playing without 1 augment. So that is usually always something that puts you in kind of a scared place. But for Nogi, he's just happy to do so. He's been having a grand old time here.
Yeah, I mean, really been lucking out with this comp, found exactly what he needed. Really good heads-up play to recognize what was happening as he found those units, though, I will say. A lot of players get scared. They're like, oh man, I gotta stay gunners. That would have killed him instantly.
That's so true. And instead, he's here thriving. Well, kinda. We're looking at the overall lobby totals. He's still down there, but so is Wojtek. 13 HP. Very scary. Not even at the Raptors yet. You need to look out for yourself. And this is the kill comm, and she lost a round. Just doesn't seem to be reliable in competitive today.
Yeah, so, I mean, again, it's like hitting so slowly, contested 3 ways, so I feel like we still haven't gotten a representation of what this comp looks like when you have a good angle for it, because everyone we've seen has kind of had these subpar starts.
I thought this was a good start, and then I saw all the competition that was going on.
It was technically
so
a good
then
start
it was kind of like a mid-start, but I think what this comp is being hurt by a lot is how late you level, because truly Kayle at level 6 is good, but Kayle at level 9 is much better, and these boards are not reaching it, are unable to reach it because they stay so long on level 5 to actually find the 3 stars, and that is a massive problem.
No, I think you've identified the problem correctly as well, because the way this composition worked when Bastion was a little overtuned was you just relied on that Kayle in the backline and didn't always roll for 3-star. You would wait until you got that level 9 because it was so much more important. So now we're running into Shido's board that is Safo with this Talia in the background, double trouble. We talked about it earlier today, and we're seeing it on the board now.
And it is so good. It's going to give you extra bonus onto that copy. She'll be really strong, but the Kayle 3 and the Poppy 4 are stronger this time around. It is only a Talia, so not a 3 cost, just a 2 cost reroll, and she's not fully online just yet. But it is a board that could come around and be very strong later down the line from Safo.
And I'm wondering, Max, who the hell was it that beat Wojtek? This board looks really good. The weakness I'm seeing is like if you run into something like a Yasuo, he can jump in your backline. But these 2 fights we saw, the Kayle has pretty easily powered through them.
Yeah, I think you're right. It is the backline access that gives this board trouble, because even though it's Kayle 3, she's a 1 cost. She's not going to be very tanky. She doesn't really have healing usually, unless the Demacia item rolls on like a Hextech or something. So she's quite squish. And if a Darius or the Slayer comps come around, the squish is being squished.
Yeah. Now we're taking a look at Scapeus' board. Haven't been keeping up with him much during this game. Looks like he was playing pretty flex and has found himself in that Ionia Challengers vertical comp.
Yeah, we're seeing the shop upgrade on the bottom right. Oh, no, it's actually Pandora's. So he will reforge these 4 costs. Probably looking for the Yasuo here if I were to take a estimated guess on what we're looking for. That Shroud of Stillness from Wojtek hits right down the line. Very bad for Skip. He still has some HP to preserve here, but the Kayle might be a real problem for this board. Yasuo in the back line could turn it around.
Oh, but he runs away. That's the problem with Yasuo. If you don't one-shot this Kayle, it's over for you. But Kaisa instead comes in, fires away, takes down that Kayle, and Wojtek will follow, just -1 HP.
Unfortunate. I was here for it, you know? I really like this comp, but we're not We're not seeing it. I think I might be flamed for this, but I think the play was to not stick with the Maokai, just level early on, try to preserve some HP, and find something else 3-star later down the line. There's a Galio that you can 3-star. There's a Colette. Just take those. Yeah. I'm not a fan of this holding on.
No, I think I'm with you. I think there becomes a like sunk cost fallacy thing where it's just like if I can just, and you're
See,
betting...
I'm very familiar with that.
Yeah. Oh,
I
sure
see
am.
myself. So
You're just betting on finding it. You're hoping you'll get the hit. As we see this board from Opal, who was in that group of people like cross-contesting. Absolutely disgusting power taking out Enzo's board.
That's massive. He has the Heimerdinger online, fully upgraded turret. Big front line there, I think, is 2 copies away from the Swain 3. So the upgrades are coming around for all of the players. Nogi knocked out, Enzo knocked out. We're down to our top 5. And you can see that mostly the players that were in that competition around the Yordles ended up in the bottom. The only one that has been able to hold on is Opal.
Really well played from him. Going in, seeing this comp was contested and saying, I think the Kled variant is the one that has the least units in common with the other players. And it just relies on those Slayers. So I can level up, I can roll for 2 costs instead, further reducing the amount of contested, and it has paid off in spades.
I like when things pay off, and so does this Colette. Look at him go. He's going to heal back up, go back on his mound, and just dice through everything. Scapea's looking at this like, yeah, I think this is a comp I could see myself with. I think it's a skip comp, you know?
Yeah,
that's what I would expect from him.
I can see it. I'm wondering what Opal's going to pick up on this carousel, because he just like kind of feels like he has Exodia for his composition right now. Maybe some more items for Heimer. Oh, finishing off the Zed items.
Yeah, I mean, IE, perfect item for Zed, is going to help you get this one even stronger as if that was needed. And we're going to take a glance across the gold totals as well. Hypno up there with 50 gold, and everybody else is kind of like scrambling around. We have 46 on the side of Opal, and yeah, everybody else doesn't really have gold. Scapea's rolling down here trying to find anything, but nothing really coming around to make this meme dream go round.
Yeah, he's trying to fish for this Ahri with the Pandora's Bench. Hasn't hit a single one, unfortunately. So his board may not make him out of the top 4.
I'm curious if there's a world where instead of the Jhin, you just play the Zed, but doesn't seem to want to do that for now. It gets a little bit more access to the backline with the Jhin, of course, but it's a Jhin 1, so really how much is that going to do? And we are looking at the Kaisa, and she's the only unit standing. Will get knocked down. Skip getting knocked out in 5th place here, but Zaru still fighting for his life and will also take a loss.
Yeah, I want to talk a little bit about that Taliyah board again. We saw it earlier on in the game, but it seems to have finally hit its stride with that multicaster, with those double trouble Taliyahs, just absolutely obliterating the board. And as you pointed out earlier, that set, giving those knockbacks, proccing those Taliyah's rocks, just so strong.
Yeah, that's Shido Ryusei for you, which is Sappho, down here in 4th place, 18 HP, fighting for his life, has Taliyah 3, has her fully itemized with an ice cream cone next to her, and we are seeing a beautiful front line for that. You have the the double Zephyr, that was so mean, but not to worry, we still have some ults coming through from the Cyan, and that is going to be a lot of extra rocks, and it will be enough. I don't think Hypno can take a win here, but it looked really scary for a second there.
What's interesting to me here too is the extra mana on the second Taliyah guarantees that the ults from the 2 Taliyahs are staggered. So in case one of the targets gets killed, we just instantly go on to the next, and you can chain your CC a little bit better than if they were ulting simultaneously. So just like cute little optimizations coming in.
There is so much knockups in this comp. It's
gross.
Beautiful. And if I saw that right, she even threw a rock while coming down from the Zephyr. So
I think so, yeah.
It doesn't even help. The damage is all the automatic passive where she throws a rock. So the Zephyrs are doing nothing. Really, you want to try and And Zephyr the front line, maybe? I don't know how you play Zephyr against this. You can't Shroud her, you can't Zephyr her. It's just, ooh, she's mean.
Yeah, looking a tad unstoppable, I'd say at this point.
Sure, Opal is up there, and he's been cruising by. Hypno being able to find a Callista 3, and is looking for the Kai'Sa. 2 copies off of Kai'Sa 3, and 1 copy off of Yasuo.
Yeah, if he survives this round, there's a good chance that he can hit that 3-star, at least one of them.
All right, this fight, a little bit of a spectator bug here with similar nameplates, but not to worry. The Talias are in the background and the Nasus is on the opposite team, and it looks like that might be it. I think the Talias cannot survive the big woofy boy, and Sappho will take a loss here, but still holds on with 1 HP.
So this is how Saru was surviving. I knew there was some weird going on. The double BT Diamond Hands Nasus 3. Hypno does have to hit this Yasuo or his game is over.
All right, Hypno's sold off the extra Kai'Sas, trying to find the Yasuo. Will put the Yasuo in and sell some more off, but I think that's the end of the line. Once again, not being able to find something here. Maybe with the Yasuo 3, you would have been able to turn this one around, but the way it is, I don't see it happening.
No, me neither. As we see on the left, Sappho on the right, Hypno, whose board we already talked about. Sappho doing a great job here in the backline. These Talias incredibly safe as they knock away, but the rest of the board for Opal is there. He will fall, and in just a second, Hypno trying to take down this incredibly stacked Nasus. Callista 3 not gonna be just enough. Those Diamond Hands completely unstoppable, unkillable. Finally, Callista will go down. Just the 2 challengers remaining. But makes, I think that's all she wrote.
There is so much healing on this one unit. It's just unkillable. And that will be the end of it, like you said. Sappho and Hypno both knocked out. And if you're Opal, you're probably looking at this thinking like, okay, what do I do now? What's my plan? Because this one looks scary.
Yeah, I think the advantage is you have some more shred coming out of the turret from the Shrink Ray. And you have it in an AoE. You have a rogue that can get into the backline, 2 of them. And you have a really strong, infinitely scaling frontline carry. Maybe.
Maybe. We're cluttering up on the side of Zaru, trying to avoid a lot of action into that backline, protecting the Lux and the Azir, but there's so much damage coming out. The Sion charges right in and knocks everything up. They're under attack back there. They don't even have room to breathe, and it's looking real rough for them out here. That Nasus is the only thing left standing. Will he go 1v9 or 1v8 rather? It seems to be the case.
The BT healing, the double BT just keeping him alive. Every time he ults, he just steals the entire health bar of everyone around him. Look at that. Completely unresisted, unstopped. And Senna, just not enough.
I mean, that's a Nasus 3-star with Diamond Hands and 2 Bloodthirsters for you. And if you have a game plan, if you want a game plan, this is what you do in your next ranked game, I suppose. It's massive.
Hale was looking to pressure on that Juggernaut spat, it looked like, but didn't actually decide on what to take. Didn't have time to grab it. Now, Redemption picked up for a little bit of safety in that back line. Team 03. I'm not sure this changes anything.
Yeah, I'm not sure either. We were working on this one for a long time on the side of Opal, but we took out the Poppy for it, right, to not lose the Clet 4, so it is going to give us a little bit more damage to Clutters, but will it do anything to that Nasus is the question, and I don't see it happening, Matt. Here we go again. This could be the last round.
Yeah, will slow down the healing, but the Nasus gets the first ultimate off. You can see in the front line completely uncontested, but the back line from Sorrow evaporates once more. It's all down to the Nasus. This time, down to half HP, has the double BT. There's the ultimate, bringing him back to full. But Kled, infinite attack speed scaling, gets knocked down, but not KO'd. He's going to be back on the mount in half a second. Sorrow will be taken down. Opal, from a near guaranteed last, takes game number 4.
Wowee! That Teemo 3 really bringing it all together, took out a unit that wasn't really doing much and then allowed more damage to come around to actually let everyone else in the team focus on the one threat, which is Nasus 3. Really cool.
The literal only threat, and this is something we talked about with the clumping as well. At the beginning of the Portal Party, we were saying, it's kind of a mixed bag. Because yes, it protects your corner carry for a little bit, but everyone around the corner carry is taking more damage from the rogues. And it seemed like that spelled the doom of the backline there, and then Opale just had to deal with a single Nasus. Harder than it seemed, but not impossible.
It was really good positioning on the Kled as well, allowing him to get into that backline, just perfect execution there. And even though I think Nasus 3 had it in him, it didn't mean to be for this single game here. However, we do have a break ready, and allow me, if you want, to say the name of our interviewee, because I just get so much fun when I get to say this.
Thanks. How could I ever deny you that, Julie? Take it away, please.
Thank you so much. It is going to be Mr. Traviscwat, meow meow, in a break with you, and we'll be right back with our analyst desk.
Hey, I'm Travis. I'm from Poland. My in-game name is Zitan Traviscwat. I think the new set is great. The patches we had so far are really good for the beginning of the set, and I can't remember the game being so well balanced, despite what some people are saying. So far it's really nice, especially after set 8, which I didn't like. I think the best performer in Runeterra Reforged will be either me or Lelouch. We both like the set a lot and we're doing good so far, so I'm hoping we win the EMEA this time. Okay, so my best performance in a Rising Legends tournament was probably second place in Golden Spatula in set 7. I almost won, but Skipeus cooked a fun board and unfortunately beat me. But yeah, that was for sure my best performance. I also played in Rising Legends finals, but I finished like 20th place or something like that. Oh, I can highlight a underrated player. I think Alanskill is coming back to the game and he's gonna be a beast set 9.5 when he scales. Okay, I want to give a shout out to Lelouch, Alanskill, the people I train with on Discord. I also want to give a shout out to my team Zero Tenacity, they're cool guys. And of course to my community that watched my stream on Twitch.
Back off with another lovely game from our lovely new commentators. Special thanks to Niberia and Makes for that lovely game, but special thanks as well to our lovely Opal, with that Clad 4, we finally got to see it. A lot of people have been relying so many different comps. Panda, this game was totally different to the past 3. Not that much, but quite different.
It's a reroll comp I didn't really have in my bingo sheet because it's seen so little right now in the meta, because if you're playing Kled, the spot is so similar to Zed, and Zed is most of the time better. You're just going to Zed instead. But the one case where it's different is, of course, with Unstable Delivery, with the Yordle. Augment picked up at 2-1, allowing you to get a lot more Kleds naturally and giving you a much better path into 3-starring Kled earlier and having him hold the items instead. So overall, very fun game. I think it was nice to see Kled still popping off, and showing those niche spot knowledge is incredibly important, I think, in this meta.
Also, another thing that's worth noting about this was that there wasn't the, because normally we see Kled free, it's a part of the Darius Noxus line, right? It's like an extra little bit of a pepper on the top here, but that wasn't the case here. There were no Noxus reroll players in this lobby, right? Really opening up that spot to going in and say, you know what, I'm going to take the Kleds. They're not going to be contested at all, as you're pointing out, David.
And again, something that you guys mentioned before when it came to the reroll compositions, this lobby had people playing Talia, people playing Zed, people playing a lot of 2-coast, so it got him the Kled really early. Also, I think if he had just gone for the Zed this game, he would have definitely been second. Why? Because there was a 3-star Nasus. Who was good against that? A Kled. Because what does he do when he's a 4-cost? He executes people below 25% HP, Panda.
Yeah, it was kind of sad. Second time now today where a 3-star 4-cost does not actually win in the lobby. I think in the last case it was obvious why with the Sejuani 3 and I think a Lux 3, but in this case, just a little bit too much power coming from the Slayers, from all the, incredibly capped board that was able to assemble from Opale. One more player to mention, I think, a few players to mention rather, Wojtek, Nogi, all kind of contesting each other in the early game and all kind of falling to the mercy of reroll comps where you just don't hit. I think the same for Enzo, a player that has shown his skill and his talent. In this case, was not able to get anywhere close to hitting Akshan 3 and just slowly kind of melted away out of existence as he faced these incredibly strong players in stage 4 and 5. Similar for Wojtek, hit way too late on the Maokai despite players not really contesting him on it, and just was way behind tempo when it came to leveling and allowing that kill to really shine.
I think that especially if you take Enzo as the example here, right? Because he was kind of ended up being the prey of what's going on with Aphelios, right? Because he was stuck on, he had Aphelios 2 and Akshan 2, but instead of transferring items away, he had to keep them on the Akshan, because even then, that's still a better unit here. The composition of the hour we've been talking about here, get to see a little bit of legend power action coming through as well. But another thing that's worth noting here, double combat augments to close things out here as well. And the augment selection gives so much power to this composition.
Yeah, I think Opal had a lot of power coming in, again, just as you guys mentioned, because he had one Econ Augment. It is not just any Econ Augment, it's an Augment that occasionally might give him the unit that he's looking for. So it isn't just gold that you can use to reroll, but no, it is essentially a free unit that you want every round, and it scales as the game goes on. Starts off with 1 gold, it ends up at 5 gold, so it gives you a lot of economy. And then 2 combat augments to make things just better for the late game, because essentially in the late game, where reroll compositions, you don't really want econ that much anymore. You already have your strongest board, you just need to make them stronger.
And for Sappho, a player we haven't mentioned, finally allowing Talia to shine in this meta. We saw 2 8s on broadcasting games 1 and 3. You might be thinking, oh, Talia sucks, I'm not playing this ever on ladder. Not the case. In this case, the 4th place for Sappho. I think he played it really well. He knew how to build that capped out board with 2 Scions, allowing for just infinite knockups. And until he faced one of these incredibly strong Exodia players in stage 5, he was able to cruise into that top 4 spot. So definitely comp, if you hit double trouble or you hit too healthy, consider playing it. But make sure to hit your set and your Talia 3 on time, or you will be too far behind the lobby.
Yeah, we still have 2 more games to be going on after this one. Again, thank you so much, Panda and Wida, for the lovely analysis of this game. We had a lot of crazy stuff going on for these past 4 games, but our day is still going. Before going with that, we still have an interview with one of our Exodia players, just as you mentioned a second ago, Lezzaford. So let us go into a break and an interview with Lezzaford before we head into Game 5.
Hi everyone, thank you for having me. I'm Lezzaford. Everyone knows me here in Spain like Leza. I'm 27 years old. Right now I'm living in France. I have to say that the first batch of this set, in my opinion, was the best batch I've ever played in the new set. I found it so balanced. You could play a lot of different compositions. I participated in the Golden Spatula Cup 2, I guess. In the set 7, I was also in one Golden Spatula Cup 3. In the set 8, due to work, it was difficult for me. I didn't have enough time. And right now, that will be my first Golden Spatula Cup. I'm really happy because I think that I performed really well in the Spanish tournament. So we'll see how I'm gonna do in this tournament next Friday. I would like to say thank you to every single people who supported me in the last 2 years and a half. I always try to do my best in terms of competition, in terms of performing, streaming, making a really good environment every single day. So thank you so much first of all for the Spanish community, all my friends that are here in the Spanish community.
We're back here on the caster desk as I once more assure myself that my microphone is not muted. I'm here with Impetuous Panda and Rita, and to me, this is always the combination of big brains. If I get both of you on a TriCast, I know I'm about to sit down and learn something. So hopefully, chat sees it the same way.
My head is actually kind of big, so there's
mine is too, unfortunately. So thanks, Mix, for that insult. Definitely what you meant, and not actually a compliment.
Don't you see like the sheer amount of forehead on the screen right now? Like
one console that is big brain that we have not seen yet is Jinx. Well, we have seen Jinx reroll from Gunmate Game 3, but we haven't seen it find success, and that's one thing that I'm missing today. I'm not sure if you two have any other comps that you haven't seen really pop off. We even saw Talia in the last game, finally, thankfully, thanks to Safo. But Jinx reroll is my expectation for this game 5.
All right, I'm gonna hit you with something, and maybe you'll like it, maybe you don't. I love it. I want to see a Ravenous Hunter game. I want to see the Warwick hero augment come through. Cassadine one used to be my favorite. Now with this patch, now we're Ravenous Hunter gamers. So if that one comes through, I'll be so happy this weekend.
And it's also easier to hit because there are obviously a tiny bit less Ionia players, not 5 people per lobby like we saw in 13.13b. So you don't get that kind of hit by a stray bullet of everyone just holding a Warwick 2 while they're playing their comp and you not being able to hit that 3-star. So even stronger right now, and I think out of all the hero augment centric choices, I think Warwick is definitely the strongest.
Yeah, I think I just enjoy it. It has so good, it has very strong itemization, which is kind of think about what really makes the composition tick, right? It removes the healing, but it just gets so much extra scaling in there. So the second you get that Bloodthirster online with a Rage Blade, that Warwick is one scary dog.
I love it when the Woofy boy just goes where. That's my favorite thing. So hopefully we'll see it happen. But to just update you guys at home in chat, watching on YouTube, watching on Twitch, I see you. We have a little bit of a delay. One of the lobbies took a little bit longer, so we are waiting on them to finish up before we can go into the next game. But looking at the patch so far, right? We've went through 4 games already. That's more than half if my math is not leaping me right now. How is your feeling on the meta? We are on 13C, so the new patch variant. What's your grasp? Does it feel good? I saw someone in chat saying this might be a very good competitive patch.
I think it's very spot specific, which means that depending on your spot at 2-1, you have to know what you want to play, essentially, know what rerolls are not going to be contested, know what your best path to success is. It's not so great for flexible players because the whole 4-cost, flex, tempo game plan is less ideal than the commit to a line and play it perfectly at 2-1 game plan. So it depends on the playstyle. If you're a player that likes rerolling, someone like Yosko, for example, he's having a heyday, I assume, on this patch. But a lot of other players, I think, are not as happy, especially players that love playing flexibly and creatively.
I think for a lot of players as well, right? It's the fact that the meta took another upside down switch in like the make of like 2 days, right? That's kind of what happens at the start of TFT sets, where you end up having like one meta that is like solid for a week, and then because like there are some serious imbalances that need to be fixed, so the game in the long term can be a great experience, and even a greater experience, right? Sometimes that does mean that a patch fully comes in and changes up how the game is played, because we've gone from this very 4-cost centric like patch into a 2- and 3-cost centric patch, which means that some of these 4-cost lines, they need to high roll, and as we saw in the previous game, even if you high roll your way into them, sometimes they're not going to be good enough for first place.
I did mention, players that like playing creatively or flexibly are punished, but knowing what spot to take and having the knowledge to execute on not just 3 spots or 3 lines, but instead 12 or 15, like we saw with this Kled reroll game, is incredibly important in this patch. Many players with unstable delivery, they might consider only playing kill reroll, only playing Tristana reroll, and not really consider the Kled reroll at all, and the Slayer line with Zed. So I do think that is a very important skill that many players have to master to do well in tournaments like this one.
I agree, and I really like seeing this variance. Now, I think because the patch is so young, many players are quite unhappy to be having to deal with this right now, but I trust in them to make it work as we are moving across days. Of course, to remind you on the format, we are on day 1 of 3. We'll be having 6 games every single day, and after each day, there will be a significant cutoff. So we'll see how these players manage. We're reseeding after every single round, so they're not getting used to any of these lobbies here. We'll keep them on their toes, and that is also one of the things that has been going on for the entire day, as we are having to wait for these lobbies in between. I'm quite excited to see what the next one has in store for us. Is there anything that we've seen so far that maybe you would have liked to see execute better? We talked about the Jinx. Maybe like the Void 8, I think, was something that players attempted and didn't really come together.
I think it's hard to hit, as I mentioned in the analysis of Game 3. I think it's just, especially with this current meta, with how strong boards become at 4-1 when everyone rolling down and hitting their 3-stars like Darius, it's just very hard to get that breathing room to go to Fast 8. And then you get to Fast 8, you have 20-30 gold. If you don't hit Bel'Veth on the carousel, you don't hit Bel'Veth, naturally with that goal that you have, you're pretty much over, because Kai'Sa is not really as relevant as it was before in terms of taking over and carrying you through stage 4. And if you're going Fast 8 for Bel'Veth, you can't hit Rek'Sai 3, you can't rely on Rek'Sai to carry you either.
Fair, I take that. Wida, you disagree?
Wida's a Rek'Sai expert, so maybe I'm wrong.
Yeah.
So I will say that Rek'Sai, the composition feels a little bit weaker now after the chain, after this patch. I think it's because there are more of the kind of comps that spike in the same way as Rek'Sai does in the meta now, with a lot more reroll-centric compositions coming through. But it's a composition that is super explosive at what it does, right? As we've seen slightly from the game from Patabol earlier on, it can just end up steamrolling. And as long as you can kind of start positioning to get those wraps around that you need to get, right? Again, we saw this as well in the fight, I believe. Was it the one that... It was one of the Celia gamers that ended up losing the fight to Darius, right? Where the Darius just kind of walks the entire way to the backline. If you can get some of those, get that backline access, that Rek'Sai is super strong. You just need to get through that first target. That is the primary issue with that composition.
Yeah, I think that was also the one issue with the Patabol comp that you're referring to, that he wasn't really able to find the Rek'Sai 3. It was just a Rek'Sai 2, and even though she's quite stable during the mid game, at some point you kind of need to hit her. So They didn't really. I want to see this one go all the way, right? I want to see the 3-star Rek'Sai, and then we can maybe come back and touch back on this topic. But a question that I've been, I always watch chat. Question that I've been seeing throughout the entire day is, what about the legends? Players are going for Poro a whole lot. We've been seeing Ornn. We've seen very little Asol. Talk to me a little bit about that. What should players be choosing right now in this patch?
I mean, ideally, if Legends are doing their job, it should be according to their playstyle, which I think has been met to some extent. I think some playstyles and some Legends are not really as viable. But for the most part, if someone wants to go fast 8, fast 9, they can pick a Brilliant Soul. And it's not the wrong decision to make. It's not, less optimal than other choices. I think if you don't have a playstyle, if you don't really care, if you're flexible, Poro's in a great spot because there are so many very strong neutral augments that you can get with Poro, like, for example, Ravenous Hunter and just a ton of other augments. That I think are very viable. So for what this means for competitive, I think it's a good reflection. I would like to have a little bit more variety. I think we've only seen Ornn, the Poro and the Brilliant Soul once. Did we see anything else at all?
Not in our on-screen games.
Definitely not.
Maybe there's something in the off-screen games.
I'm still holding out for a Vladimir game because that is actually like the most that's the beastie Rek'Sai tech. Because the thing about that is that you can then open for it, you can then roll down, you play that, and you just like have so much extra HP to work with, and it's super strong, right? Because like, again, you don't want the silver transfusion, but if you get gold or prismatic transfusion, at a specific point in time, you just reach like a critical mass of HP, and then the Rek'Sai just starts rolling over everybody. That's going to be super interesting to follow. But I do think that we're going to see. I mean, that's like kind of what I play the most of, right? Okay.
2 minutes left talking about Rek'Sai challenge.
Good. I love it.
I mean, like, I could a 15-minute YouTube video. I don't know if it's ever coming out, but it could be a thing, right? You never know.
If we have to stall longer, we're gonna cook that up for day 2 for sure.
All right. Okay, with that in mind, we do have standings ready. So why don't we take a look at how everything played out after game number 4. At the bottom of the leaderboard right now, well, not entirely, but here's the bottom middle of the leaderboard. Okay, I meant to say the top, but we're starting at the middle, so.
The bottom of the top, Mix. I got you. Don't worry.
Some part of the leaderboard that we're seeing.
The 30-second part, to be very precise, actually.
There's a 30-second part of the leaderboard? That's a lot of parts of the leaderboard, David.
It's many pages, Guido. That's why it took so long to prepare. But we're here now. And we have a lot. Now we're in the top part, 100% for sure. We see number 1 there. And it's What Jungler, someone that was so consistent last set in ladder and in tournaments. Love to see it here. Kerfuzzled as well, a world representative making a great showing on this day 1.
Yeah, I'm really, really excited to see him up here. Yeah, you're mentioning Lelouch there, 5th in place. Lekoko, also one of the players that has been incredibly dominant for all of Rising Legends history. And I'm glad that Kerfuzzled is back there as well. I'm sure that Peter has been watching earlier today. Maybe he's still here. I'm sure he's celebrating that right now.
That where the Peter voice came from behind the scenes. We're missing that little
just
segue.
All waiting. Yeah, he's in chat, so we'll see him there. But we also have our lobby ready for the next game. And that's a very interesting lobby as we are kind of looking at the players that are just under that cut, trying to make it into those top 32. So the stakes are high. Everybody's trying to get those first places to really make it happen. Why don't we have a look at this lobby? Because there's lots of names in there that we know. Canvas, for example, a player that I didn't expect to be down here, but he apparently is. So hopefully he can turn it around. Weya, Subtle, Pez, Mark, Zaza, even lots and lots of players there. Anybody that speaks out to you?
I mean, huge pedigree overall. Sasa, GSC winner last set. Ambiz obviously went to Worlds last set and just completely smurfed EMA finals. And just overall the entire set, really, with how consistent he was in tournaments. So names as you're mentioning, makes that are surprising to see at this point, but it's just 4 games. You can low roll some games. You have a chance now to prove why you have that great mentality coming into this game 5, where you can bounce back and almost guarantee your spot if you play well these next 2 games.
Yeah, another thing that's also worth noting, right, is like a little bit of an added point to Campus. He has followed his cousin in potting the Hacks League, right? So Campus's only focus in terms of competitive TFT is the Golden Spatula Cups, the Rising Legends circuit, trying to make it back to that championship at the end of the set. Like, and that's something that's going to be interesting to follow because he needs to really step up in these Golden Spatula Cups to kind of justify that, you could argue. But we are going to be going into game here. Oh, with Rupture Gamers.
Oh, all right. If you don't know what the Rupture does, it ports you to a random location. So it could be anything. Could be Jace's workshop. Could be something else too.
I'm gonna say, if you don't know what the Rupture is, you're about to find out, and then it just loads in the worst possible portal.
So take a trip to the sump.
Okay.
Could you imagine, like, just taking a trip to the sump?
Not Stillwater, please. Have mercy on us. Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
If it's not this, you know it isn't good, probably. So this is why. Uh-oh.
Is this a
I agree.
We need some right-clicking going on here. Oh.
Yeah. All right. So
Right-clicking broke the game.
It happens.
In case you're wondering what's going on, we just did that to entertain you. That was a scam. That was not the real lobby. We're restarting the game. There is a bug with Noxraya, so that's not going to be played. And even though the Rupture was fun, it brought us to the wrong outcome. So we'll need to redo this lobby. Promise we won't take long. But it was a nice little trip, wasn't it?
Yeah, I mean, we got to see the Rupture, David. We got to see what it could do.
We got to see one player's legend. That was Ornn from the Ladder Hunter. So that's all we can analyze for the next 10 minutes. Hit us with why Ornn is good for Rek'Sai. Go.
So, I mean, Ornn can be good for Rek'Sai because you can get some of the stronger items, right? Like, you can get some of the items and kind of scale in. I think just in general, let's try to take the Ornn argument and I kind of broaden it out a little bit, right? I think that's probably a better thing to do, right? Ornn items are just super strong. There's a lot of power in just getting full control over your items, kind of the same concept as Ezreal, just a little bit more delayed.
Yeah, and I mean, players generally really like them as well. So there's kind of this tier list of normal items, radiant items, and then we have Ornn items where players are like, oh yeah, it's an Ornn item. Let's go. Eternal Winter, baby. We're chilling.
We're actually chilling. Great.
Straight up chilling.
I thought you'd done it completely by accident, but thank you, Mix, for recognizing your own fantastic pun. That's what we needed, the confirmation. But as you mentioned, I think Ornn, especially with dual carry comps, which we're seeing pretty much all of in terms of comps that are finding a lot of success. Ionia Challenger is the obvious one. And Azir Lux, I guess, also last patch. But even this patch, Katarina alongside Darius. There's almost always dual carries, so you always want to have extra items. I think every player that played Ezreal last patch, so every player, went from having all of these items to work with and now going to the normal amount. They're like, I'm missing items here. Ornn helps fill that gap, I think, a little bit.
I did not play a single game of Ezreal last patch, so that's not every player. I'm sorry, but that's just not true. When you say... That's fine, go ahead.
Question. So last patch, in the B patch, there was a lot of people, not a lot, a couple of people, who picked up Earth. Earth quite fun, because you can make some quite versatile boards, but you can also kind of low roll. So would you say Earth could be something that we maybe see this weekend, or is it falling off?
So a lot of power with Earth kind of came from the fact that you shared the same free too often with Ezreal. You had the grab back, as well as there were a lot of the composition here. Like, so you think about the likes of Noxus, you think about the likes of Azir, the likes of the Ionia Challenger boards, where a lot of the early emblems you would get from branching out primarily on terms of traits really helped you get a leg up on everyone else in the lobby trying to play the same comps as you. And that flexibility is not necessarily needed as much right now as it was before.
And it just locks you in a bit too much. I think in a meta where there are so many viable reroll options, being locked into one that might be a contested angle, and you can't do anything about it really once you've picked or you've seen your options, is I think a bit detrimental. So it can work, but I think it's a little bit too high rolly for a tournament, especially for the caliber of players we have here, who I think have some amount of confidence in their decision making and their chances to play without having to high roll or come into a spot that might be contested.
That's fair. I accept that decision. I would still like to see it. I actually talked to a player from an A recently. I'm not going to say who, but they wrote an entire script in Python to actually determine what emblems they could get depending on what units they have on board, rather than having to do the brain math, which I thought was really cool. So they just say like, oh, I have a Teemo, I have a Swain, I have a Samira, and then the program is like, oh yeah, that's your option. Like, oh, go.
The AI has arrived in TFT. We are doomed.
Gotta wake up, gotta hustle.
Are taking over.
Sigma Miller grind said, right, you gotta get on your hustle.
Oh, for a second I thought we're going to go into the Rupture again, but it's Lavender Sea.
We thought Kardax's high roll was the highest ever in this day one. Imagine hitting Juxraya again off of the Rupture and having to restart. But no, it will be everyone's favorite portal, Wida. Scuttle Puddle, just free gold and kill reroll players going 9 very early.
What do you mean? It could be Petricized Forest. Don't take out Zaza.
A fun thing as well, because Zaza was hovering Petricized Forest before the remake as well. So that's just a funny thing to keep an eye out for here. But we are going to starting off here, Ladder Hunter JJ. And David, I kind of want to hear this from you, right? Because there's been a change in how you play out the early game now with the fact that we can no longer decide our starting component. How has that impacted us? And how's that going to impact the players?
Yeah, it's pretty impactful overall. I think especially with players trying to force an AD or AP, that distinction is way more vague coming into this set. And there are much more comps that have both AD and AP carries. I think it makes sense as well in that sense. There's not that much punishment. But one I think more important thing to talk about in Scuttle Puddle is for any players that are not aware, you're playing this portal in your own ranked games, you are able to solo these PB rounds with a single ranged unit and make 10 gold 1-3, sometimes even at 1-2, and just make economy threshold. If you don't have valuable pairs for what comps you're comfortable with or you know how to play, it's fine to just not hold anything and instead just try to make 20 gold and then decide after. It's actually a very, very viable strategy.
Yeah, and that's exactly what players are doing here. Thank you for explaining that, Tech, because I think many... Hold on! I'm seeing Legends, I'm seeing Poros, I'm seeing Orin. I don't care about that. We have a Tahm Kench player here in our lobby. Wow.
I thought for a second you were scared about the fact that Malzahar kept missing, you know? Like, I thought the time was just way too good here. I actually played a lot of Tahm Kench to start off this set. It's very fun. You get a lot of economy going for yourself. And I kind of want to say, like, one of the more powerful things about playing Tahm Kench is the fact that in Silvers, you're guaranteed AFK. When you're in a very reroll heavy meta and you can kind of you end up, if you put forward a weak enough board, you can kind of start grieving everybody's loss streaks while building up your own economy with that extra AFK gold. It's something to look out for here, and I'm kind of excited to see if that's what we're going to have happen here.
We'll see if player prepares for this as well, trying to sell off extra units, make sure they hit that threshold. If AFK does land, you can sell units at that point. I'm going to sit on 10 for now, hold some valuable units, valuable pairs as well. Talia, again, a unit that is enabled by very strong augments like Double Trouble and Too Healthy, and a unit that has much more priority now in terms of units being held in stage 1.
And I just looked up the pronunciation of this name because it's a very hard one. I can tell you that the translation means dragon class from actually Game of Thrones. We are going to see augments come through as Azure Hajdami picks up whatever we're going for. It could be the hedge fund, but it is going to get re-rolled. I was so excited.
All that build up throughout stage 1.
I had hopes.
Our viewers elated to see someone going for the full econ start and then the immediate reroll. Unfortunate.
Yeah, important thing here as well, David. Skips the Cruel Pact. We saw this in the earlier game with last Kardax, so obviously having some sort of impact here, but saying he does not feel comfortable going down that route, thinks he needs something that's a little bit more consistent, ways able to match the general tempo of the lobby, and he has this early opener with the Callista and a static shiv, so could be in for a pretty good win streak.
Also Callista for Serbian player for Pez, but immediately slams a Runon instead. I think a pretty strong indicator that this will be an Akshan game and not actually Ionia. You can play the Runans on the Yasuo, but is very far away from best in slot.
Yeah, and with getting those prismatics, that also means that lobby tempo is now going to be going up. Everybody that has a strong augment for combat is going to have a much easier time than the players who pick something up that's going to help them later down the line. Emblems, stuff like Pandora's, you might not be able to use right away. That is going to matter, and we should be seeing them come in on the right side any second now. But notably, there is a multicaster soul on the board that we are on, which is Subtles. And I love this one. I love multicasters. I think they're so fun. I think this should be a very good game.
Oh, I got so excited because I saw the Rek'Sai. I saw the fact that there was like an open chain vest, there's a sword, everything is coming together. Then I look up and see the multicaster soul, and I'm like, okay, that's not the case. Because like very often in these situations, you'll have Malzahar, the early item holder. Looking over here, the Capricus Forge, is that the one? Is that the name of that one?
Precious, I think. but I might be wrong as well.
What?
Oh, it's roll the dice. It's so much easier to say.
Yeah, it's roll the dice. No Forge. Forge is only for anvils.
There is one player who did pick up Hedge Fund, so despite the Tom Kench player not doing his job and playing to the playstyle that he picked before the game started, we do have Ladder Hunter on Hedge Fund, making use of Scuttle Puddle as a portal that just gives you so much extra econ, allowing you to hit those thresholds and just get that snowball effect going on months earlier on. But one bigger augment to make note of, I think, is Birthday Present from Cambiz, an augment that is not very good right now in the meta in terms of stats, does not perform at a high level, but with this extra gold star and be able to pump levels earlier might be the difference maker in terms of that finding success.
And we're kind of two peas in a pod here, Dave, right? Because like I indicated I wanted to say something, and that was exactly what I was about to talk about, right? So that's interesting. Also, Veya has won 2 fights now, but has fully open forded here to guarantee the gold income coming through, which is going to be a pretty interesting spot to follow.
All right, just before we get ahead of ourselves, it is still, I know it doesn't feel like, but it's still at the beginning of the set. Not everybody is very familiar with everything, so why don't we quickly explain what the birthday present augment actually does, because it is going to give you gold and a 2-star champion every time you level up, and then the champion's tier is your level -4. So you actually are going to get stronger champions later down the line, which should be interesting once we get there for Canvas. For now, it's just going to give you a little bit of gold every time, basically.
And because Flexplay is just not so strong, I think it's also a detriment to the augments, with so much power in boards and stage, level 7 coming from the traits themselves, like Noxus, for example. I think it's just, a little bit hard to pull off. But if anyone that can do it in this game, in this tournament, maybe even, it is Canvas, someone that we saw last set, played so many different comps across his success in 3 GFCs and that EMEA finals. And we'll see if he can actually make an impact this game.
Hopping over to Zaza here, that's what that name means, in case you were wondering. The 5454, just written as letters based on his own name. And he is on a little bit of a challenger angle for now as well, with that roll the dice.
Yeah, that's what we're talking about, David, right? Like having something like roll the dice here can be super impactful in a potential triple carry setup, right? That's something challengers can do quite well with that Kalista, with that Kai'Sa, as well as that Yasuo, right? So if you had to choose, where would this like dice, quote unquote, like this Rascal's Gloss, where would that end up in like a complete challenger board?
I wouldn't want to probably risk a low roll on something like a Kai'Sa or Yasuo. So it might just be a Karma, for example, as like a tertiary carry where you have a Karma 2 early, you're able to swap from Samira to Karma 2, and then look for that best in slot for both Kai'Sa and Yasuo, who I think are fairly item dependent, especially Yasuo, who wants things like RFC and Edge of Night in this current meta.
Bit of an unfortunate hit there for Pes, actually. If he had gotten that Gen 2 on a previous fight, he would now be looking at a full-on streak, but that's not going to happen. Meanwhile, both Zaza and Eider here right now are full streaking, and they have each other in the pool. And also a very scary proposition for Ladder Hunter, because he's full opening together with Campus. These players can take some massive hits, and they have each other in the pool as well.
All right, let's see if it happens. You do want to keep your loss streak lossing and your win streak winning. That's generally the consensus. And for Canvas, that means to go all the way. He's open fording this one, just saying like, yeah, no, I'll take the damage. I don't care. I'm fine with that. I'm used to playing risky. And we'll see who wins. I think it is the top 2 players that are fighting off. Yeah, both 100 HP streaking. Somebody will have to lose here. And it seems like it is going to be Aegir. Zaza celebrating this win accordingly.
It's a very big one as well, so that makes a lot of sense now. And again, an important thing to note here for the likes of Campus and Ladder Hunter JJ, right? Normally, when you go into Crux, you're kind of afraid of losing. You have to put together a stronger board, stuff like that. Not something you have to fear on Scuttle Puddle, so not a same amount of threat that you might expect here. And Hedge Fund fully online as well, 100 gold, 2-7.
A cap was added after the first patch where we saw pretty much every single player and their mother hitting a 3-star 5 cost for free during PBE. A cap was added, makes it a little bit, less impactful, but still, with Scuttle Puddle as the first augment, as you mentioned, Wida, it's just crazy to see it here at Krugs, 100 gold already banked, and you still have so much HP to sacrifice to make sure you're hitting 10 gold of interest every single round for maybe all of stage 3.
And just look at the sheer amount of gold coming through here, Makes, right? Like, there are so many options. Like, this is going to be so wild to follow where these boards end up at, because, sure, Ladder Hunter is farming so much gold for the interest, but at some point, there needs to be a board put together.
Did you see that Canvas is also at a similar level of gold? He had like 80, 90 gold there just now. Both of these players are absolutely swimming in money. Huh? What do we have so much gold for, a Canvas? Augments should be coming out soon. Let's see if maybe that is one of the reasons why we're holding on for now.
And very curious how Canvas is playing the birthday present. You usually play as high tempo, you level to get the power of that 2-star you get from the augment, and then just start win streaking. In this case, he decided to lose streak all of stage 2, despite leveling to 4 at 2-1, if I'm not mistaken. I saw the pop-up come up. So very curious how he ends up getting value from this augment later into the game.
All right. After this, it is going to be augments, and we do have a fair chance for everything. There's 50% silver, 30% gold, and then 20% prismatic. What is it going to be, Wida? Quick!
Prismatic? Question mark? Okay, it's just going to be gold. I said just gold, right? It's kind of a step back into normality for the players here right now. Nothing that's really going to accelerate the gold income for the likes of Campus right now. Just getting that long distance pals here. So again, these dual carrier setups we've been talking so much about, David, kind of potentially coming online as he starts pushing levels, going to 7. Finds the Darius too. That could be a whole other point potential to look out for. But on the opposite side of things, well, Ladder Hunter also on the line of trying to find those Slayers and Juggernauts to try to put something online here.
So what we've learned is that Darius is attracted by lots of money. Do with that information as you wish.
You'd have to roll a little bit too much gold to find that Z2, which was really the stabilization point that Ladder Hunter was looking for. Finally does find it, still on 60, which, I mean, he was at 100 before, which is why I say he rolled a lot, despite being very, very rich still. And we'll see. I think this board is definitely stable enough to, even if it does lose by not too much, and allow him to once again get back up to 100 and have just a lot of economy going to stage 4.
Unfortunate positioning situation here, right? Because the set is technically on the wrong side of the board and trying to get into this kill list. That's not going to be super impactful. It's not really gonna matter because the fight is not going to be super close here, as either will take their second loss of this game so far, and a huge one to bat as well, as Ladder Hunter has just kind of found that stable board here. And it's going to be a really tough task because if there are people in the lobby trying to go down this set route, they have to be really far ahead because there's just so much economy for Ladder Hunter to hit these things.
Unfortunately, Zaza losing means the win streak has ended, and that is really unfortunate. He'll try and see what he can make out of that, but we're hopping over to Weya, who is looking once more for the Kale reroll. We've seen it a couple of times. It didn't really blow us over any of the times it came through, but maybe it is going to be different for Weya. 1 copy off the Poppy 3, 2 copies off the Maokai 3, and it is pretty close, but you're also still level 5 and should be following the rest of the pack rather soon.
This is a comp that really thrives off of having access to a lot of resources, especially gold, to make sure you can get to level 9 eventually. And Scuttle Puddle, I think, is one of the strongest portals for that reason. You're able to so much more gold to roll at level 4 still after Krugs. Make sure you get that much closer to Maokai 3 to Poppy 3 as we're seeing here. Only, 1 off Poppy, 2 off Maokai. And once he hits this, he's still fairly healthy for this point of the game when you're playing kill reroll. You're able to go 9 very easily this game if he hits, fairly on average, which he should be in the next few rolls.
Yeah, and also now another side effect of this tiniest Titan that Veya is rocking, right, is that he's gonna have like Carousel.
That's a crown.
That is indeed an attack crown for Campus. That's going to be really good for him. He's going to be able to try to get these flex spots online as you're talking about, Mace.
Sorry to interrupt. I was just really excited. I looked at the spatula on his bench and I was like, okay, what are we making? We could make like a Slayer emblem. I'm down. And then he's like, oh no, no tack crown. Why not? All right, Weya, notably able to also pick up a bow here. That is finally a Rage Blade for that Kale, because the one she had came from the Masia, which is really not ideal. Want to have one for her, but Canvas finding Yasuo too. Yeah, level 8. He is just going strong. Here's the tack crown. Really. Level 9 now enabled. That's such a massive board, but Weya also finds what he needed, brings in the Yordles, and now we have a Poppy 4 in game, which is good for this time.
This is a kind of a scary proposition for the rest of the lobby, right? Because outside of Mox and Ladder Hunter, there's not that many players around that are pretty close to them, but having the bottom 2 players in the lobby get these massive spikes potentially coming through now means that you gotta start fearing for yourself. You gotta figure out how do I like stabilize my board to a certain extent where I don't start bleeding? Right, this 4-1 coming through now with both Vera and Campus looking very strong is going to be super critical for the likes of Sasa and Pest, for example, because they cannot just like start tumbling down.
A completely different story to what we've seen from Kill Reroll all throughout this day. In this case, you analyze your spot, you're not contested, but also you have the portal giving that much extra gold. It's just the biggest difference maker, because when you essentially destroy your econ to hit these 3 costs, it's very hard to recover that to go level 6, 7, 8, and 9 on tempo with the lobby. In this case, I can almost guarantee Whale will finish top 4 in this game and potentially can just win out entirely, because level 9 is almost guaranteed from the spot he's in.
And now something to note about Ladder Hunter here, right? Hedge funds is the same thing as Rich Get Richer. You don't have to get the maximum interest all the time, but getting a little bit extra is always nice here. And he's kind of decided that his breakpoint here is going to be 80 gold. That's where he's going to be rolling his excess. It's just going to be around that 80 gold mark, where sometimes you'll see people roll at 30, for example. So for him, 80 is the new 30.
All right, we're seeing Sasa on the other side once more. Has found a Nazir, has found a Lux, but is it enough to actually turn this one around? Seems to be the answer is yes. You can see him nodding in agreement. He's also made some of his bank back, so not in an as devastating situation as he was a couple rounds ago. As more money rolls around, you can see the totals. Canvas notably went to 8 and then to 9 with the Tech Crown, is the only player that's really low in gold. Everybody else sitting comfortable.
Also, it's worth noting here, Campus is the only one with like an actual streak going on for himself, right? A lot of 1s, low 2s, and then a singular free loss streak for a pass here. So these players are kind of in like a pretty unstable state for the most part. They don't really know what the consistent outcome is going to be here. And with like the additional like situations coming through with all these scuttles getting killed, like there are so many options here you gotta look out for, because the tempo could go off the rails.
All right, hopping over to Marx's board, who is in competition with Zaza. Zaza finding a 0-3. Both of these players opting to go for the strategist Demacia with Azir and Lux in the backline. And that could be bad news for Marx, who's already on the losing end of this lobby for now. Is he going to be able to hit the units that he needs? The Nasus 2, the Jarvan 2, Azir 2, Lux 2, that's everything you need, and he has nothing of that right now other than single copies.
Looks like he thinks he's stable and healthy enough to go fast state instead and just try and cap out the streamer board. He does have social distancing. I think is very, very strong with this comp in general, because you have so much attack speed. You have kind of the need to want to build JG on both Azir and Lux, and getting the extra AP is so big from the augment. Might lose the next few fights, especially against this board. I mentioned, I think, you know, you've hit this early on, you're going to be winning if you're way up, but I think Mark is still in an okay position to go 8 and again, try and cap out this board.
For a second, I thought you were saying he's in an okay position to go 8th. And I was like, huh? That's so
that depends on the framing of this, right? Because this is not necessarily super strong here, and I think that loss has kind of made it so that now he's going to be rolling on 7 instead. It doesn't feel safe going level 8 anymore. Mm-hmm. This is like a very awkward halfway decision point coming through from Mark, a player that, generally speaking, is pretty consistent here. Ladder Hunter JD, Oran Forge coming through right there. That's going to be great for him. Get that secondary carry on that item white.
Yeah, he found the Z3, so that's going to be bad news for everybody else as we are looking across the lobby.
I think for the consideration of going fast 8 or rolling is that there are players that are so strong anyway that you're going to be losing even if you roll. Players like the Kill Reroll player, players like Adder Hunter, for example, who've hit most of his 3 stars already. So I think that's the biggest consideration there, and you might just try and risk it and risk it for the biscuit, go level 8 after Carousel, and then try and assemble your comp.
What do you make of his items here, David? Like, they do look kind of interesting, but I'm unsure if that's going to be enough raw AD in the long run for this board to like kind of pop off.
Yeah, we're seeing they're not able to one-shot the kill. I think is one of the biggest factors. If you can't one-shot that backline carry, it could be a huge problem. Maybe at this point now, yeah, again, it's the Poppy moving to the left, not able to do it, and Poppy just so big with the CC she offers once she is a 4-star Yordle.
All right, Shen2 comes through as an upgrade is going to be put in. One of the Cassantes will be moved out, and notably he is on 4 Freljord, something that at the beginning of the set, everybody seemed to be beelining for. It was just everybody wanted to have it. Now has fallen off a little bit as Freljord is not being played as much anymore, but in compositions like this one where you see the Deadeye, where you have Shurima variants. It's a perfect combination of everything, and I really like seeing this board. I just wish it was a little bit stronger. The Akshan 3, the Azir 2, maybe even like in the front line, the Nasus 2, the Sichuan, like anything. Give me a little bit more, and I think this board can go very far.
And like Asante doing a lot of displacing the Jarvan, so his ult no longer hits any of the backline carries there. But it's also still just incredibly strong. Mana Burn picked up as his third augment is one of the strongest neutral augments that you can pick up at 4-2 in the game right now. Azir is great with the seed with the radiant items, but still not quite enough. And I think the Cassante was a big part of that, stopping that Jarvan from actually providing utility this fight.
Was it like Cassante 2 being on offer here as well, right? Like we saw Campus on 2 copies, I believe. So if no one needs that bow, but there's also the Belveth, right? There are some options here for a Campus to scale the sport into that late stage situation.
Campus is like headbutting the border.
Something I've had happen a couple of times, right? If we get a little bit too eager, sometimes you just like start walking backwards. I don't know if it's like a me issue, if it's like a general issue, but it can happen.
Psychological trick. You have to pretend you're calm in the border, so no one starts scouting your board and seeing what you're trying to get, then deny you. You have to be completely zen. Don't try and move at all until the very last moment.
Okay, but here's one thing. Why you should always do that anyhow is if you ever end up picking up Young, Wild, and Free, which is the augment that frees you instantly on carousel. If you're one of the players like me that always runs into like the border of the circle and you get this augment, you'll just instantly pick something up before you even realize it. So I know many people do this. I'm not alone on this one. So just practice patience. It will pay off, I promise.
Or just don't pick that augment or metabolic accelerator, because I have seen some TFT players who do not have good mechanical control over the legend. They get completely zoomed out and they pick the wrong thing and their game is doomed.
I want to point something out here, right? Because we see Subtle picking up the mana in one of my favorite new augments, to be completely honest, right? It gets super cool, and it gives you that extra additional shroud coming through here. And very often you'll see players put one down either side to target the carries here, but what Subtle has done instead is he's put one down the right side, one down the middle. And I'm interested to see whether or not that's going to change all throughout this game, right? Because he has the Ionic Spark as well on top of his Swain here, so if he moves the Swain to the side, that's going to be like less shred on potentially the bigger frontliners.
I think we're going to be seeing him move accordingly to what he's meeting up. Some of the boards are just very cluttered to one side, where it doesn't make sense to put one on either side because there's no units there. You can see that he's also itemizing all of the front line, and now we're seeing the Bramble being slammed onto the Jarvan, and we'll see what comes out of it. And this time, the Shrouds will hit on either side as both of these players have Mana Burn equipped.
The reverse Uno played from Lelouch. They were having such success with it, but now they face their own worst enemy. In the end, I think Multicatchers will reign supreme. It's going to be a close fight here. Azir is still very much alive. Vel'Koz taken down. One thing to note, though, with Subtle Cloud in his spot, and the reason he picked up Multicatcher Soul early on, if you're comfortable on this comp, having +1 multicaster is so important because it allows you to roll at level 7 while having this current board assembled with 4 multicaster, 4 sorcerer, and 3 Demacia. Usually you have to go 8 to do this, and that makes it very risky because you're not guaranteed to hit your 3 stars with the Vel'Koz 3 that actually guarantee you the top 4. So it's so important. Also, Godwill's Grove is fantastic if you're playing multicaster because it allows you to hit the whole board at level 7.
Final few things coming out here, right? Makes like, again, if we are Sasa here, like what are we looking for? Like I am kind of sort of confused about this. Like this Jurassic Gloves obviously has been putting in a lot of work, but there are still a lot of strong items that could come through here.
Yeah, we can make use of lots of things, specifically if we want to itemize that to Leah maybe, or more items in the front line, but he's not the only one that picked something up. So did Ladder Hunter, and we're on 17 HP, which is a devastating situation to be in. And we do have a lot of items that we could slam. We're looking, there's like a JG in there, or even a Hotch that we could put, but we are missing the units more than anything. There's a Katarina in shop, a Darius, but so far off anything.
We saw a ton of upgrade right now this last round. Heimer 2 for Camus. We saw Pez hitting Cassante 2 as well. So the overall power level of all of these boards are getting incredibly out of control in this stage 5.
All right.
Leia has not lost a round in a long time, as I somehow predicted when he hit his entire 3-star board before stage 4 started.
Yeah, that was That was a very bold prediction from you, Panda. I'm glad to have such massive, big-brained analysts with me, but Ladder Hunter will take a loss here, unfortunately, and is now one Katarina off, sold off to Darius as to try and make something here as we are approaching. Gwen2 comes around, another Darius comes back. All right, I see you. Doesn't want to have that, though. Wants the Katarina, and she is not showing up here. One more, come on, there she is. Oh, that was close.
If he survives to the carousel as well, that will be a third item on this Katarina 3. So the next two fights are incredibly important for Ladder Hunter to see if he can make it through. Thundercloud as well. At 14 HP, this could be the last fight for both of these players.
Very important thing here as well, noting with that positioning, right? Getting that Zephyr in front of the set means that he's going to be wrapping out into the backline immediately, getting that very important backline action. And kind of see here, sure, it wasn't the same side of the Vel'Koz, but the rest of the backline, which is gone in a second, and that almost sends Thundercloud to the bottom of the leading standard. It's going to be Marks going out in 8th instead. The bottom of this lobby right now, 9-2-1. Like, this is so close. A singular fight will change everything.
It absolutely will. We are looking at the lobby totals, and you can see 3 players on their last leg.
Oh, no.
Oh, no.
Disparage.
This is tough. Any unit that you... I guess Jarvan for Galio would be the only option here.
Is that even better, though, right? Like, that's the thing here, going for a different sorcerer instead with a Taric remove now. Is this Vel'Koz free going to be enough? Because he's facing elimination.
Okay, I really like this decision. At least we got the Vel'Koz 3 and somehow, and we didn't drop the Sork or the Multicaster, which both is going to benefit the Vel'Koz tremendously. But is it enough? On the other side is the Akshan, and the Vel'Koz just got annihilated there for Subtle. It's not going to be enough. Will get taken out by, if I know that Chibi, it's going to be Canvas. And on the other side, Pez was... He was also knocked out, right? I'm seeing that.
No, he survived. Nope. He survived.
He survived on 1 HP.
He's still at the singular HP he had before the fight started. Yeah.
All right. So
hard to see with the naked eye, but he is very much still alive. And another player has died now, Thundercloud. So that's a 6th place guaranteed for him. The player that I have to really watch out for is Sasa, because he had a project for an Azir 3 much earlier in stage 4. Not sure where that project is right now, but players I assume are pinging and attempting to contest and hold these Azirs as well. Deny that.
Look at the Vega spot, by the way, right? The combination of the healing and the gold from this tiniest Titan. Like, sure, like he's playing kill reroll, and he's so stable, he's so rich, he's going to be able to go level 9, no issue. Get those final few upgrades onto the board. This is a fantastic position for him.
It is, and we were talking about how Scuttle Puddle is so great in combination with that tiniest. He's going level 9. That Kale is fully empowered now. He has everything online. The way up board is one to be afraid of, but there's more players in this lobby, and they're trying to get into those top 4. They want those top spaces. Remember, every player in this lobby is currently on 17 points in the overall. They're trying to get to those top 32 slots in the leaderboard. And we're seeing Azure and Pest side to side fighting for their lives.
A crucial 1v1. Zed has almost been taken down. Cassante doing a lot of kung fu kicking all across the board, trying to give Pez one more chance at success, but it's now down to only Cassante. He's taken down, and Ashe can definitely not do it here. Pez will be taken down, unfortunately, in 5th place.
Both of them down, unfortunately, but that also means we have our top 4 decided, with Ladder Hunter sneaking in there on the back of that Katarina 3. We saw him down there. It was really close. Finally found her and managed to claw this one out. I think this is as good as it gets, probably.
And the interesting thing as well to note about this composition is that this has so many carries we've been seeing earlier on. It's not the Kled 4 that we saw in the previous game. However, you're still looking at what it could be described as 4 different carries in the likes of the Katarina, the Kled, the Set, and the Gwen as well. That's going to be able to hold even more of these items later on.
All right, let's see if Ladder Hunter can survive this one. Zaza on the other side. We are still not near an Azir 3. That's not going to happen. And the Katarina 3 takes care of the backline. She is on to one big woofy boy. Can she do it? She'll get knocked out. It's only Zed remaining standing. And I think either way, Ladder Hunter might be safe here, but he should probably win this one anyhow.
And how far Garen has fallen, spinning, and just giving stacks to the Titan Resolve for the Zed, not doing any damage whatsoever, but he's doing his part. He's trying his best.
That was a comp we played at some point, right? Surely,
yeah,
right?
I think you played like 17 Zeeks and Garen go Brr.
Don't remind me, I didn't like that. But we are seeing 2 players on level 9 and 2 players on level 8. Notably, Canvas doesn't have much gold to work with anymore. Weya, still pretty fine up there, honestly. And then Zaza and Ladder Hunter both would like to go level 9, but do they have the gold to do it is the big question.
Interesting option here, David, right? Because you already have the anti-heal via the Clad here. So do you want more tankiness on the Gwen? Do you want it on the Cyan instead, right? There are options here for this Mox. And you know what? He wants the prolonged damage in the fights, more tankiness on this Gwen.
Still a big cap to reach for Ladder Hunter. If he's able to go 9, find that Aatrox, get the 5 Slayer. And one of the biggest jumps in placement average from 4 Slayer to 5 Slayer. It goes from like 4 point something to 3.22, so it's actually a massive jump to be able to reach that cap.
All right, Ladder Hunter once more fighting for his life. On the other side is Weya with the Slayer comms, and the Zed is onto the kill, but can take her out. And I think that might just be the end of it. I don't know if the Gwen alone can hold herself against this board. Don't think it'll happen, but very, very close there in that backline. The Zed could have fallen. Ladder Hunter will be safe one more round.
Yeah, Captain Timo on duty, but he's just not good enough to pull off that.
The Kled is like 7 times his size, and Timo's like just shooting the little mushroom arrows.
But level 9 coming through here. Big upgrade for Ladder Hunter's Kale 1, right, David? That's the thing here. That's the important thing to note here. This Kale 1 level 9 now, that's going to be...
Exactly, because level 9 Kale is a menace, Wida. Don't disrespect 1-star.
Oh, I mean, I played PBE, by the way, and that where Fast 9 comes around vertical damage and Kale 1. I am fully aware about what's going on here. And Gwen is a 2-ranged unit here, so the movement of her into like 2nd and 3rd row makes so much sense here. It just makes a lot of sense for the pathing.
All right, is it enough though? On the other side, we have Canvas, and his little cute chibi Annie has been crushing through this lobby before. Can she take out Ladder Hunter, or will the tables turn once more? Zaza on the left side also fighting with 16 HP. I'm not sure it's going to be enough against the Slayer comp. He will take a loss, get knocked out here, and so will Ladder Hunter. It is down to Weya and Canvas.
It's also a great placement of the Azir and Lux separately compared to what the usual board looks like. Very important against Poppy's stun. I think one way to auto-lose or playing Shurima against that kill board is to have both on the same side. They're just infinitely stunned by that knockup, and you do no DPS whatsoever.
A lot of interesting things to note here, right? Like, I was always considering whether or not Weya was going to roll without Heimerdinger on the board, try to chase down this Gwen, free, for example, right? But he just wants to have some of these upgrades. He's looking for some specific ones. I assume at least, right? Because you want like to have that open unit slot, but that's not going to happen.
For now, we don't need to be worried. Both of these players have a little bit of HP. We'll see the carousel for sure. But after that, the time of peace will be over as they are fighting it out. For now, Canvas is streaking. Can he continue that streak? It looks like that might be a challenge. Kale, being under attack, will get taken down by the Akshan, and notably, it's still Akshan too that's doing all of this. We'll take a loss, but man, oh man, that unit.
Slayer emblem. You can see Canvas beelining for it, but Weya is quick. You know, he has the tiny sighted, and he has the mechanics as well, David. There is no misclicks here, and that's another bonus. It was a close race. That's the bonus of the tiniest Titan in these situations, because was that a normal augment, normal size, normal speed? Well, there's not that free spike coming through for Weya, so massive upgrade yet again here.
You know, any fans of Formula One among our young audience? Well, now you have photo finishes in TFT as well. Just barely able to get that Slayer emblem. Has to decide now on which unit you want to place it on.
Yeah. Is going to slam it here onto that Heimerdinger in the background. Let's see where that Zephyr hits. It seems to be going for the Kled, which is perfect. Both Heimerdinger and the Kale are well, not untouched as something is being thrown into them, but the Poppy will come back and get knocked out. The Kale's gone. She is gone. That was their main carry and will take so much damage here. Can the Poppy and the Gwen maybe turn this one around? I don't think so.
The Poppy can do a lot, Migs. I've had my Poppy 1v9 boards, one skill dies in stage 6, and it's the case here again.
All right.
She is so tanky. She does so much with the CC. She can stall so much, and she does a lot of damage with her knockup as well.
And that's another thing that's worth noting here as well. When you go into these fights, right? Because you look at this on the side of Cabbage, you're looking at this Cassandra do so much work, but when it's down to the duel with the Gwen, she's so mobile that when you get up to the edge of the board, she's most likely going to get away, right? So it's not necessarily a direct counter to remove that singular carry. So really interesting and intricate things going on each of these boards that you got to keep an eye out for.
It's not only the Poppy though, right? The Gwen was so good there as well, just supplying that additional damage, supplying herself with a lot of healing to actually stay alive there. Maybe, just maybe, she can do it again against this board. Once more, the Zephyr comes in. This time it's going to be the Heimerdinger that's being lifted up into the air. Can the Kill survive is the question. The Akshan will probably target her soon, but for now, she's just shredding through this and having a good old time, and this is looking dire for Candace as the Kale is still alive. Poppy and Gwen in the front line are having a good old time, and he will take a massive loss, get knocked out, and Weya takes game number 5 here in day 1 of her Golden Spatula Cup.
And Weya finally showing on broadcast why this comp is so strong, why players decide to go for that coin flip 1st or 8th. The cap on this comp is wild. I think Poppy is, to be honest, insanely overtuned for how much she offers at 4-star when it comes to CC, when it comes to damage, when it comes to just 1v9ing and providing stall for that Kale to really start stacking that Rage Blade. So a great showing from Weya, and I think a great understanding of how much stronger Kale is on Scuttle Puddle specifically.
And with Tiniest Titans, I mean, that was a Slayer
The photo
emblem.
finish.
There was a lot of money.
Deciding factor.
Definitely played a part in it, I think we can agree on. But I also really like the way Canvas played this one out with like the full open forward, had saved a lot of money, and then transformed that into a board that was strong enough to get that 2nd place, which might just be enough to get him into those top 32. He knows that he has to play this kind of line, and I think it's really cool to see it come together. But we have a quick break ready for you guys. We're going to hear from one of our favorite players, Zaza, and after that, our analyst desk is going to break it down before we go into the final game, so don't go anywhere.
Hey guys, I'm Zaza. I go in-game by 5454, which stands for Zaza. I'm 24 years old and I come from Germany. What are my thoughts on the set? I think it's really fun. Like, we have the best release patch we ever had, and I'm really looking forward to competing in the set. I think implementing TFCs has a lot of positive things with it, but yeah, I think it still needs some refinement, but like for me, I like always qualify for GC through TSC, so I can't complain too much. Oh, my best tournament was GC2 last set, and I finished 1st. And I think like GCs are also the most fun for me. I think the best performing player last set was for sure Canvas. I think he made like every day 3 and went to Worlds. So yeah, it has to be Canvas. Yeah, I think the most creative player I know is probably Skip Pierce. Like, he's always cooking some fun stuff. My goal as a player is for sure making Worlds one time. I've been doing well domestically. I won a GC, and I think now my next step is going to Worlds one time. Big thanks to the German community for cheering for me. Like, whenever I do well, they are always cheering in chat, and like, it really hypes me up. So thank you for that.
Here at Rising Legends, we decided that 2 people was not enough for a desk, so I decided to get a special guest to join us. This is Mango. She is currently Iron 4 in TFT, and very unhappy that I've admitted that to the world.
We love you. We love you, Mango. It doesn't matter whatever your rank is. TFT is a game for everyone. You can play it casually, you can play it competitively. Right. We love you. I'm a little bit sad that Yumi got removed out of this set, so I'm sorry.
She doesn't have representation, and I think that's what she's really cranky about. I think that's what she's really upset about here, Morgan.
She has her own portal. She still has her own portal. Don't worry. You still have the Yumi combat zone thingy that makes the overtime goes quicker, so she's
Which I have never seen anyone pick. I have yet to see what that actually looks like, but we'll get to see it one day. Maybe we'll even get to see it on air.
No. I hope we don't.
Never?
No.
Okay. All right. I believe you, Morgan. I trust you. So that game was pretty different from what we normally saw. I kind of want to start talking about that Kale, because we have seen that composition go sideways so many times, but this time Wea actually hit pretty early, and I think the Tiniest Titans plus golden ticket, or silver ticket rather, really made it work for him.
Yes, because there are so many reasons that this comp worked in this game. It is actually the first time that you ever see it get to be in the first place. Again, first of all, he had the God Augment on start. You have Tiniest Titan, it gives you gold every round, it heals you every round, it makes you extremely fast on carousels and everything. So Tiniest Titan is like simply one of the best augments for reroll compositions. Just way too broken. Now, add to it and make it even better when you got the silver ticket, which is something that you would want if you were in a reroll composition. And of course, guess what? Uncontested. No one was playing Tristana this game. No one was taking his units this game, and there was no other Kale player this game. So, what else would you ask for?
Yeah, really just the Exodia there for him. Really incredible showing all across the game. But Morgan, one of the things that you highlighted here was we haven't had a lobby this close yet before during today's games.
Yeah, the first one to ever go out in this lobby was a stage 5. And then right after that, one round, pam, 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 we got a triple kill, 3 people we had to say goodbye to from this game already. Past games, we've had at least by the bare minimum said goodbye to someone before Raptors, someone before stage 4-5, and in game 3 or in game 2, I'm not really remembering here, but I remember that we once said goodbye to 3 players before stage 5. We entered stage 5 with only 5 players, which was kind of crazy because of how high tempo the games were and how high roll these boards were. But this game was far closer, of course.
And I think that was part of the success of that Kale composition. You know, when you're heavily contested, when those lobbies are super high tempo, and you're not able to get that Kale 3 in time, you're not able to get that Poppy 4 in time, you just get completely blown off the face of the board. So Wea, with this lower tempo lobby, with that incredible start, able to transition that into a first place. And I think, frankly, that Gwen was the missing ingredient. He was starting to look a little wavering until he picked her up.
Yeah, and something we wanted to speak about as well was Ladder Hunter with the start that he had, and you called it. You said, you know what, this is something that he should have had a much better placement with. But speaking about placements, we got standings in front of us, Matt.
Yeah, let's take a look. You know, a couple of names we have seen before. Experian, former GSC winner. Noel, our favorite Hungarian married lawyer. He's been through a lot while he's been competing. He's hit some landmarks.
Lawyer.
Yeah, he finished law school while competing, which is really impressive. But sitting
fun
there.
facts. Do you know that I study law?
No.
Yeah, but I'm failing miserably at it. I'm actually a law student, but I'm failing miserably because I cannot do everything. I cannot cast, I cannot live alone, I cannot do my own dishes, I cannot take care of sukkar and mishmesha and
you're passing casting. That's the most important thing, you know? You got there. I do want to highlight from those standings, of course, Wet Jungler, one of our consistently most successful ladder players, and last set able to take some incredible placements in the Golden Spatula Cups, still leading in that leaderboard coming out of day number 1. So we'll keep an eye on that as we head into, Morgan, the final game of day number 1. You excited? You ready? Hype?
I am more than ready. I'm more than hyped, of course.
All right, well, we'll be back on the analyst desk afterwards. But in the meantime, we're going to send it over to Make Sweeta and Impetuous Panda for the cast.
Actually, I heard we were doing cats on cast, so I brought mine, because I think if you get one, we should have one too. So Ludwig is here. He's going to support us this game. He's also not Iron, because he's not a, pleb. But he's here. He's going to do his very best with his silver rating, and he'll support us on desk. Now, last game of the day before players get eliminated, which is always something to look out for. We already saw a little bit of what that can look like in the previous game, where some players go for these really kind of first or 8 play styles. I expect to see more like that.
Yeah, the lobby we're going to be watching is almost always the case on this last day of game 1. It's the lobby of players that are needing a first, a second, or in some cases a third to actually make it to day 2. And one of the names that you don't expect to see in a lobby like this is Salvi. A player that has done so much in EMEA throughout the entirety of his history is now in a spot where he could be eliminated on day 1.
Yeah, that's rough, right? And we're going to be going into what I assume is going to be a Scuttlepuddle game. Again, unless 5-Fag absolutely high rolls and gets the Maris and Magnum here. That's not going to be the case. Scuttlepuddle it is again here. That's going to be interesting, right? Because we saw how much power there is in having all of those additional potential outcomes with so many extra resources being poured into it. And as you guys were alluding to, Salvi, what is he going to be able to do here? Because he needs at least a second place to even be able to shot, because you're aiming for 28, 27 points. That's generally speaking what you're looking for. And we have at least Sin, David.
Wait. Okay, I am here for this conversation, but Lee Sin, Aurelian Soul, lots of Ornn. This lobby is looking lit. I am excited for what these players have in store for us.
I only hope that Fantasy has a very strong mental and never pivots, because with Lee Sin as his augment choice, he has the psychological priority for playing kill reroll. In this game, we saw how dominant it was with Scuttlepuddle. We see he's playing a singular ranged unit, trying to guarantee the 10 gold, the 1 gold extra on the interest on this round. And again, he hasn't hit any of his Kale or Maokai or Poppy, so happy to do it this way.
But what if he's just playing Tristana, David? That was the original Lee Sin-Sec, was playing Tristana reroll. So that's something that we also haven't seen today. Tristana reroll, not necessarily as strong, I would say, as the Kale reroll, but it is an open line you can look for, and it has some high highs and has some very low lows as well. And that's kind of what you need right now if you are in the position of the likes of Fantasy. So let's see where this ends up going, because sure, you made a little bit of extra gold, but having 2 copies for Klett this early on could have been super powerful as well.
Well, there's your answer.
Okay, well, yeah, never mind.
Yeeted.
We do need to mention, though, that in case this is Silver Augments, it has been changed. The Lee Sin Silver Augment is not a full, you just hit upgrades on 1 cost, and you can do that infinite amounts. You get only 2 shop rerolls per round. So it's gotten much, much weaker. You're probably hoping for more of a trade sector angle, because I don't even think you want to pick it on a roll anymore.
I think it's pickable. It's just not a prismatic augment disguised as silver, which was the case before, and made is a key part of Tristana being so strong. It is definitely, I think, in my case at least, not pickable, because just the mental tax it requires to hold all these pairs and roll and hold and sell. It's a bit too much, but in tournament, we'll see. Shopping Spree might be the option, immediately rerolled, and Social Distancing I think might be the best one, or Slayer Crown. The only problem here is BT is not ideal, Kale.
Yeah, but it does go on some of these secondary carries, and you can still decide to go into a set line, for example, instead. Another issue as well is that I don't necessarily think there's a lot of initial power gain from getting that Slayer emblem this earlier on, right? So you are going to be down because there are no good uses of that Slayer emblem. Maokai not necessarily that good. Poppy, you need the tank items there instead. So it's an initial tempo loss, but also can be a tempo gain, but you need to hit. That's quite simply what this is going to be about.
Yeah, and it is going to be a Slayer here for Fantasy. As we are looking across the board, we do see 1 player picking up Noxus, and then 2 players on March of Progress and 1 player on Level Up. This lobby is about to go into hyper speed when it comes to leveling pressure.
David, do you want to take this one?
I mean, with Level Up, you have just so much more econ to work with in Scuttlepuddle that it's going to be fast 9s 100% guaranteed, and you have extra gold where you don't have to have that shaky position at start of stage 4 where you think, should I roll? Am I going to make it to fast 9 even? In this case, with the extra gold, you definitely will.
I was talking about the fact that we saw the okay. We'll say this one at a time. We have Rek'Sai here. We have half of a sword item. We have half of a Titan's Resolve. The big thing about Rek'Sai is that she makes use of a lot of different items. BT, IE, all fine. Hand of Justice, also very fine. Whatever items you can kind of get, you end up slamming. The most important item, however, is going to be that Titan's Resolve.
You know, we mentioned your hyper-focus word. It's Rek'Sai.
The moment Rek'Sai shows up anywhere on the screen, Weeda immediately is like, oh, it's my moment. And I love that, Weeda, because we need an expert on an important unit like Rek'Sai, who I think has been a staple of League of Legends for a long time, and now TFT as well.
I mean, I will say something. I'm not an expert of Rek'Sai under Rift. She's a much different beast when you play her on Summoner's Rift. Let's just put it at that. But I actually want to hear your thoughts about something, David, right? Because I've been playing a little bit of March of Progress, and sometimes I feel like I'm a little bit too limited, because if you hit your Rek'Sai early enough, you kind of don't want to have the March of Progress. You'd much rather have a more explosive augment here that allows you to go level 8, allows you to add more power to the board, because you end up kind of being stuck in the middle of nowhere land at times.
Well, that's the downside of this augment. It can't only have upsides, or else it would be an auto pick every single time in a 3-cost reroll meta like we are now. It has to have some downside. So you really have to make sure that your board at 7 can be stable once you hit that 3-cost and is going to be strong enough to fight against most of the other 4-cost boards or other boards that are rerolled and don't have that limitation of staying on 7.
All right, we are seeing a little bit of competition on units already come out. We did see a Noxus board. We have the Slayer board. Helsing on the other side seems to want to itemize this set here. So they're all going to be looking for similar units from the looks of it. Ionia should be active for Helsing, and I think that will be it. Pest will take a loss here on the back of that. But you can see players are already printing huge amounts of money on the back of the Scuttle Puddles.
Yeah, and for someone like Pest, actually, this is actually pretty important, because he was on a 2-component opener. As you can kind of look around the screens here, he's the only one, I believe, on a 2-component opener. And that's super important because he needs additional gold, but a lot of that additional gold was those Rek'Sais, right? So he's going to be a little bit behind in terms of the combat power here, but he prioritizes going for the BT instead of going for the Titan's Resolve, it seems like.
We do see Fantasy picking up a bow, so able to have that Rage Blade, or maybe the first of many Rage Blades, assembled for that kill for later into this game.
SSTS here with the Renekton. Could go for Renekton rerolls. Not necessarily something we see, especially not with the Noxus, but for now he seems to be chilling out. And finding that Darius this early is definitely helpful as well. Has 2 really good items already slammed. And then the Renekton will just turn into a Shurima for a while it holds until we have better units, right?
Yeah, and I think that's going to be an interesting one, because a lot of like how you navigate this spot is going to be super interesting, going to be pretty telling about which route he wants to go down, right? Because, David, we've seen a lot of Nasus stacks today so far, but do you expect to see this Noxus and will go on to Nasus, or will it go on to something like the Azir as like a carry item for that?
Yeah, I think the 3 options really are mostly Nasus and Azir. Sometimes Echo, if you don't have a 3-star Darius, you have a 3-star Katarina instead. You want to get some amplification on the Rogue trait. Except that's much more rare, and it has to get to kind of natural, a lot of echoes on your roll downs. I think Nasus is the safer option, because it's hard to find items for the Azir after itemizing both Darius and the Katarina.
I mean, that's not a shop you're mad about if you're on an Ionia angle. Finding a Shen 2-6, nice.
It doesn't really go on to the. Okay, never mind. We just don't care about Slayer, I guess. I mean, I feel like you cut the karma here. No, get Slayer for the set. Isn't that better, David?
Yeah.
I mean, if there's one trait that has not seen faked all of today, it is definitely Slayer in terms of every board we've seen in the top 4s today.
Yeah, I mean, it does make sense that you're maybe angling to go for more like a 6 Ionia variant even. I don't know. We'll see where Helsing takes this board as players are approaching slowly but surely the 50 gold, on which they're then trying to make decisions. But for now, the Shen definitely is doing his job. He's holding on, he's strong enough, and he will probably be able to support his team in taking down the Viego.
As we move into Krugs, the one player I want to watch out for is going to be Fantasy. Going to see his roll down post Krugs while still level 4. We're going to see how many kills and poppies and Maokai is able to hit, because we saw it also today. If you're behind on the tempo where you expect to hit, your game's kind of doomed. If in a game like last one with Weya, where he hit and you're playing ScuttlePuddle as well, it's almost not a guaranteed first, but you're in a very good spot to top 4.
I want to highlight something very quickly while we have this overlay on right now. So normally when you have a huge loss streak, normally the benefit is that you have a lot more gold than the rest of the lobby, right? But if you compare Salvi's gold to the rest of the lobby, he's not that far ahead. So all that HP is invested into getting this loss streak going for himself might not be strong enough, right? That's another thing you got to keep an eye out for.
I think Salvi already leveled a little bit, whereas other players stayed on level 4, so it could be a little bit deceiving here for a second, but you are right. With ScuttlePuddle, you just get so much extra gold, but Fantasy, now starting the roll down, finds the second Poppy 2, another Poppy 1, Poppy off, finds her just naturally. Poppy 3 is already here. It needs the Maokai, needs the Kale. Maokai 3 comes into fruition. This is perfect hitting out of Fantasy, and the only thing you're really looking for is now the Kale. Is the question, do you keep going? Yes, you do. 2 Kales, but needs a lot more to make this mean dream happen.
Do you like this, David?
Being so far away, I would think it's just a better idea to econ back up. You're still fairly healthy. You've hit 2 3-stars, especially the Poppy, and just econ back up and try and get a second roll down to carousel, or maybe even at Wolves, depending on how healthy you are.
Yeah, but normally you try to stop at like 34, so you have the natural increment of going into 40 without really needing a lot of like streak gold to kind of make up for that, and he's going to be below 30.
On Galio, I think still.
Yeah, but if you want Galio as your next in, that's the issue, right? Like to a certain extent.
If you plan to lose anyway, it doesn't matter too much, and you expect to find Galio on your future roll downs. It's not the end of the world, in my opinion. Oh, Trainer Ward might definitely help shore up, especially in this because we're only missing 1 3-star. I think it's incredibly valuable to actually pick it up, but no, it will be transfusion. He will leave his fate in the hands of Mortdog.
You know, Kale 2 once more comes around. We'll go under 30 to make it happen. Galio 2 comes through, and I think we're going all the way. Kale, 1 more Kale. Can we find more? Okay, 1 copy off after this one. Just need 1 more to make it happen. Maybe sell off the other units that we don't need. I'm sure she'll come around. Just trust. Eventually.
I have like one minor concern with this, right? And that's the fact that we just didn't do this in the previous turn with better odds. Then if he wanted to go 0, like again, he's going to have such a hard time. We've been speaking so much about the strength of the level 6 power spike, the ability to add an additional powerful Slayer units when you go up in the levels, right? This could be a good spot. It could be a bad spot. He's 85 HP. He wasn't under any pressure. He took a risk. It didn't pay off.
The only upside to this decision, and the only reason why this game isn't as doomed as some viewers or chatters might believe, is the fact that ScuttlePuddle allows you to really recover your econ in PvE rounds, much more than in a normal game of TFT with a normal portal. It's the one upside. I do agree with your analysis. I think it seemed kind of flippy-floppy in terms of not rolling down last turn, rolling down now, especially when you just pick up Tiny Titans. You have a lot of HP to work with. You have a lot of HP to sacrifice to then hit a board that you know will cap out highly if you do end up hitting it, and it can stabilize at 40 or 30 HP.
Oh man, this is rough. I'm just hoping for her to come around, right? You know, I'm like kind of at the edge of my seat, just trying to look around the corner of this shop, but she's nowhere to be seen. Doesn't want to come into fruition. Maybe she will be in the carousel, which in that case,
and someone will pick her up because Tiny Titans
doesn't have priority.
No longer gives priority. This is game 6 of a tournament. Everyone's trying to win. If there's one player that is a menace to win a game outright, it is Kale if they hit early and can stabilize. So non-ironically, players will be or should be scouting this board to see what is missing and try and deny it to some extent. And denying a kill off the carousel could be huge if it does show up.
It absolutely could. However, players also need to worry about themselves. Fantasy, just by the pick of Tiny Titans, is currently not one of the players that we might be worried about. I am very worried about Salvi. 44 HP in 3-3 is not a lot. And while that doesn't mean it's all over yet, it does mean he needs to turn it around. We see all items are slammed on both Fifek and Salvi, and they are now looking to upgrade something else. We'll see what Iborts looks like in just a second. Finds a Rek'Sai with a BF sword. Maybe that'll help.
He's on Pandora's items, David, as the second option here, right? So it's not as strong as we normally would expect it to be after the nerfs coming through. Obviously, it's a little bit harder to really make use of, but he's already struggling in terms of keeping up the lobby tempo. Taking a non-combat augment here, that's got to feel rough to a certain extent, or what's the situation?
I think probably we don't know what the case was when he picked up the augment, but the most obvious option is that he had just unplayable items for his current situation, his current board, for his current direction, which is auction it looks like, and instead had to essentially try and save that spot by picking Pandora's items.
All right, we're looking at Salvi's board. He did a little bit of a pivot after seeing the roll down of Fantasy, and we're now on an action angle here. I really like this. We saw how far action could go in the previous game from Canvas, but so far it doesn't seem to really be working out for Salvi. Talk to me a little bit. What does he need to upgrade? I would assume frontline is a little bit of an issue just looking at this board here, but also items.
Items are kind of okay already. Like with the dual loaders, there's such a massive damage bonus for this Action 2, right? We saw how much that work Action 2 could do in the previous game. And you look at that, he has like good tank items on this Nasus already. So a couple of unit upgrades, he should be in a good spot. But I want to talk about a different thing very quickly. We have now seen 3 players with Tiny Titans in the lobby, which means that the overall lobby HP is kind of inflated to an extent you wouldn't normally expect, right? That means that someone like Salvi, he will be up a combat augment, but he has a very big HP buff that he has to push through.
And Fantasy, unfortunately, still 1 off of this scale. Cannot level to 6 until he's hit this scale. It is kind of a break point for this comp to find success. You need the 3-star units for that Yordle. For the Poppy to be a 4-star Yordle once you reach level 6 and can slot in 3 Yordle.
All right, Fifek here, also kind of down there, kind of not really stable, has a little bit more HP than Salvi to work with, and is on that multicaster angle. Would like that Vel'Koz to be a Vel'Koz 3. Probably might be able to win this one, I think. The Noxus is not strong enough yet. I think this one is winnable, yeah. Come on.
The biggest difference with the +1 Sorcerer is that you most likely do not play the usual 4 multicasters for Sorcerer board at 7 or 8 in some cases. Instead, you go for 6 Sorcerer because you just have a much higher cap. You can slot in Ahri, and you just play around the Vel'Koz, no longer playing around the Teemo and the Taliyah in most cases.
Also, interesting situation here coming through from Model Citizen as he is rolling his excess gold on level 6. He's rolling for a lot of these free costs as well, but he needs to find a Warwick to really get this composition rolling on. Another one of these players that are currently on that Tiny Titan, so he doesn't have a single combat augment right now, and if he doesn't pick up a combat augment for 2, he needs to have a strong board well-rounded.
Getting some upgrades, a little bit of gold. It's always good to have. Allows us to easily go 7, which is good. Finds a Yasuo, but really needs to find that Kalista 3, the Z3. Those are the units we're really looking for. Fantasy finally finding Kale 3. Eventually she comes around.
Very careful about is Arzu. He's sitting at 95 HP and he has level up. And he has Tiny Titans, so it's buying him so much time to actually go fast 8, fast 9.
All right, everybody's finding some upgrades. Kalista 2, Gwen 2. We are seeing everything pop up for the players right now. But like you're saying, there is one big bad that's looking over the rest of the lobby and looking quite threatening with Arzu up there. And we'll see if they have what it takes to take him down. For now, it is going to be a model against Helsing here. And I don't think the Slayers are strong enough. I don't think the Gwen can do it. But maybe I'll be surprised.
Katarina's doing no damage to the Kalista for most of that fight because of the Shadow Isles trade, but finally does take her down, and Gwen, against both the Zeta and the Katarina, should not be able to clean up, and that will be the case. It looks like a big loss for Model, who is now, again, 6th loss streak. You have to do something to find a way to stabilize this board.
Yes, Hamas is going to be that, right? You have a lot of healing innate on the units of the like of Gwen, but it's going to go for you have my bow instead. Get that extra attack speed rolling here. Get a static shift onto this Kalista. A little bit more AP, a little bit more magic resistant shred. Just going to keep that going. And now, Fantasy, he has hit.
Player's resolve.
I'm still not fully sure. Is Slayer's Resolve a good augment, David? Because I feel like it feels a little underwhelming, but it's hard to really gauge the impact of it as well.
It's okay, but it's not as good as you would think it would be, considering you're playing so far into Slayers already when you're playing Kill Reroll. Ooh, we saw some Sniper's Focus earlier today. Did not go well with Kill Reroll. We'll see if a second chance might do it, or it could just be an item for this Poppy instead. The Anima Visage going to give her some extra health, which will scale pretty well with the Redemption.
Looking at the augments on the right side, we are seeing an old friend come back with the Mana Burn, but Hess notably on a little bit of a Void angle now.
Yeah, Pester's Void angle, he's come with the 6 Void reroll angle, which I think is the weaker option of the reroll angles. I think that when you go into Lysandre free, into a deeper Freljord angle, you get that initial burst that helps your Rek'Sai start the resets, but it's kind of a rough position that he's in right now in that regard, because he kind of is locked into that. I'm not necessarily saying it's bad, I just think that it's the weaker of the 2 options, but still very powerful.
All right.
Well, level 9, David.
I think David is doing a little bit of a mute right now, as he has forgot to unmute himself, calling you out. I'm sorry,
I'm learning
David.
from the best makes, you know. What you do, I follow. In this case, it did not work
sweet
out
of
for
you.
me.
In this case, you're following me to our zoo, which is, level 9, basically. Not yet, but will be in just a second, as we are approaching this carousel here, playing for Challenger, currently with the Samira as main item holder, but that will change. And this board is looking so threatening.
And we saw a similar position from Double much earlier today. Similar because he had way less HP, had final reserves, and had a ton of gold to roll down on 9. In this case, Arzu has a lot more breathing room. He doesn't hit on this round. He's not, forced to roll 60 gold and hit his entire board off of this single roll down. But very, very interested to see what he's able to hit and what he pivots into, what he finds most valuable with his current items.
With his augments that you would assume that one of the units are going to be the Belveth, right? With that not today augment coming in there, getting the additional attack speed as well with that Edge of Night onto the Belveth means that she's going to be so much safer than she would be under normal circumstances, and would be a very obvious carry to put into the mix.
I mean, I love a Belveth carry. Void Mummy. I don't need to say anything else than that. Chat is with me on this. If you're not chat, we're not friends anymore. Belveth carry is so fun to watch.
David, you are the multicaster expert out of the 2 of us. I don't know if you're a multicaster expert makes either, but I'm not a full-on expert here, but I have seen some, when I look at the data now, like that this angle with like some more vertical socks in there for multicaster, stuff like that with strategies in the mix has been making the kind of the rise throughout the rankings now. So what does FIFA need from this spot to kind of help accelerate his position?
Back to Rek'Sai reroll. It's your time. Keep going.
Yeah, but it's not Rek'Sai reroll, David. This is trying to get either Yasuo or Kalista free. That's kind of what's going on. Look at the bench here. 2 full-on duplicators, a lot of copies of the key units here. And a big thing to keep noting here in terms of Pez's resource management is that the second he hits one of these options, you can just go with the duplicators and then try to like get a massive spike with multiple 3-stars at the same time.
All right, but we are also holding all of the Rek'Sais, and we have perfect Rek'Sai items. So I think it is still Rek'Sai reroll. It might just be Rek'Sai reroll with a little bit of pizzazz, which in this case could be a Kai'Sa 3. That would be good pizzazz.
It's a distraction tactic. When players scout, they'll see the Rek'Sai and then not see, the project of actually trying to win the game with a Kai'Sa or Yasuo 3. I vouch. This is a good strategy.
Yeah.
It is also happening on level 7, right? Asabi finally finds that 3-star action, David.
Would have loved to have a Deathblade instead of this GS, just to get just kind of infinitely scaling AD for the Runons and for the Akshan himself, and the guarantee to one-shot. What you don't want is your Akshan to be lifted into the air for the first 6 seconds of combat, which is what Zephyr does in this case. A perfect hit, and we'll see if Salvi can come back into it with the Akshan DPS coming in a little bit late into the fight. Looks like it's not going to matter too much. The frontline is just that beefy for Salvi right now.
Yeah, another thing
Salvi is good, but is fantasy. 17 HP, he does find a win. This is the Kale reroll board now with an Aatrox, but it's looking rough. I'm not sure it can make it. We'll see how it goes after Raptors.
Another thing that's worth noting here as well is that Salvi has a Shurima's legacy, so he has a scaling augment that gets stronger the further on the game goes when you get into those final stages of the game, right? Having that massive damage boost come through as like that with that Sundisk dealing damage to your opponents is going to do a lot of work on this board. So he's playing this reroll composition where he has hit now, but doing that with 2 combat augments, that's a massively powerful situation to be in.
Let's see what we're getting. Maybe some nice little upgrades that we could use. That'd be cool. Lots of duplicators on the bench.
That's the big one. He's just way closer than it looks like because he has those duplicators. He's really just one off of that Kai'Sa. And Kai'Sa 3, despite the mana nerfs, is 100% probably still the best forecast in the game in terms of her multi-shot ability to kill multiple units with all the extra damage that the 3-star offers.
It doesn't happen though. He sells off even everything that he had on Pandora's bench here, starting to sell off the Rek'Sais as well. We're now using the items from the Rek'Sai for Yasuo. The dream is dead. Long live Yasuo. No Rek'Sai reroll anymore. We've moved on, and he only needs 1 copy of either Yasuo or Kai'Sa to make it happen due to the duplicators. He has both of them on 6 and 2 duplicators, which is so insane. But look at the level of action. He's just denying anything that's happening here, knocking him down to the last life.
Yeah, it's a huge loss you're putting out there, but also Pez's items are just not there, right? He doesn't have those AP items for the Kai'Sa to help her deal the damage. He's running Morello BT Kai'Sa already, so even if he gets that Kai'Sa to 3-star, there it is, David.
3-star Kai'Sa is online. Going to try and get both. So going to roll a bit first before using the duplicators in this case. Doesn't find any extra Yasuos. I think can pretty much commit into just duplicating this Kai'Sa right now and hoping it's enough.
Surely
it's enough.
I think the Yasuo 3, just because of the items, it's the better itemized unit here, but also has found a Bel'Veth. So was hoping to maybe make that Bel'Veth 2 happen if he was finding another Kai'Sa. Didn't happen. Now, up against STSS. Let's see if this one can take it. Kai'Sa 3 in action. She's in the back line. We'll charge around in a second, and then we'll see the power of her ult. She's getting CC'd for just a second, but it's not going to hold on for long because she dashes away once more, and I think she's just too strong. She'll absolutely take this win here together with her co-captain Yasuo, and Pez could be safe.
And this is a hugely well-navigated situation by Pez, understanding the game he's in. He's in a game 6. He needs a very good placement. He picks up Pandora's bench as a second augment, knowing, hey, this is going to be risky, but I have to take risks to try and win out here. And he's able to hit a Kai'Sa 3. Most likely scouted the entire lobby, seeing what forecasts are going to be more viable with the lines he's playing as well. And again, has played this marvelously. I think it's going to be very hard to lose any rounds now, unless it's Kai'Sa gets Zephyr'd or CC'd.
Look at this. Look at RZ's board.
I mean, it was expected, no?
Yes, but it has happened. We have the Bel'Veth 2. We have another Bel'Veth in play. We have the Senna, Heimerdinger, full legendaries. Basically, there's only a Shen and a Sejuani in here that isn't a legendary. And this board could be a big threat no matter who you are. We'll see how it goes. For now, he's going to lose against the multicasters, getting knocked out there right from the get-go, but I don't think Arzu is too worried just yet.
Another reason why Pez chose to put the focus down onto the Kai'Sa also is that stable evolution, right? Getting that extra additional bonus out of that augment is a massive bonus. Shurima emblem here, potentially for Salvi, could free up some situation. You could look into adding a different unit, adding a better unit.
Interesting. I was going to say he could pick up a Shadow Isles emblem. There is a very high cap version of Kill with 4 Shadow Isles and the Shadow Isles emblem on Poppy if he has the radiant item on her now and has a space open. It's incredibly strong because of the tankiness, the shielding from Shadow Isles, and the mana as well, which is what makes Poppy so overtuned in my opinion right now with her CC ability off of her ult.
But a big thing here as well, there are so many transformative emblems, but Fifek got another Sorcerer's emblem. He's going to be able to push that level, get that 6 Sorg in. That's going to be a massive damage boost for this Vel'Koz we already saw was a massive threat.
All right, I'm just looking a little bit at the bigger picture here. We have 4 players on 4, 4, 3, and 2 HP. Salvi on 13, which in 5-5 also isn't a lot. So we could see them dropping in just a second as the rounds commence, and it is going to happen. I'm predicting it now. Fantasy here with the Slayer comp going up against Arzu. That could be dangerous. On the other side, we are seeing SSTS against Model. One of these two players is getting knocked out right now.
And for Fantasy, maybe too little too late. Hits the Heimer, but you don't have enough gold to find the turret upgrades. You're still level 8 instead of level 9. You don't have the chance to hit that cap with a Senna. And you're playing against a player like Arzu, who is the opposite. He's gone 9. He's capped out his board. That will be the end of the road for Fantasy, who had to use so much gold to find that kill 3 in stage 3 and just never really recovered.
And with Kaiser free, he went 7 here. Pass going out. That's a rough one. That is going to be one of the more interesting situations going on when you're going to be looking for the post-game screens later on today. But looking at the top of the leaderboard right now, Fifek still win streaking. STS here on our screen here is also in a pretty good spot. Has that Darius free. Has that Noxious Echo we were talking about earlier on, but still needs to find the Echo free. Still needs the Katarina free. There's still a lot of capping going on here.
Very curious who Pez faced and how that Kaisa wasn't able to clean up in time. I imagine some chain of CCs or maybe a Zephyr was the biggest factor there. Or maybe this board, because this board absolutely deletes units like it's no one's business, with the long distance pals sharing the stats onto both the Vel'Koz and the Sona in this case. And STS is down as well. Bottom 4 has been decided unless Salvi somehow takes a lot of damage this fight.
1 HP in a dream. He holds on. Helsing also knocked down to 13, and her top 4 have been decided. But remember, these players are looking for much more than that. Helsing, with this, finally finding the 70% of the Noxus bonus as STS gets knocked out. He will get a little bit stronger now, but will it be enough, honestly, for this board to make it all the way?
Most players are at 21 points, and usually the cutoff ends up at 26 or 27, so players really do need kind of a second or a first place to guarantee they make it through a day 2 in this case.
Interesting going on here as well. Fifek really needs to find that Sona free, so instead of trying to push level 9, get an extra additional spike in, he is going to be rolling on level 8 instead. If you can get these 2 final upgrades going on here, that will be an absolutely massive bonus. He's also chasing down that Swain, so finds the Sona at least.
Sure.
This is especially big because of the long distance pals. It's not just the Sona 3, but it's the Sona 3 giving her own, just raw power to the Vel'Koz as well.
That's massive, and I don't think Salvi can take this board out, but we'll see. Zephyr comes in on both of the backlane carries as they are being lifted up into the air, but here comes the damage from Sona and the Vel'Koz. Akshan still standing strong. Vel'Koz under attack. One more ult from the Zona, and Zona 3 wins the round here against Salvi, knocks him out in 4th place. Helsing also going to be taking a severe loss with the 3rd place.
There's so much HP to work with as well, David, right? Like, it sounds wild, it sounds crazy, but this Belva free is not even that far-fetched right now. That is about as insane as this game can get, but double Belva 2 right now going on here for Asu. Really making great use of that level up combined with the Tiny Titans we was talking about so much earlier on.
And it's with the strength of this multicaster board, once you upgrade, once you have good items like we're seeing here on the Vel'Koz, it just deletes units. It doesn't even really matter in some cases. If those units get their, it's really just a CC that's the biggest factor, and the Zephyrs as we saw in that last fight.
Both of these players still have a lot of HP to work with. I think we're safe to say we're going to make it to the carousel here, but that also means there's still a lot of options to upgrade, notably for Arzu, who is chasing down that Belva 3. Maybe it'll come into play. For now, she will take a lot of power and use it against those multicasters and the spray of Fifek, which will be very good and equalize them in HP a little bit more.
Also, the sheer amount of Edge of Knights on this board makes it really hard for Fifek's board to get those one-shots onto some of these key carries coming through from Asu's board here, but also worth noting that Fifek can still go level 9.
Well, I think Fifek wants the Lux 3. That's the biggest little mini game here is a Belva 3 versus Lux 3, and Fifek thinking, is it my chance to win the game if I get the Lux 3? Will it buy enough time for Arzu to hit Belva 3, and then obviously that caps out higher than Lux? I think that's a little mental minigame going on between these two players.
Well, technically, theoretically, Arzu can still go level 10, but very far off in the goal to make that happen. Of course, But that would be a big upgrade as well to add another unit, maybe some more synergy with all of these legendaries. And this is going to be the turnaround. This time Arzu is going to take a loss.
Any Belveths, no Belveths here, so that's the first little check mark right going on there. But Arzu has his eyes set on something very specific here, trying to get any anti-burst tech onto this board. We can kind of see like these fights are very hard to follow. They're very explosive. Key targets gets blown up constantly, and Arzu is rolling on less gold than he would like to be rolling with right now, but.
And both players rolling. They were both just waiting for the races to kind of start, and then you have to start rolling to hold the opponent's 3-star project alongside
Senna
trying to get your own.
Oh no, that's another Senna 2. Are we looking for Senna 3? Oh lord. Nothing coming through.
Or Fifek.
Also one Ari off. Gonna go into the fight here. Both of them still a lot of HP. Arzu notably on a little bit less. 25 should be enough to survive this round should he lose, but maybe he is going to win once again. Is on to the Vel'Koz. Vel'Koz makes short process with that Belveth, and Arzu now is going to start to worry with 6 HP.
He locked the shop. What the miss? Okay, he's going for Senna 3 instead here. Okay, he's just spending it.
Oh, 2 more.
Oh my
You have to roll, Fifek. You have to match this. You have to start trying to hold the Sennas yourself, because you know if you stop this from happening, you can win the game, because there is no board here for Arzu. He has to start selling his own board potentially as well.
Oh my god, he's rolling so fast. Nothing is coming around.
One more
Senna. We still have the Belveth. Come on, can we find the Senna 3? He needs one more, just one, to make it happen. And there she is, but it's all too little, too late for Arzu to take the win. He is going to get knocked out with the Zenas here. It was a dream. It was a nice dream. It was a good round. And Fifek is going to crown this round with his name as first place, most likely making it into those top 32.
That is the silver lining for both of these players. They were both at 21. Even second place here with 7 points at 28. That should be more than enough to make it to day 2 compared to the normal cutoffs we have on day 1.
Yeah, 27, 28 points, generally speaking. And I think that if you are going to be at 28 here, I think you might have some good tiebreakers as well, if that's going to be the situation here. Maybe you're looking at the people at 27 now, but they won't have the best tiebreakers when they are in these lobbies. But my, oh my, we almost saw 3-star legendary, but that final Swain pick update was so decisive, it seemed like.
And just Scuttlepuddle overall, I think, is the one key factor to take away from this. If you're watching this tournament and saying, you know, what is the meta devolve to? Why is this my TFT? It's really just a case of this portal giving so many resources to players. You have to correctly identify this game is not just playing your normal roll down at 7 and try to survive. You have to actually think much bigger picture, much more ambitious, and that was the case for these two players.
I absolutely love this game. I love the previous game. I love when players go for this really risky play style where they just completely commit, send it to try and get those first places. And I'm curious what our analyst desk has to say. Of course, after that, we're going to tell you who all qualified to day 2. So don't go anywhere. We have a quick break lined up. And after that, that's all for you.
Hi, I'm Snubble, or Snubble, depending on who pronounces it. I'm 25 years old and I'm a TFT player from Denmark. Who's going to perform the best in the new set? I hope Kevin Parker makes it for once. Like he's been pushing for a while, been consistently a very good player. I'd like to see him make it. The same goes for Solo, because Solo hasn't made it. Like to Worlds, right? It'd be cool to see Leilani put up like a strong tourney performance this set, because he's been insane ladder warrior for so long, right? I played in the one tourney I played in GC3 in 8.5. Like I'm still very new to the set, right? So it was my first open qualifier and it was my first GC, but I made it to day 3 in my first GC. I didn't place very well in the last I think I placed like 28 out of 32 or something like that, like 22, 28, something like that. Like wasn't pretty, but we made it to day 3 pretty comfortably, even though I think I low rolled the 2 days. But like I've gotten a lot better at the game since then, so hopefully we'll see that this set. But Yeah, there's still a lot to learn. Like I really started playing at the end of 7.5, so I'm still very new, right? And I only really grinded today, so I'm gonna shout out like probably like Bitter, Fossil, Dropper, and Witch, and then like my stream community. It's like probably the places I'll send a shout out.
What's up? We had a little green screen issue, but we're back. We're here. Yeah. We're here. We finished out that game. And Morgan, I had a lot of fun that game. That was quite the adventure. I understand there's a certain board that you have some thoughts on.
It wasn't just a green screen issue. It was an itemization issue. That Kai'Sa 3 not becoming top 1 in that lobby is something very traumatizing. Because I've always lived with the lie of whenever you get Kai'Sa 3, you just go AFK, you watch, you don't even have to position that unit. Let's see. It has access to backline because it spreads missiles on everyone with 25 when she's a 3-star. She dashes away from all danger. She gets a whooping amount of over 3k HP. But the itemization was just bad. So anything rather than the Morello that she had would have made it a free win. And who would have thought that a Kai'Sa 3 would lose? Not against a Lux 3, not against a Jarvan 3, just against a normal board.
Yeah, no mana gen, no attack speed, barely any AP, really just a rough time for that Kai'Sa, and that ended up taking a 6. One of the boards that I really want to talk about, just because I think it's really fun, Shurima's Legacy for Salvi really turned his game around. Yeah, he didn't make it to like number 1 or number 2, but he was having a rough time. But once you get that Sun Disc on board, you basically just have a second carry for free. It will like nearly one-shot things if they aren't fully upgraded. So it's really fun augment to play around with, especially if you're even splashing Shurima because it doesn't need the full Shurima 5 to scale off of. So really fun to see that go well for Salvi, bring him up to a 4th place when he really needed it.
Yeah, it doesn't really scale by anything. It just scales by the game as it progresses. At this stage, when you pick it up, it starts dealing from 180 to 900 damage every 2 seconds. So it's insanely strong. Just as you said, it can hit a backline unit, it can hit a frontline unit, it can hit just one of the front lines that are trying to maybe take off some danger from the backline. But at the same time, it's essentially an untouchable carry that you don't have to worry about positioning, you don't have to worry about him dying, you don't have to worry about putting it anywhere because it is literally outside the board and is still dealing damage. So Shurima's Legacy has been one of the most underrated augments in my opinion in the past few patches, but now we're starting to see it really shine, pun intended.
It's a lot of fun, also, importantly. Similar amounts of fun. We've only seen one player not go for... two players not go for Poro and Ornn. We saw, of course, the Tahm Kench the previous game. This game, we saw Arzu return with the Aurelion Soul that we saw earlier. It went really well for him, but he did eventually fall to Fifek with this multicaster reroll composition. Just a really strong combination of long-distance pals plus those 2 3-star carries.
Out of every single meta that we've had, this one kind of had the most rerolls. This patch in particular really incentivizes people going for boards like the Zed, the Kale, the Akshan, the Kalista, whatever, you name it. There are so many boards to reroll right here. And if you don't have a 3-star, you might not as well have a place in the top 3 maybe. That might be correct, and it also might not be, because we've just seen someone win without being able to play for a reroll composition. Now, it was kind of sad when we saw Arzu miss the Senna 3. It would have been the first time in my entire life. But the thing is, would it have even won against this board? Would a Senna 3 win against this board?
Here's the problem. I don't think so, because I seem to remember someone on Twitter getting a Senna 3 and being like, guys, this unit sucks. This unit is absolutely useless at 3-star. So I don't think as a utility unit, yeah, she does damage with her ultimate, but she also does that big shield, and I don't think she is a solo carry kind of unit.
At all.
But I would have liked to see her try.
You know, 4 more seconds and he would have got it, because he did get it in that final shop, and we did see Fifek trying his best in order to hold those Sennas as well, but he didn't have enough economy, so thank God we did have enough time to maybe see it, but no, he only had it appear in the shop soon as the combo started for that final fight. It would have been so good, but mad respect for Arzu. Mad respect for him even trying.
No, and I mean, I think that's one of the unique things that we saw in day number 1 that I'd like to see in day number 2 is players like Arzu who are going on that Aurelion Soul, picking up that level up and saying, you know what? I know that the most optimal thing right now is to reroll, but I think that in the middle of that, I can find my way up to rush that level 9 and build my legendary soup, get the right ingredients, and take it to the top. And he did a great job with that.
Yeah, being one of the very few meta representatives, I loved what he did today. Huge shout out. I do think that he has gathered enough points to qualify today too. Maybe also tomorrow he'll do as good in order to qualify today 3, being one of our top 32 players. Maybe giving full copyam for my
Fingers
favorite
crossed.
Tunisian. Yeah, Jawad Behi, which means you're doing amazing. So I wish we can see Arzu appear again. I don't know what happened with Cardex, but did he qualify or not?
We'll find out later on. We'll have our standings still cooking up at the moment, but in the meantime, we do know a winner of something. Our contest, of course, we did select a winner for this. It was the Finding Teemo competition. There were 3 hidden Teemos on an image that we showed you guys. It is this one right here. And Morgan, I know you were solving it in the green room, and you posted 2 of them.
Am I?
I don't think you were the contest winner, but
oh my god.
Could you spoil for the audience where they are now that we've had a winner?
Okay, there's a first one. Of course, the one holding the scout. That one was the hardest to find. And if you skip right there at the top left, you know that built overlooking thingy, just right beneath the second window, you can see a chibi little devil Teemo. Now, the third one, I wasn't even sure if this was the third one or not. That's why maybe I didn't win it, or maybe someone was faster than me. On the tree. There's one on the tree. These are the 3 Teemos. Now, I'm not sure if the tree one is true or am I just being crazy. But I'm pretty sure that the one in the window is... Oh, it was! It was on the tree! How did I not get it? It was the Teemo on the tree! How was he faster? By what margin? 3 milliseconds?
We'll have to check. We'll roll the tapes back. Roll the tapes back. Our man Morgan's been robbed.
Rick!
No. Congratulations to Tarzan TFT for that one. Great job there. Enjoy your prize. And Morgan, maybe we can get you a consolation prize, brother. I'll talk to him for you. I'll represent for you.
Actually, congrats to Tarzan. Of course, these are all jokes. I did get him, but he was faster than me, of course. I wasn't even sure if that one on the tree was a team or not, but it was. Whoever did that image, whoever was behind the idea of that contest, I loved it so much, and I wish I could actually do more of these because it was kind of entertaining to keep sashing and keep entertaining myself while we still had the games going. Book. Yeah, no stop action.
We should get just a full book of these for League of Legends. You know, forget Riot Forge. What we really need is Riot Where's Waldo. That's what we need. Someone apply to Riot Games. If you're one of the publishers that makes those books, just shoot off an email. I'll give it my full vouch, because I would play that for a little bit.
Same, me as well. I'm someone that I don't know how to express it, but I think I got some good eyesight, so things like these really entertain me. I love looking for hidden yordles in very strange places, behind a glass, on a tree, absolutely hidden. Of course, there was one of them that was quite obvious, so essentially you just had to find 2 more Teemos, not 3 Teemos. But some people thought that this was a bait, like me, and I thought I'm supposed to search with Teemo for 3 more Teemos, so I spent 10 more minutes searching for that 3rd Teemo, because I thought that the one in the middle didn't count. But
you're like, surely they wouldn't include that one. That one's too obvious.
That's what I thought, but they didn't include him. I got scammed.
Unfortunate. You got robbed, Morgan. You got robbed. Next time. You know, we don't get to see them ahead of show. I want you guys to know that at home. Morgan's not working ahead on his homework here. He got it live. And he was really grinding down on that. I'm proud of him. I'm proud of the progress he made.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, Morgan, what was your favorite thing that came out today? Because we've had like a pretty decent variety of competitions. Like we know the meta was like pretty reroll heavy, but I feel like we got to see quite a few different things pop up today.
Yeah, we've had a lot of things happen. My favorite thing would have been the Senate 3 if Arzo was able to pull it off, but that didn't happen, so I got something else on the list. Finally being able to someone hit the God tier combination of Tiny starting in the early game with the carry roll. I know now that you and Mix are going to be so proud of me that I finally get to compliment a reroll composition, but it was played perfect. You do get... I can see her clapping in the background. Thank you. I feel appreciated by both of you. And being able to sustain, being able to finally break the news, top of the line, Kale can actually win a lobby, only when it's uncontested. This game was my favorite, and it also was very close between players.
Yeah, Kale reroll has been really funny to me today because it's just like, yeah, she can win a lobby, but like only when uncontested and only if you get the right items and like only on a Friday at the hours between like 7 and 8 p.m. CEST, anything out of there, and it's just not looking good for you, which has just been absolutely hilarious. I think we had 4 games and only one of them made top 4, so we'll see. Do you think she's going to make an appearance again tomorrow?
She will,
like, as long we're going to see her as much.
Okay, as long as there's only one guy playing her in the lobby, and there's no Slayers, and there's no Zephyrs, and there's no enough prismatic lobbies, so people have to high tempo the game and just kick you out before you can get level 9. And as long as you can get 5 of her in every shop, yeah, she is very balanced, and you can get to rank 1. It's that simple. Yeah,
That's all it takes. That's all it takes, folks. So if you took down notes, you'll be able to climb all the way to the top. And speaking of the people at the top, we've got our standings here coming out of day number 1. Drum roll. Oh, Noel. Is this everyone who qualified here? If I can get some clarity from production. Okay, top 32. So everyone on this list has qualified. I wanted to say it, but I had to make sure. Talel, we saw him play earlier today, was able to make it. And any names standing out here for you, Morgan?
Wait, do top 64 or top 32 qualify?
32.
It's 32, right? So Arzu, if I'm not mistaken, didn't make it, but we still got Talel from MENA to represent us again, another Tunisian. And I'm not sure, but I don't see Arzu's name, but Lelouch is going to be our winner. That is something worth partying for, okay? We did lose one MENA representative, but it's Lelouch, Matt.
Yeah, Lelouch, former EMEA champion, coming back, finding that success once more. You'll be happy to see Cardax sitting number 4 there on those standings. So still got some rep coming in, especially after that Cruel Pack game. I think I'm a Cardax fan. I think I've been converted.
Honestly, I am anyone from MENA fan. This is who I vouch for.
Perfect. I think I personally have become a Lelouch fan over the sets. And I understand that he's with us now, coming fresh off of that first place placement in day number 1 of the Golden Spatula Cup. Lelouch, how's it going? I like the mic setup. I like that.
Oh, we like it.
Can't hear you. He's been hit by the mute bug.
Yeah, we need you to unmute Lelouch.
Okay, now?
There we go. What's up?
There you go.
Okay. Hello. Can you hear me now well?
Yep. You sound just perfect. How are you feeling coming out of that day? It looks like you had a hell of a run today.
I just high rolled a few games here and there. Hopped onto the first spot because we had the last lobby
just played Kale for free. But I must say that I had like the most fun. I think most fun game I had like ever in the TFT. Like the game with Talia, with the 2 healthy and Cursed Crown. It was such a blast.
Oh, nice.
Like I would play this tournament only for this like one game, and I can go like even dead last only for this game.
Yeah, but
that's a hell of a game.
It went really good, Lelouch. Okay, for someone like you, winning is not something new. We've been used to you being a winner. We've used to you being in the top places, so it feels good to win, of course. But you do have a lot of good mentality and a lot of good positive things that help you maintain it. You were the champion of the Rising Legends Dragon Finals in set 7. So what's different competing in that set, or maybe the previous set, than this one? Do you feel that this one relies on something way more than the others?
I think this set is just like overall much better and much more healthier than like the previous set, because even if there's some like unbalanced things or like spamming 2 comps, like you want to play next, and that's like the most important thing for me. So if you have like the motivation to play and like the game is genuinely fun for you, I can like rush to the top, because I'm one of those players that like need to like feel the game and like have the fun. I think like Double has the same mentality, so I think we are alike in this spot.
We're seeing, taking a look at the standings coming out of day number 1. Of course, you yourself, one of our EMEA staples, sitting there at the very top, but followed by those players that we know, like Lococo, Double in today's competition, like you're mentioning. Do you feel like it's a little bit of like getting the band back together? Because I know there's a couple of players that like haven't played in a while, Alan ZQ, for example, that are coming back to compete in this set. Does that feel like exciting for you to get to play with those guys again?
Oh, like Alan ZQ is like one of the best things that happened in this set. Like this guy is just so hilarious with his text and the way he talks about the game. So I'm literally thankful that he came back to set 9, and I see like I'm glad that Skippers rise to the top. We talk a lot. Suso, Ganmei, Coco is also not. I don't know how he does it. He like stacks Grandmaster, but on every tournament he does well. So, but he's some French prodigy. Like he has some good mentality with like playing not too much games, but like rising to the top. So I don't know what Cardax is doing so high, but I guess he had some good run too. But yeah, happy also for my like Kubik sons Redin, Fifek, that they also rise to the top.
I'm enjoying the good mix between complimenting people and also some BM and some competitive banter. I love that. Everyone loves some good competitive banter when it comes to people on the list. Now, Lelouch, I was going to ask you to give a shout out to some of the players, but you already did. Is there anyone you forgot? Is there anyone? I know, of course, I'm sorry, Matt, this one was your special, that we give them a chance in order to have any words out for the fans, for their country, for their fellow players. Shout out, anyone?
Okay, so I think my team, Zero Tenacity, I'm really thankful for them. Also shout out to Travis Kotek, Meow Meow. He had not the best games today, but he will come back stronger. Of course, Pancho Alancho, the GOAT. All the viewers that are coming to my streams lately. There's just so much of them, so I can't even like thank everyone of single. And yeah, my family, my 2 cute piggies for being so cute, and yeah, just every member of the community that I can play with.
We love you, Lelouch.
Yeah, thank you so much, Lelouch. Congratulations on your impending victory, day number 1. I'm wishing you luck over the next couple of days.
Okay, thank you, and see you.
Bye-bye.
Love to hear from Lelouch, our former EMEA champion, of course, coming back once more. And I do want to make a clarification. I got a little dizzy when we were talking about the standings. It is going to be top 64 qualifying, so a couple people you didn't see on that list that we showed will still be making it into tomorrow's game, so do not fret. And we will let you know all of those names tomorrow as well. So, Morgan, anything you want to do to tie a bow on today? Any like wrap up you want to have about today's games?
A very quick wrap up is today's games were very, very high tempo. A very quick wrap up is that today's games we've seen a lot of crazy stuff happen. I didn't expect to still see forecast units get to 3-star this much. We almost had 3 out of 6 games where we've had a Kai'Sa, a Sejuani, a Lux, a Nasus. We've also had a Nasus 3 in one of our games. You thought that these only happened when it was the Draven patch, but I was surprised. People were playing with such high tempo. People were playing with such aggression. If anyone in the lobby didn't roll well, everyone made sure that he was punished enough for it. And if anyone high rolled, people made sure that he was gonna get contested. So I kinda did enjoy the idea that we did have a lot of forecast 3 stars, way more than I enjoyed all these reroll compositions. Now, I'm sorry, Matt, but no one loves Kale. I mean, a lot of people do, okay, but
I'm with
me.
you. I'm with you. No, I'm kind of over Kale after day number 1. I'm kind of, all right, we've seen it. Give me something new. Give me something fresh. And we'll have plenty fresh for you tomorrow. We are going to be back same place at 4 p.m. CEST. Now, Morgan, do you want to help out with the socials? You want me to just run it through it? What are you feeling?
I think you're faster. I can never ever comprehend your amazing host skills, Mr. Matt.
Let me just warm up here. Of course, on Twitter, you can find us at TFT Esports EMEA, on Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube, Play TFT. Now to run down for all of our lovely casters, I am joined here on my right. Am I pointing in the right direction? Yes, I am. With Morgan Cass. We also have in the back, Weta Cass, Impetuous Panda, at Makes, MEEIX _. And of course, myself at Niberia. Thank you so much for watching, and we will see you again tomorrow for day number 2 of the first Golden Spatula Cup of Runeterra Reforged. See you next time.